going to claim the 30,000. It's only Orange Marmalade to fight to the end, and he is going to run it out. He doesn't want to leave this finals. He can't believe that they've lost. They've come so far from the lower bracket. They almost claimed victory. They tied it up at 1 apiece. He is going to run away, and in comes the final abilities, the final kills that they need, despite having to fight against a very resilient Orange Marmalade. So look at her counter kill. This is incredible. Oh, Orange Marmalade turned that on its head. SK Gaming were playing like they won.
We know what happens next. There's the Wolves and Bloodlust on Vinruki, drops down to half. Wow, and down goes Vinruki.
He didn't try to give him up. I don't know if it's possible. He landed back up in. Vinruki's at 80K. He's alive. They're all alive. And Dino pulls off the miracle. Are you kidding me? They are all alive.
Here comes the man of Armistice. They're looking at strike back. Fast and dangerously low. There's nothing left for 9 more seconds. Down to 10%. Trying to get away from the onslaught. Portal's at 5%. They're in hot pursuit. And taken.
No way.
The panic almost.
Yeah, but Method have won the game. If they can just stay alive here, Snuts just needs to live a few more seconds. Incarnation is up in 1.
No bubble, no pop, no Avenger Crusader. Here comes the Incarnation. It's nothing he can do. The mighty Bastia. He doesn't have anything left. So many upheavals from Swansea. They're desperately trying to get
Oh my God! The key!
They're gonna win BlizzCon.
You see him barely hanging on. This is insane. But the Wolves are going to take it. The 2-time champions.
Don't open, do not open.
I've opened on him, man.
You're joking.
A ship mage.
1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Big swap on Rooney though. Pistol stun into cheek, round into gas. And they take him down. What was that damage? The game winning gouge coming in from WHAAZZ, denying anything from Looney. That was absolutely insane.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Championship Sunday. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host today. I'm with Zico, Vinruki, and Stupid Tees. Before we get into talking about the games that we're going to be seeing today, we've got a couple patch notes that we'd like to go over that we're going to see applied before we see Cup number 4 happen next weekend. We can take a look at those. Zico, talk to me about your highlights. What is this really going to be changing for next weekend's tournament?
I think we're going to see a change in the healer meta. I don't think we can see it here. It's a little bit further down, but the biggest one for me is for sure the Holy Priest changes and also the Trinket changes here. You can see on Cosmic Eternals, Eternal Ages, Cosmic Gladiators, Eternal Ages. The value of the magic shield provided by Cosmic Gladiators, Eternal Ages has been reduced by 33%. We've been monitoring the performance of our newly introduced PP trinkets during Season 3 and their effect on the length of matches, and have decided to adjust the effectiveness of the Eternal Ages to bring it in line with other defensive trinket options. So I think we're going to see way more Battle Master, or the Emblem Trinket as it's called, because that's a pretty big nerf to the Ages. But I think for class changes, the biggest one is the one at the bottom right there for Holy Priest. Big nerf to Holy Ward. Duration is going to be halved, and the cooldown is also increased. They also nerfed the set bonus by 40%. And I mean, I think it's kind of a good reason. We've had a lot of Holy Priest games, but I wonder how that is going to change the meta, because Holy Priest right now, we see it a lot in, kind of aggressive comps like RMP, like jungle, at least over here in Europe, but also, in like, some slower paced comps like Mage Lock. I wonder what's actually going to happen there. Like maybe we'll see more druids, more damp meta from like some of the other healers, like a drink meta with druids again could happen. They didn't do anything about echoing resolve. I don't know if we're going to see any shamans. I think mainly we're going to start seeing a little bit more druids because of that Holy Priest change, or because of those Holy Priest changes right there.
Yeah, excited to see what exactly this can do as we head into next weekend. That's Cup number 4, of course. A lot on the line there for all of these teams. So now that we've kind of gone over that a little bit, thank you, Zico. we can look, of course, at the bracket. We are starting off the morning in Europe. We've got an elimination round up first. It's Bugs versus No Money Just Funny. One of them will be going home. There's 4 teams remaining currently in this region, and that, of course, is where we will be starting. It's best of 5 still. So 2 very solid teams, but obviously it's cup number 3. These points are really important, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no question about it. Only a few more chances for some of these teams, especially the teams that are right on the cutoff. If you're in that 9th, 10th place position, you definitely want to be making that top 8. And if you're in that 7-8 position, you're already in the top 8, you want to solidify and fortify your position. So only a few more chances. These teams, of course, will have today. But then after that, there is only 1 cup left. So that's kind of the final chance for teams. I think anyone, if they can make a deep run, I mean, if you can make it into, the finals, period, even if you get second, that really puts you in a good position in terms of points. Then you don't necessarily have to have as deep a run in the final week to be safe.
We'll, of course, be giving you guys a little bit more of a rundown in terms of where people are in standings and where they are in terms of placements for, making it into that circuit at the moment. Bugs is tied in 6th with Spawn of Damage, and No Money Just Funny is at 8 with 32 points. So both of these teams really, really need it. No Money Just Funny especially so. Don't have a lot of points in the beginning of this weekend. But if you take a look at the match record between these 2 teams, Bugs won their last match against No Money Just Funny, and it was 3-0 in the European Cup number 2. Do you think we're going to see a repeat of that in this upcoming series, Super Tees?
It's possible. I'm curious if they can get Acro up and running because he had some problems yesterday. I think that's going to be really important. But Bugs has just been really on a tear, leveling up week to week. Like, this team came in, didn't really recognize the names, but they're getting better and better, inching further and further in the bracket every week with consistent performance. They've got good compositions. So to me, like, Bugs have a really good shot here in cup number 3. And it looks like they are going to start with Acro. Oddly enough, though, Bugs not going for Rogue Mage. They played Rogue Mage yesterday. But in this matchup, I think Subtlety is likely better than Assassination in the mirror. So Brunhilde not wanting to go toe-to-toe with Acro on that Subtlety Rogue, would rather stay on Windwalker. But it does, I think, give a comp advantage to No Money Just Funny.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where you can kind of lock in the alt assassination rogue into something maybe you counter, but in a matchup like this, it's going to be really difficult to pull ahead of someone like Acro, who has a lot of experience on the rogue. He's playing Subtlety, which likely does have the advantage in the mirror. We do have a sap now on Brunhilde. Let's see who they decide to open up on. Saw yesterday in this matchup, when Cloud9 was playing, it was mostly Chun-Li being focused, so I kind of wonder if they're going to be going after Brunhilde. Grapple weapon immediately after the Transcendence. Brunhilde trying to slow down the opener. Big Chastise Stun. Brunhilde could look for a huge Fist of Fury into Rising Sun kick. Acro is just going to vanish. Completely respecting the damage. They didn't really get an opener there, so I suspect he wants to commit the vanish and actually try to land some stuns here.
Yeah, let's see. Kidney shot onto Brunhilde, but there's no CC whatsoever here onto next. Now, finally, Chastise onto next. Looking for the mind games. They get it. Big damage to the Brunhilde, but no fear onto next. Now, finally, connecting the fear. But look at Acro taking massive damage. Did they proc his Guardian right there? I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait and see here in a couple of seconds. But Acro taking massive damage there. Holding onto his Cloak of Shadows, though. And he still has that in his back pocket, but no bench. And they did proc that Guardian. So 3-minute cooldown. That is devastating here for Acro, and he's gonna need it. Big damage coming in here. Kidney shot to the Brunhilde. There's the smoke bomb as well. Gets Panda Racial by Oscar. Oscar with the Dragon's Breath there onto Tittery, but he gets absorbed by his Trinket. Tittery now potentially susceptible for those long CC chains as well. Get a kick onto JJ, disarm onto Acro, and looks like Acro will survive for now. Still holding onto his Trinket, but more importantly, Brunhilde not using his Trinket here so far in any of these attempts. Even with the smoke bomb being dropped. Just nice pills from Oscar. And now once again, X-Sweep coming out. Gets ripped though. And they chastise Brunhilde. So they stop that assault on the side of No Money Just Funny. But I think so far, Bugs are in the lead.
Let's see if they can maintain it here. Acro's definitely a good target now for the rest of this match. But they're setting up on Brunhilde once again. Next is going to respond and save Brunhilde during this crowd control assault from No Money Just Funny. And now Brunhilde needs to get aggressive here, stay on target, try and get a Chastise stun out from JJ as soon as possible onto Acro. We see a pre-Gladiator's Aegis here, trying to anticipate that stun lock, trying to reduce some damage on Acro's side. Acro shadow stepping back to JJ, trying to get out of line of sight, but he is getting blasted at the moment. No Guardian Spirit for some time. Oscar desperately mind controlled by JJ. Oscar's just soloing Acro with Combustion behind the pillar right now. And somehow, some way, JJ actually manages to keep him alive, but now Acro Frost Nova. Oscar just trying to prevent Acro from getting to his target, pulling him out of Vanish with that shifting power, but ultimately connecting with the cheap shot and the kidney. How is Brunhitty going to respond? Trinket, but he's very low. He's going to portal, but he portals out in midfield. Acro trying to get back to him. Tittery blinks in for the kill. Another cheap shot. Karma comes out from Brunhitty. Will it be enough? Landing the sweep, trying to turn it around on Acro. Chastise stun on the Trinket. Massive damage incoming onto Acro in game number 1. Dragon's Breath out from Tittery onto 2 players, hitting Brunhitty with the Frost Nova. They are unable to connect. Now Tittery on the back foot as Brunhitty switches his attention to him. Tittery blinking back behind the pillar, trying to line of sight. Brunhitty just dogpiling on top of them, but no Trinket on anyone on the side of Bugs. Smoke Bomb is coming up. Acro could definitely set up for the win. He's baiting Brunhitty into a bad spot. He's pulling him out in the open so he can cheap shot bomb him here. Oh, but he gets gripped. He's not able to drop the smoke bomb just yet. Acro shadow steps in. Cheap shot sets up for the polymorph. Full polymorph secured. Acro gets grapple weapon. Brunhitty on the run. Has to keep himself alive for some time here. Channeling the Fleshcraft and has managed to do so. Now trying to get aggressive. Ring of Peace separating JJ and Acro. Trying to set up for the next Chastise stun. But once again, Acro baiting Brunhitty out in the open. Has Smoke Bomb. He's just waiting. His Shadow Blades are coming off cooldown. Brunhitty's getting baited. They're going to polymorph Smoke Bomb him. Oh, they're with the paralyze from Brunhitty right at the last second to get out of the Smoke Bomb. That was game over. Brunhitty didn't make that clutch call on that paralyze, but now Acro's in trouble.
Yeah, Oscar doing a really good job peeling in this matchup as well. I feel like that's kind of what it comes down to. More of a defensive strategy in general. Acro might just get one shot though. He's in a leg sweep. And if they can keep Brunhitty alive during the stun locks, that's the ticket for Bugs to actually win, because there's no other opening. So that's really the main focus of Bugs in this one. No money, just funny. They've been struggling to find the setups. That last setup could have just been game over, but some beautiful plays coming in from Brunhitty as well as Oscar. But Brunhitty's still in a lot of trouble. He's got his Diffuse Magic active. Still a few cooldowns left to rotate through. If he gets caught, though, it could be devastating. Big stun on Acro. Every single one of these Chastise stuns is just a nightmare for Acro to deal with. Shadow stepping around the map, going for a Vanish. He's in stealth, though. Clean stealth means Brunhitty will likely just attack Tittery, try to find some damage somewhere else until Acro shows himself, and then he's immediately going after him. Now, kidney shot on Brunhitty as they're looking to reverse the pressure, but more defensive it seems. Next right now isn't a polymorph, but Brunhitty's just going to heal himself behind the pillar. Mana is in favor of Bugs, and this matchup isn't looking nearly as bad as I thought it would be for Bugs.
Yeah, definitely. I think Oscar in particular has been doing a great job. Look at him just harassing Acro, making sure he doesn't get those re-stealths, making sure that they can stay on target. Nice. Oh, that Ring of Peace was insane. What was that? He just got, I think he shadow stepped to next there, and he got kind of ping-ponged there in the grip for a second, but finish out on the Brunhitty, taking some damage. Oscar's there once again with the Dragon's Breath, with the peels. He catches a nice little Guardian Spear right there. And JJ, his mana, like you mentioned, Van, is not doing too great here. It's just all that consistent damage. Tittery blinking in, closelining Oscar there, stopping down this, shutting down the CC chain. Full sheep onto next, no trigger for 11 seconds. All it takes is one good setup for these RMPs to actually get the win. But once again, Brunhitty running away, handling out the Fleshcraft, gonna be looking completely fine. Now once again, looking to make his way onto Acro. Stun onto Brunhitty, counter stun onto Acro to slow him down. AJ is in the poly. Little damage coming out onto Acro, but Oscar gets polyed as well. This spell gets a re-poly. Shadowy duel coming out here between Brunhitty and Acro. And JJ really needs to do something about his mana, or they just need to try to get a win just hard right now with everybody still having their trinkets. No, there is a smoke bomb, so potential here for the RMP to maybe set something up, but they need to work fast because JJ is completely tapped. And once again, another attack getting deflected. Next is in the DR sheep. Disarm onto Acro, and they're trying to get a drink here, but they stop it. Beautifully done by Oscar. Leg sweep onto Acro. 3 Ages, and that Ages, it lasts such a long time. Acro still has that up. He's gonna vanish with it, and he's gonna get that shield as well from his conduit, so he's gonna be able to stay in stuff for a little bit, but he gets pulled out by a dock. AJ now finally trying to get a drink. Now they're turning their attention onto Tittery here, trying to stop that drink. They need to stop JJ from drinking. And here comes the smoke bomb. They do get Brunhitty's trinket with it at least, so not the worst trinkets from Brunhitty, but now let's see what he can find in terms of offense. Oscar gonna have that combustion in about a minute.
All right, let's see if they can stay alive here. JJ 0 mana, totally tapped. Can Acro carry the game here? Shadow Blade's coming off cooldown, his last opportunity, but he's getting pushed down by Oscar and Brunhilde at the moment, trying to retreat, getting snared. Bone Dusk and a proc. They get the double stun again. Acro trinkets for the kill, trying to finish the game. Brunhilde gets pulled to the pillar. He shadow steps back to reconnect. Stuns next up, setting up Tittery for a Ring of Frost. Ring of Peace interrupts that Ring of Frost. Great disruption by Brunhilde, and now Acro in a ton of trouble, trying to escape the clutches of Brunhilde. Spamming polymorphs out from Tittery, trying to keep him away from Acro as long as possible. Oscar setting up polymorphs, trying to fake out deaths and interrupts prior to going for it, but does ultimately get counterspelled. Here comes a leg sweep, massive damage. Tittery blinks in, Dragon's Breath Brunhilde, trying to stall his pressure for a moment, but Guardian Spirit has traded out. JJ has Apotheosis, he's fading in. JJ is getting aggressive, trying to find crowd control here onto Next. It looks like Next faded his fear and then feared him back. Great play by Next. Now Brunhilde stunned up, but Next will be able to save him. He's not in any crowd control. JJ managing to scrape some mana together with that Symbols of Hopes to keep this game going. Surprisingly, now Next is the one that has 0 mana, and Acro managed to turn this around. He's caught in a stun, knocked back behind the pillar on the grip. He's dangerously low, popping Cloak of Shadows. That should be enough to immune the damage out from Oscar's combustion. He's swapping to Oscar with a defensive blind on Brunhilde. Desperate to stall, kidney shot over onto Brunhilde, trying to set up for the win. Next grips him away. Acro caught in the ring from Oscar. Great heals from both sides to disrupt this chaos so far in this game. Can't believe 8.5 minutes have already elapsed.
Yeah, 20% dampening. I mean, it's all just because both teams are doing such a good job peeling for their melee. So Acro, he's been kept alive by Tittery multiple times. Brunhilde, he's been kept alive by Oscar multiple times. Just lots of defensive plays in this match. Acro right now does manage to find a kidney shot here on Brunhilde. Chastise on the next. This could be a devastating setup, but it looks like there's not enough damage. Brunhilde does get the karma easily, and now it's going to be Acro in trouble. He does have the feint active. Polymorph, preemptive polymorphs on Brunhilde, just really trying to slow down their go, but Acro, he's in touch of death range. Oh my goodness gracious, that Dragon's Breath on Brunhilde slows down the touch of death once again, saving the day. These fire mages are just being a nightmare for both of these melee in this match.
Yeah, and now they're turning their attention here onto Tittery, and Brunhilde actually spinning crane kick procs, doing a lot of damage, but look at Acro now taking the opportunity here to get aggressive. Sheep onto Oscar, into sheep shot onto Brunhilde. They get a full sheep here onto Next, and they get anything else. It doesn't look like it. Acro gets disarmed. Brunhilde has survived the stun lock. He has the Guardian. They've done the trade. Next will come out of crowd control as well, and now Acro is on the run. Shadow steps over, trying to get fancy, trying to kite, but it's going to be enough. A second shadow step, actually. Maybe it might actually have been a leap of faith right there. And Acro will stay alive for now. Brunhilde in the Frost Nova. Tittery spamming out the polymorphs, trying to avoid Next here, but Brunhilde finally reconnecting, and Acro has a stun for him though. He connects with the kidney shot. Brunhilde has the trinket, doesn't want to get too greedy here, and he will trinket out there. Has no touch of karma right now, but he will use that diffuse magic, which will be enough defense there. Now Acro here finally should go down there. He shadow steps over to the priest with the shadowy duel, and he actually uses the Cloak of Shadows as well. He can't see him, he can't touch of death him, and he will get a re-stealth at the back end of that. He goes for a little first aid tick as well. Full blind onto Brunhilde with no trinket. Acro catches a couple of heals. Now he gets counterspelled, but Acro re-stealths here, looking for the sap on the Brunhilde potentially. I'm not sure actually why he didn't go for the sap there. Maybe Tittery spell stole him or put him in combat. So he's not going to be able to do that, but now instead going to go for a kick into kidney shot, but he's too slow with it. He gets caught up in the leg sweep. Nice Dragon's Breath into the kidney shot, but he might just go down anyway. So much damage coming in from Oscar, but Acro will survive, and now Tittery on the back foot. He's on fire, and he doesn't have an ice block. How is JJ going to keep his team in the fight here? I don't think he will. Tittery is a pod, and that is going to be Bugs cleaning up in game number 1. 36% dampening.
You know, I want to say that Assassination might be better in this matchup, but I'm not sure. I mean, when we first saw this matchup play out in week number 1, it kind of felt like the Rogue Mage had a big advantage, but this new kind of strategy of just, if you're the team playing Windwalker Fire Mage, all you do is you're just defensive. Like, don't even go for sheeps yourself. Just when their team does a setup, you just Dragon's Breath it, or you use your Pandera and Racial Quaking Palm, or you spam Polymorph, and you just play pure defensive, survive, and then eventually the Windwalker Monk is going to do a lot more pressure than the Subtlety Rogue. And that's why I think Assassination might be better, but we can check out the final moments of this match. I mean, big setup here on Acro. Acro gets gripped away, the Shadowy Duel. So this Shadowy Duel, Absolutely unbelievable Acro keeping himself alive here once again, going for the first aid to get himself out of touch of death range, and then he gets the re-stealth. So some miraculous plays coming in from Acro, at least defensively, in order to survive, and like these really extended CC chains on his healer. JJ gets interrupted, finally out, and then Acro decides to go for it. So he actually is like, all right, well, it's time for us to do a setup, going to kick the Fleshcraft, but he immediately gets caught into a leg sweep, gets super low. Dragon's Breath comes in, Acro now trying to reverse the pressure, and I almost wonder if Acro just kept going for it. I guess the Guardian Spirit was up. He does vanish out, and then at this point, I mean, there's just Acro's too low to really play. There's no mana for GG, and they're able to just kind of take down Tittery. Oscar single-handedly takes him down with the combustion, but I did not expect this game to go to 37% dampening. I'll tell you that.
It's so many like pre-reads. I feel like Oscar just shut down Acro. Acro was either chastised stunned or DB'd every single time he kidneyed Brunhilde. Like every single stun. And if it's a 2-second CC, that's just enough. It gets Brunhilde out of CC, he can grapple weapon Acro, get away, roll, port, in-cap, escape. There's one point where they had checkmate, and I'm not sure if they broke the polymorph early. I wish we could get that smoke bomb. I don't know if we caught that on a replay. The smoke bomb that could have ended the game, because they polymorphed Acro, or polymorphed Brunhilde in the middle of the map, and Acro bombed the poly before attacking to make sure he couldn't get gripped. But then the poly broke. I swear it broke or it got dispelled instantly. It was either broke or dispelled instantly, and he was dead there 100%. If he was stunned in that bomb, he was dead 100%. It was blades from Subrug, no cooldowns, no trinkets. There was nothing that was going to save him. So I think the subtlety is still good. It was just maybe unlucky that that moment they weren't able to win the game, because they had the checkmate position a few times. So I actually don't think they're going to change. I think they're probably just going to play the same thing. Bigger map. JJ could probably drink on this map as well. And I'm curious to see, maybe the Holy Wards need to change from the side of JJ. Like maybe he needs to Holy Ward Acro more during some of these crowd control goes, because if he can just immune the Dragon's Breath, he would probably just kill Brunhilde if they can get him out of that one CC effect.
Another difference we're kind of seeing is both the mages are playing the Blazing Soul, so it just makes it a lot more difficult to get those polymorphs without Shimmer. We saw Wealthy Man yesterday just opt for a regular medallion and play Shimmer and potentially go for a little bit more aggression, but we're going to see the exact same matchup. So Bugs locking in the Windwalker once again. Ashamane's Fall, I feel like is a fine map. I think the idea here is that Acro wants to get more re-stealth throughout the match to potentially set himself up more, but we'll see. I mean, Oscar and Brunhilde were just running him down the entire game. Even when Brunhilde was in a polymorph, Oscar would just blink in aggressively, Dragon's Breath Acro, Frostbolt him to snare him, Nova him, Ring of Frost him, just anything to keep Acro in place so he couldn't go for these setups. So I think that's going to be a main line of play once again. And for No Money Just Funny, they need cross CC on Oscar, I think. That's the biggest thing for me. It's not an easy thing to do, but they're not going to get anything done if Oscar can just peel every single one of the goes. So I think they need to get triple CC, and I think it's really possible to do it. I mean, if Oscar, was he playing the trinket? No, he's playing medallion, but still, even with the medallion, I mean, GG should be able to cross him, play chastise, just chastise him into a fear every single time you do a go, something like that, because I think Oscar had way too much free reign in this game.
In general, I feel like they didn't get a double stun setup onto Next and Brunhilde at the same time, almost like ever. It was always a kidney shot onto Brunhilde. They dump a bunch of damage into it, and then they get a cheap shot like after they've already committed damage. They need to get a cheap shot onto the healer and the kidney shot, or the kidney shot on the healer and the cheap shots on the monk, at the same time, basically, because now they're kidney shot the monk, they dump some damage into it, and then after that, they can't really, the healer just out-heals it, and then they get a sheep, and it's like, okay, cool. Well, Brunhilde is not in danger anymore. He's not on stun DR, and he's, we've already traded. So I feel like the burst damage just needs to be better. Also, I don't know what trinket JJ was running in that last game, but I'm kind of a big fan of what we see Meh run. He runs a lot of, JJ was running he was just running a haste proc trinket. I would have much rather seen him use the resonator, because it feels like the resonator gives you just that extra punch when you don't actually have damage to use, and there's not that many pets that can soak it up here as well, or there's in general not that high chance that people are going to stack up and soak it because the Windwalker is just running around. And of course I obviously want to see an Asa Rogue as well in this matchup, but That's enough of what we want to see. Let's see what the players actually decides to do. They get a cheap shot. They get a cheap shot. This looks clean. They go for the chastise. They go for the fear here, potentially. Oh, he got counter. Oh, he's dead. Yeah.
So that's what can happen when you CC everybody.
Crowd control. When they actually
did the
crowd
thing
control,
where everybody CC'd.
they kill them in one go. Okay.
I think that's. I mean, that's not supposed to look exactly like that, but that looks
crazy
a lot better.
How like that last game, the first game we watched took like 13 minutes, and it's because they're like pre-reading every single situation for 12 minutes, and then this time they didn't react with like 0.5 seconds of difference, so it just ends instantly. Like that's literally, there's like a fine line you're walking where like you have to literally be in the heads of the RMP. Like, I know they're going me, they're going to stun me right now, predict it, preempt it, trade something. But the first setup as an RMP is the hardest because they're all in stealth. So just chastise on next. They don't even really cover Oscar. He comes out of the CC, locks the mind games. I think his Dragon's Breath missed, actually, if we get that again. I'm pretty sure his Dragon's Breath missed aggro. But they didn't even cross Oscar really that properly. So maybe that's why they fell into a false sense of security. I think he's only cheap shot. Yeah, he's cheap shot here. He stops mind games. JJ even faked it, thinking he was going to get Trinket CS. He gets it, and then DB... Oh, he's got Holy Ward. It's got to be Holy Ward, right? That DB definitely hit. But yeah, that's what I like. The Holy Ward's on Acro. Like, what that first Holy Ward on right there just won the game. So just the Holy Ward on the Rogue.
The fact that you sap the Monk, this is what happens, because everyone has time to actually dogpile here onto Brunhilde, and then in the stun, you already have CC when the stun happens. This is like the biggest difference between when you have a kidney shot on the Brunhilde and nothing onto his healer. This is what happens. But when you get like a sheep onto Brunhilde or a sap, and then you stun the healer, and then you make your way back before that CC ends, and you cross stun, that's how you get the deadliest setups for RMP. And that's, I mean, it's the first go now, so it's like the sap, but that's exactly what they need to do differently. Like in compared to game number one. In game number one, they never had a stun on Brunhilde and a stun on Next at the same time.
Well, I feel like all those things were nice, but the fact of the matter is Brunhilde just didn't press any buttons. Like, it was Combust, it was Shadow Blades, it was everything. 3 versus 1. And he trinketed at 1% health and didn't use a single cooldown. So I think if he had played that different and just like trinket ported right away, he probably would have lived. And I think you need to kind of respect that damage. So I think it comes down to, you know, it was a nice setup. The sap was nice from No Money Just Funny, but I also feel like Bugs blundered in a big way to die that fast.
I feel like usually 100%. You try and be greedy in the opener because you have Fleshcraft. It's like you have an extra 30k HP at the start of the game. So like when you're gonna be greedy, that's when you want to be greedy. I really don't think they accounted for Dragon's Breath not landing. And when they saw the mind games get stopped, they thought that the damage would just stop, but it wasn't enough. So minor miscalculation, because even if Brunhilde trinkets there, if No Money Just Funny are just running resonators, he's just gonna die in a dual resonator go. So like it's kind of tough for him. At least it was Blades. I feel like when it's Blades bust,
you have to trinket Blades bust. Like, there's no way.
His Blades bust. Somebody has to use something.
I'm just trying to think of how they live the resonator go.
If everyone sits and uses your biggest damage,
they're playing one
the
resonator.
Player doesn't die. It's like, wait, who's running resonator? Did the healer change?
GG.
He did.
He's using it. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Akra's actually using the
Perfect.
tank trinket. He's using the Eternal Aegis. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it is annoying, but it is annoying to have to trinket the first go. But I mean, if they're committing, 3-minute cooldown blades, combustion, Fleshcraft should not keep you alive. And I think Brunhilde will play it a little bit different. Perhaps Oscar kind of misread the situation and thought like he could peel it. Who knows what the comps were, but we'll see how they decide to open. We're tied up right now on hook point. Same exact matchup. Akra's going to be landing the sap once again, and here's the grapple weapon. This is looking a lot more like game number 1, where Akra just isn't able to get that stun in the opener. He's almost already dead. Good, he just go down to the first 20 seconds of the game. They do respond with the evasion, the Guardian Spirit. Paralyzed now. Brunhilde's trying to slow down the game. This is looking a lot better for Bugs.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here coming out from Bugs in that opener, shutting it down. And now let's see what they can get here onto Brunhilde. They have a Ring of Frost onto Next. His setup looks good, and they get themselves a trinket. That's going to be outside of the smoke bomb, but that was the Shadow Blades and the combustion. So this time Brunhilde respects it, trades out, and Akra with a nice little shadowy duel here over onto Next. Trying to just keep himself alive with that, but now he gets stand up. AJ doesn't have a leap of faith for another 20 seconds, so Akra was forced to sit through that, but he catches a couple of big heals, so we'll be fine with that. Now, what I want to see is just a sheep onto Brunhilde into a re-sheep, and then Acro just unlocks. Yeah, they're going for the sheep. There it is, sheep. And then Next uses his Great Fade. There's the re-sheep. And now I want to see Acro try to get a stun onto Next, or JJ dogpiling here, going for the Chastised Sphere. Now they have a now Acro just needs to stun with a kidney, and that's going to be the Will of the Forsaken. This is our lot more clean setups here, and this will actually give them a win condition with the blind now. Next won't have a trinket for it. Right now it's still on DR with that fear, but in a couple of seconds, Acro can go for a full blind onto Next, kidney shot onto Brunhilde, and try to take him down. They can even chain it with a late smoke bomb. So in a couple of seconds, they might go for that play. Do they have a damage for it, though? That's the question. They need to pull the trigger now if they want to do that. Otherwise, Next will have his trinket, and it looks like Next will have his trinket for it, but you can still go for a smoke bomb play to get a full fear onto Next. Brunhilde is actually in the blind here, so very interesting. But they could smoke bomb out of it. They actually stun Oscar instead of Brunhilde, and he just blinks it and panda racials him and shuts down the entire setup. And now JJ is on in a sheep, and that's going to be a big trade here coming out from JJ as well with that Guardian Spirit, that Eternal Aegis, and Oscar just basically single-handedly shuts that down. I don't know if that kidney on Oscar was intended or not, but definitely looked like a big mistake.
Acro just not able to connect whatsoever, completely shut down by Bugs. Once again, going for an attempt at Brunhilde. Is he going to be able to survive? Smoke bomb late. Oscar's next to him, trying to help him out, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Rolling out of the bomb as Next trinkets and connects big heals. Now Acro in trouble. He could easily be going down. He's just dead, outright destroyed. Bugs moving on to match point. These types of pre-reads, hopefully we got it in the replay, because like Acro was trying to set up the perfect go and just got completely owned.
He did,
in that period of time. So yeah, a lot different here when the Bugs are making those trades, but sometimes again, like it's hard to calculate, and if you make the wrong trinket, Rogue Mage is going to whisper you after like your trinket was bad, like if you trinket, and then if you don't trinket, you should have trinketed. So like it's very hard to it can be very hard to calculate when to use your cooldowns in this matchup specifically, but this was an outstanding game by Bugs.
This is exactly what you want. I mean, I really hope we have it. So this is the moment. Look at the full blind Brunhilde. Brunhilde pre-dropped. Look at if you're Acro, okay? You're in a Ring of Frost. You can't hit your target. You actually trinket out of the Ring of Frost. Brunhilde portals. Then you get panded. Then you get Dragon's Breath. Then you get grapple weaponed. So you've been trying to set this up. You commit your blind. You commit your trinket offensively on Brunhilde, and you literally do nothing. So that is a nightmare situation for Acro and No Money Just Funny, because now they find themselves in a spot where Acro really doesn't have any cooldowns. He's got no trinket, didn't really get a setup. Well, there's a good attempt here. So actually pre-polymorph Brunhilde is a very standard thing to do as Rogue Mage. You pre-polymorph so they can't make those preemptive plays, and then Acro can actually go for the kidney shot. And they almost take him down. Brunhilde barely survives there. He's able to roll out of the bomb, and then they just turn around on Acro and delete him instantly.
He regrets that trinket right there.
Yeah, he didn't have the trinket earlier on. I feel like it.
Why did he kidney shot? Like he trinketed and then kidney shot Oscar in that setup. Why did he just? It's got to be a misclick. There's no way.
It could have been.
He committed the blind. He committed like they had a full fear, and then he just trinkets and kidneys the mage. Like why would it's got to be a misclick? That's the only explanation. There's no way he intentionally wanted to kidney the mage there. And also in the smoke bomb, why didn't he chain his stun? He could have just kidneyed into a cheap shot, and the monk was dead. But he left a gap, so he got karma off, and then he lived on like 10%. I feel like Acro made some mistakes in that game.
He didn't gap it.
Like, I mean,
I
hate gaps. Like just go Asa. I can't watch gaps right now. Just go Asa. You don't need to restun. You just press kidney and vendetta, and you're chilling.
So one of the hardest things to deal with if you're a monk, because you do have to make these preemptive plays if you want to live, right? But one of the hardest things to deal with is if the enemy mage just either pre-polys you on the setup, which we were seeing a lot of times, or pre-Dragon's Breath. Also, you just pre-Dragon's Breath the monk instead of using it for CC. Basically, you just let your Holy Priest take care of the priest. Let him go chastise fear, have fun. As the mage, literally just Dragon's Breath, the Windwalker monk, if he gets dispelled out of polymorph, and just pre him. So he can't move. It's just a stationary target for your rogue to walk up. And you basically serve him on a silver platter to your rogue. And I think that's what we need to see more of, because Brunhilde, he's having a lot of fun in these games. And also Oscar as well. I feel like defensively, like this game is being won because of the defensive plays by Bugs. But I do feel like there's a lot of room for No Money Just Funny to improve and make their setups a lot cleaner.
Yeah, make it impossible for them to do the peeling that they're doing.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, that when you fight a really good RMP, the thing that makes it so difficult is it does feel like it's impossible sometimes to actually make a good move because they're pre-CCing you, right? So you're in a CC and then you get stunned and you get one shot. So that's what we really need to see. And if we aren't seeing that, I mean, maybe it's not the easiest matchup, but I still feel like there's a big room for improvement here.
I agree. I mean, they were doing some pre-polish. They actually had a couple of clean setups. The one, like, their opener wasn't great because Acro taken out of stealth, but, you know, it happens. You're not always going to have a good opener. But that go where they force out the trinket and they still had the smoke bomb, like, and they used it there at the end to try to win the game. It wasn't bad. They had some setups like that where they pre-sheeped and it looked good, but I can't help but think that just an Asarog. It's just like, how did they lose game number 1? The game went on for a really long time. Their healer went out of mana, and they just basically ran out of steam. Just play with an Asarog. I feel like you need to do less flashy things. The monk is way more scared, and yeah, you just have that insane pressure that the Asarog brings instead of having to do these like super perfect setups all the time. Because the thing I think that makes it really difficult is just the Holy Ward and the Greater Fade as well. Like when you get those sheeps, Priest just Greater Fades, Priest just Holy Wards himself, and it can be really tricky to actually get those off and get the stun onto Brunhilde at the same time. And obviously Oscar is not really a target. He's playing, you know, normal blink, so you can just blink out of those stuns. I feel like with the way bugs are playing, I think maybe a good old-fashioned Asarog is just better, because with sub, everything needs to be perfect. But if it is perfect, then it looks insane. Like, you know, in the game that No Money Just Funny just won. That's what I want to see. But in this game, he will be sub. And let's see if they can get that opener. Sap onto Brunhilde is what we're looking for. Into a cheap shot onto next. There's a Holy Ward now onto next.
Good Oscar.
Pull Acro out. There's a sheep shot. There's a Greater Fade. There's a sheep shot onto Oscar. And now they have a sheep shot onto next. They have a fear onto Brunhilde. Just to make sure he can't move.
Got it.
DR Ring of Frost. They got the setup. He might die in the opener if the smoke bomb doesn't get it. Unfortunately for them, next is going to trinket and deflect it there with the Guardian Spirit.
Yeah, but they do have Shadowy Duel and Blind still, so big opportunities for No Money Just Funny. Tittery getting blasted a bit here in the opener by Oscar. They can't find Acro in stealth, so they're just attacking the mage, trying to force Acro to come out before you can get that free stun lock from stealth. Fear onto JJ, he's going to will out of that. Ring of Frost dropping down defensively. Brunhilde set up. They're polishing him up with the polymorphs. Tittery just needs to keep polymorphing Brunhilde and buy time for Acro to get here. Acro currently caught in a Quaking Palm, trying to make his way downtown. Here comes the kidney shot. Oscar gets the Dragon's Breath. It looks like Acro is able to avoid it. The counterspell the poly. Brunhilde's going to trinket, drop the Touch of Karma, and now there is no trinket for the Shadowy Duel. They have a Resonator to pair up with that. Brunhilde could be in a lot of trouble, but for now it's Acro that needs to be defensive as he shadow steps out to JJ. Brunhilde's trying to find him, but not able to get there just yet. There's the Flying Serpent kick. Gets polymorphed on it. Acro is actually isolated. JJ in a polymorph. Can they take him out? It's match point. No Money Just Funny can't afford any mistakes. They Shadowy Duel defensively in this position, so they're going to lose out on that. And here comes massive damage. Acro evasions, tries to turn it around. Brunhilde gets gripped back to center tomb. Acro is still getting blasted at the tombstones at 20%. His evasion about to fall. Brunhilde rolling up to close out the series here. Gets Frost Nova'd, unable to connect. Oscar blinks in, gets a Dragon's Breath on JJ. Looking for follow-up, gets Dragon's Breath himself. He can't get the polymorph just yet as JJ is repositioning away from Oscar. Oscar is still chasing him down. You see a step kick on the polymorph, trying to disrupt it, but here's the grapple weapon. Acro in a lot of trouble, getting blasted down by Fists of Fury. Insane damage out onto Acro. JJ somehow, some way, keeping him alive for now. Now a kidney shot finally found, but they need Frost on next. Where's the CC on next? Next is just freely healing Brunhilde throughout that entire stun lock. Now Acro is going to be in a lot of trouble.
No, there's no doubt about it. Let's see if they can actually take him down, though. They need to connect. Brunhilde still with no trinket is vulnerable here. There is a potential that they do a big setup, but Acro, he's incredibly low, almost in the touch of death range. He's so close. Can they actually drop him? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. I don't think he's playing cheat death either, so if he does land that, it will just be lights out for Acro. Dragon's Breath on the kidney shot once again. Now, I don't think they have the damage to take down Brunhilde. Oscar just once again keeping Brunhilde alive with these beautiful peels during these stun lock combos. Big Fists of Fury going to be connecting. Acro forced to vanish out. There's a Guardian Spirit as well, so just doesn't want to mess around. Mana actually in favor for No Money Just Funny. But it's a very high pressure situation. No Money Just Funny. If they lose this, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Gotta find a clean setup. Blind on next right now. Can they make them panic? Brunhilde in the kidney shot. Beautiful grip coming in once again. Brunhilde likely to survive. He trades out the diffuse magic, still getting a little bit low. Acro in the Ring of Frost, though. Can they reverse the pressure? Do they have a stun for him? Leg sweep is available. gonna have to trinket out of that immediately. Brunhilde portals now rolling into the fight, looking for a leg sweep, finds the double. Ring of Peace, he grips into Ring of Peace once again. Brunhilde, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Brunhilde and his Ring of Pieces have been absolutely beautiful. I actually don't know how he keeps getting gripped through them.
Yeah, Brunhilde's been playing an excellent series so far, and in general, he's been having a strong performance. But right now, Acro has his trinket, so does Brunhilde. That's the next objective here. Now they need to set up with a good polymorph onto Brunhilde. They need to get a CC onto Brunhilde and then double stun. They can even chastise Brunhilde and just get a cheap shot onto next. And now they're stacked up. There it is. Cheap shot. Tittery needs to land this Ring of Frost. Oscar doesn't get the sheep. And there's the trinket of Brunhilde. They might even kill him through it. They got the mind games. They bust through the karma. DB onto next. Do they have anything to follow it up? It doesn't look like it, but this is it. They got everything from the side of Bugs now. No trigger onto next. No trigger onto Brunhilde. Acro has blind in 50 seconds, so they will line up with the trinket. They just need to get one more clean setup. Literally with combustion in 15 seconds. Literally all they have to do is sheep Brunhilde into resheep into stun, go. If they can do that, they win the game on the side of no money, just funny. At the same time, Brunhilde has his leg sweep. Here's the kidney shot. They do have CC onto next. This could be dangerous. They have the combustion. It's rolling for both mages right now. JJ gets counterspelled though. Acro's taking massive damage from Oscar. Beautiful counter pressure coming out from Oscar. Brunhilde will survive, and that was a really dangerous situation. I think next will have his trigger back up before another situation like that happens. So that was kind of the all or nothing for the RMP. Now they're forced to run away, reconvene, wait for their cooldowns, and try to do that again.
See if they can reorganize themselves. Mana is looking tight for both sides here as dampening begins. Brunhilde getting back on target. Acro stunning him up in midfield, but a grip. Acro Shadow steps in, setting up the cheap shot onto next, but Oscar is there for the DB. CS is the poly. Gets DB'd back. Considering landed. I don't think Ray of Frost is off cooldown. They just have to launch damage without a polymorph, and that's not going to be enough to take Brunhilde down. Now Acro in defense is trying to survive. Pops the feint on the stun. Mind games out from JJ, trying to still stay aggressive, but it's not really the opportune time. Double Dragon's Breath comes out from Tittery, polymorphing Brunhilde, trying to hold him away from Acro, trying to buy more time so JJ doesn't have to spend mana. But Oscar has been carrying damage time and time again when Brunhilde can't connect, just punishing Acro, forcing him to have to play defensive so he can't get in aggressive. Frost Nova on Acro, preventing him from getting to his target. Paralyzed on Tittery, oh, right on the smoke bomb, but can Next get in the bomb in time? It looks like he can. He manages to sweep in, get a couple of heals. Brunhilde now has time to portal back behind the tombstone. He's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable with that smoke bomb on cooldown. Acro gets stunned up, has to trinket evasion and cloak immediately. And that wasn't even a Storm Earth and Fire. That wasn't even a sweat. It was just a bust from Oscar. Getting the trinket from Acro is a big deal here. Brunhilde definitely carry. Tittery has to counterspell Fleshcraft. That means he won't be able to counterspell polymorphs if Oscar is able to get in line of sight. Brunhilde's hunting for the win, but now gets stunned up by Acro. Acro gets intercepted by Dragon's Breath and polymorph. Tittery intercepts with the Dragon's Breath. Polymorph onto Oscar. Massive damage coming out. Acro shadow steps back over to next. Are they going to set up a sap out of the fear? I think Acro wants to sap out of it, but he can't find it. Cheap shot into polymorph instead will just have to do. There's no stuns for Brunhilde. They have to brute force him, but I don't know if you want to brute force with a Windwalker Monk. Acro losing out on that exchange. Has to shadow step out to Oscar. Brunhilde gets polymorphed on his flying serpent kick. Can they polymorph him again and keep him away from Acro? Buy him more time here. Leg sweep coming up in 13. Paralyzed over onto Tittery. Chastise onto Acro. This could be trouble. Storm Earth and Fire is available. Is Brunhilde going to pull the trigger? No. Holding on to it. Staying patient. Popping the Fist of Fury. Baits out the Guardian Spirit. He's going to pop the Zwen now anyways, though, as Acro just vanishes away from it. Shadow Blade's available. Big damage available for Acro. He's going to have to carry the team, but there's really not a good target right now for him.
He's got no trinket either. If Brunhilde gets one clean leg sweep with the Bone Dust Brew and Images, but Brunhilde getting it really low. Trades out the trinket as well as the Diffuse Magic. Scary panic moment here for Bugs. They're so close to winning. Here is the leg sweep. Do they have the damage? Can Tittery peel? Looks like he will be able to. Acro can shadow step away. Tittery doing a good job with the offensive ice block there, but now a target himself. They could just go after the mage. Dampening is getting higher at this point of the game, and GG right now, he's got no mana whatsoever. I feel like if they can't stop this drink, they need to stop this drink. GG right now does manage to recover a little bit of mana, but Flame Strike will shut it down from Oscar. Big setup here with the combustion from Oscar. Acro, how is he going to live this? Faint shadow step, trying to get away. Brunhilde now targeting the mage. Just doesn't want to overextend though. He realizes he doesn't have a trinket. This kidney shot could be devastating, but he does, man, it doesn't look like the damage is there. Once again, Oscar trying to peel, gets caught into a polymorph. Brunhilde will survive, and the setups from No Money, just funny, just keep getting disrupted. And the Windwalker damage, the overall damage it's able to deal is really carrying in this match. Tittery getting incredibly low. Can they force the Cauterize? That is the Guardian Spirit. I think they might have actually procced it as well. So no Guardian Spirit. If they did proc it, that's going to be a nightmare for No Money Just Funny. No, they didn't. So luckily they have that coming up in about a minute, but I don't know if this game's going to go on for another minute at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. They got a fear onto next, but he comes out now. Tittery is still very, very low. They're just pressuring Tittery at this point, and Acro needs to find some CC. They do find a sheep there onto next. Ring of Frost connects, and a big setup there, forcing out next Trinket. But Tittery right now on the ropes. He's on fire. He pops the ult of time. Is going to be enough just to rebuff to protect it, but they dispel it. And Tittery is a seed, is finished, and it looks like Brunhilde will be able to take him down. JJ still trying to keep it alive, but not able to do so. And Bugs will eliminate No Money Just Funny from this tournament in fourth, though. So still not a bad performance from No Money Just Funny, but Bugs definitely showing up big here. A lot of MVP plays coming out from these guys.
I really want to see KUNGARNA against Bugs now. Like, I want to see what that matchup looks like, because they're playing such a solid game. This is an amazing series. You know, I think if they had just trinketed in that one loss they had, they might have just 3-0'd. With the way that they're playing after those situations, is just, I love the peels, the intercepts. They're really making it difficult. They know exactly how the RMP needs to navigate to their targets in CC, and they're just stopping the key member every time from chaining that CC, which buys it just a global for somebody to survive. These are the final moments where Tittery is just getting overwhelmed, and I love that in dampening they swap to the mage. Like, another mage with stun blink is not really a target before dampening, but in dampening they can definitely do it. And I think Tittery also blocks CC in some of these games to try and peel for Acro. So as soon as that block is down, they notice that dampening's a bit high, they make the swap to the mage, and then Tittery is just struggling to even just stay alive. He doesn't use stuff to keep himself alive. They try and set up CC here, but again, Oscar is immune, so he's able to get a couple peels out, and Next can save by trinketing. And then at this point, Tittery, you're like, oh no, we can win if we can stay alive here, but there's no Guardian Spirit, there's nothing. They're gonna proc him through the Altar Time. And they try and shadowy duel here to try and keep Brunhilde away from it, but it's just not enough. Too high of dampening, too little mana left, and Bugs are going to clean it up. This was nice play from them. I really like Oscar on the Fire Mage too. Like, I feel like it's not often we see the Fire Mage actually keeping up with the Monk. It's normally like the Fire Mage is maybe 30% behind the Monk in damage in this Windwalker Mage comp. So the fact that he's actually keeping up with damage is really putting these RMPs in a weird place where they're like, wait a minute, I can't just chase your Monk and kill him because you're going to kill me. I don't like that. But like, it's a really tough spot that he's putting the teams in by just doing so much more damage.
Yeah. I said yesterday, I think Zico called it out. He was talking about, oh yeah, like the Rogue Mage is maybe slightly advantaged. I was like, no, they are advantaged, but maybe it's not true. I mean, maybe our early sample size of the Windwalker Mage versus the Rogue Mage wasn't exactly accurate, because it seems like now some of these Windwalker Mage teams are actually kind of catching up. They're pulling ahead, and that's why I'm really curious to see what happens if a team like Bugs does go up against KUNGARNA. I think that'll be like the true test. If they can take down that RMP, that's a very convincing case.
Yeah, I would. Sorry, you wanted to speak, Zico?
I was just going to say, I think there's still some things that we need to explore in the matchup. I think for sure the synergy could have been a little bit better for No Money Just Funny, but also, like, a lot of these games went to dampening. What happens if you just play Asa?
That's it.
I mean,
you're just gonna laugh.
It's an open-ended question.
Like
we'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's a cliffhanger.
Okay. All right. Well,
dun,
I
dun,
mean,
dun.
they are going to be, moving forward here. Bugs, we may see that matchup if KUNGARNA loses this next series that we have coming up here, or if Bugs is able to make it back up to the grand finals. We've got the KUNGARNA versus MYWAY series coming up next. Winner of this will be in the grand finals. Loser playing against Bugs. So we may just see that setup that you guys were talking about, but either way, we do have to go to a break real quick, and we come back. It's going to be those two teams facing off against each other. See you soon. everyone, welcome back. We are now in the upper finals. Winner of this, moving on to the grand finals. It's KUNGARNA versus MYWAY.
All right. Well, it is going to be the RMP from KUNGARNA. They've basically been exclusively playing this composition and doing incredibly well with it. They have Chaz on the bench. So we'll have to wait and see what they do end up using with him. But for now, RMP all the way, and MYWAY, of course, it's the jungle. It's a 3-man roster. At this point, they don't play anything else. The last time these two teams did meet was KUNGARNA, who did pull out ahead. Some beautiful setups. And it really seemed like MYWAY struggled to find pressure, but there have been some changes since then. Beast Mastery Hunter did get some damage buffs. The Pharaoh Druid got some damage buffs. So we'll see if that is going to be enough with some strategy adaptations for MYWAY to actually pull out a win here.
Yep, let's see it. Like you mentioned, we've seen this matchup before, and it did go in favor of KUNGARNA. But MYWAY, they've looked very, very well in this weekend. So far, they already took out SK Pieces. They look absolutely phenomenal in that series. And that's a team they lost to last week. If they can bring it back here as well, and we're starting to see that MYWAY that we know and love. And we're going to see an immediate stun trap onto Matt. They're actually going to go after Raikou right now on that mage. He has all the time. Needs to go back there. Very dangerous situation, but Raikou keeps his cool there. And he won't actually have to trade any cooldowns for that. He gets a sheep there into a resheep onto Relza. And KAWHI will trade out his exhilaration. They get a shadowy duel though onto him. And they get anything more. It doesn't look like it. Relza's still able to flush out a couple of heals in that shadowy duel. And KAWHI will survive without having to use his aspect of the turtle, and also without having to use his Roar of Sacrifice, which means that Raikou cannot access his combustion. But look at that, another setup being launched here. Dragon's Breath Ring onto Tony, full blind secured, and that will be a sheep at the back end of that blind. They get a Trinket Turtle here from KAWHI, who's going to load up the Fleshcraft. The CC is never ending. You get more sheeps here potentially. No, they do interrupt Raikou there, so nice break up there by MYWAY. They also land a trap onto Meh, looking to get aggressive here now onto Raikou.
So KAWHI is playing a Necro Lord BM Hunter. He's playing like a Turtle Hunter. He's got a really strange second legendary that reduces the cooldown of all of his aspect of the Turtle included. So they're trying to make him as tanky as possible in this build. Will it be enough to actually stay alive? Triple crowd control once again by KUNGARNA. KAWHI desperately tries to retreat, Feign Deathing off the dots, trying to assist, but a smoke bomb comes in. Huge radiances from Relza, going to be stabilizing KAWHI. As now KAWHI is trying to get aggressive. He's going to get those death chakrams as well. You see those green chakrams flying through the air. You know that KAWHI is going to be ramping up his damage. And with him playing this Necro Lord, I think it is their key goal to just stay alive, get into dampening, and do damage and not die, which has been the MYWAY strategy trademark for a while here, which is not typical of jungle. And we'll have to see if it works out. Once again, triple crowd control. Is Roar Sacrifice going to be enough for KAWHI here? Tony is trying to help him out, but just sitting in bear form, kicks the polymorph, gets feared on his heel. KAWHI gets gripped into the barrier by Relza. That was Relza's trinket outside of the blind, so big opportunity in the near future. And even with this aspect of the turtle legendary that he's running, I'm not sure if it's really going to work out for him because it still seems like it's such a long cooldown. Like he's getting it now. Maybe it's like a difference of a minute or something. Maybe that difference is enough if he has it every 2 minutes. But he's losing a lot of damage, not having that flayed shot, not having the kill shot procs. So I'm curious to see if they can kill a target here or not with this Necro Lord Hunter. WHAAZZ is on the back foot at the moment, getting pressured heavily. A full trap. This could be it for him. He's fully bled up behind the pillar, desperate to stay alive. Line of sighting Relza. Dragon's Breath on Tony. He manages to stay alive. Now Resonator swap over onto Relza. Is he playing the Res Legendary? Because I think he's going down. Nope. He is going to be KO. Sorry, he's playing Discipline Priest.
Yeah,
he's playing Holy Priest. So very interesting build from MYWAY, really trying to experiment here because they've been playing Holy and Ventir basically every time. So Disc Priest, Necro Lord. Eddie wishes he was Holy with the Res Legendary on that swap, but once you don't have a Trinket, once you don't have a Pain Suppression, it's kind of like a game over moment for you as a Discipline Priest. And I'm really trying to like calculate, do the quick maths on this because he's got conduits that reduce the cooldown of aspect of the turtle. He's wearing legendaries that reduce the cooldown of aspect of the turtle. He's trying to make himself turtle as much as possible, but they didn't even kill him at the end of the game, so it is really unfortunate.
Just ran by him and then took down Relza. It's like, oh great, you got turtle and nobody cares. Relza, no trinket, nothing. There's that moment of the game where WHAAZZ gets really, really low, I do believe. So they go after KAWHI. This is where his turtle is almost off cooldown once again, and WHAAZZ actually big trouble. So he pre-feints this go so he can hold on to his trinket, uses the evasion. This was him basically just trying to survive. He's like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. So running away, trying to survive. Med does connect the Guardian. Really close call to get a cheap shot on Tony. Raikou comes in, backs him up. And then after this Ring of Frost, I just decided to go Relza, the Chastise Sun, into the Kidney Shot, the Resonator. I mean, honestly, KUNGARNA, when they play RMP, it's just like, it feels like all three are just like looking at the Matrix or whatever. You know, they're always just finding every opening, every opportunity. Oh, this person did that, we're going to do this. You know, just calculating 10,000 things a second like you would expect from all RMPs. But just finding that opening. I mean, even, like you said, if Cassie's going to be building himself super tanky, you could just ignore him and go after Relza. Try to find just any openings you can, and they pull off a relatively quick game 1 win.
Yeah, that was really, really nice game number 1. And honestly, I think everybody on KUNGARNA just played a great game. They had a good opener. They had good momentum. It was a close call into WHAAZZ. And I think that's what MYWAY needs to explore more. I think getting the mage, I've always been a big fan of like targeting mage as jungle, but it just seems so hard to actually take mage down right now. So I think at the very least, go after the mage and having bleeds on WHAAZZ, and then having the option when the trap lands to go after him as well. I think that's how they can find their offensive pressure. And for Relza, I don't know how I feel about the Discipline Priest. Obviously, the Holy Priest is really strong right now, but I think in this matchup, you kind of need extra offense. And yeah, who knows? Maybe Relza is just playing for next patch as well, because Holy Priests are getting nerfed, so he knows it's may as well get the reps in on disc. But we'll see if he decides to change it up, and if Casso decides to change it up as well. We'll see. I don't expect it though. I have to guess.
The advantage of disc is like getting the big barrier and having that as an option later if your hunter doesn't have a trinket for a bomb or a duel. Disc Priest actually is probably, I feel like Holy Paladin's the best healer into Rogue Mage, and I actually would argue that Disc is like a close second best healer into Rogue Mage, just because it has big, strong cooldowns to trade for each setup. But with Casu not playing a damage build and Relza having to use Trinket and Pain Suppression already, it was pretty much game over. And KUNGARNA was just covering every single base. They never left a significant opening in almost any of their setups, so I can't imagine we're going to see anything changing here from KUNGARNA, even though they're taking their time. But MYWAY could make some big adjustments. Like they could have Casu go back Venthyr, they could have Relza go back Holy, have Relza like do a lot of different things here. So even though they're only playing one composition with the Hunter Feral Druid, it seems like they're trying to customize and make tweaks even within that one specific domain to try and get a different edge here. I like that they're experimenting. I feel like we don't see players do that often enough. Like they realize like, hey, Hunter is really squishy and easy to kill. What if we just take every durability option that's available in the game and see how it plays? So they did, and it didn't work for them in game 1, but this is better than just running your head into a brick wall every game. And yeah, Relza is going Holy. The Res Legendary are going to give you a second chance when you've used your Trinket or you've used your Guardian Spirit. You just have a third way out that Disc isn't going to have. So I think that makes sense. You also get the range stun, so you can maybe cross CC somebody, stun mind control Raikou or something like that. Get him out of the game when you're going after WHAAZZ. I think Holy is going to work out. Now is Casu going to stay Necro, or is he going to go back Venthyr?
It's a good question. We'll see if he values that defense more. It didn't really get... It was close. He almost got the value out of it. Like if they had gone Casu again and he was in a threatening situation, he would have had Turtle back. So maybe just trying to desync, because I didn't even know about this build for the Necrolord BM Hunter. So I kind of doubt that KUNGARNA does as well, especially with the Legendary and stuff like that. So it might throw them off a couple of their setups if they think Aspect of the Turtle isn't available and they throw it all in, and then boom, it is. So these kind of things really can mess with you. I think Relza going Holy, really intelligent decision. I would like to see them play kind of the slow game once again, because the last time we saw these two teams meet, it seemed like Casu was just such a vulnerable target. Those really long cooldowns on Hunter and the consistent setups from KUNGARNA. Yeah, I think they do need to kind of throw a curveball here if they want to win.
Casu is actually playing 0 set right now. He's playing a 1 set, so he just wants max Versa. He wants as much Versa as possible, because so last game he's literally just full tank. Everything about his build is just pure tank. So yeah, I'm not sure. It will be hard for him to survive on this map, and I think he kind of needs it, to be honest. The damage that KUNGARNA are able to do because their setups are always so clean. I feel like it's the only way he's actually going to survive. So their offense obviously going to be hurt big time, but at the same time, he will have, you know, more lives to work with, especially with Relza now being holy. So they could maybe go for that same line of play, but try it with a Holy Priest, or they could just flip the script, go all out aggression, play 4-set, play full damage, and see if they can maybe outrace KUNGARNA. That's how jungle typically has been the comp that wins into RMP. Jungle is, it's always been like an evolution of the matchup between jungle and RMP, and more often than not, I would say jungle is actually the comp that beats RMP if both teams are equally good. But right now, it just seems like with mages being so tanky, mage is typically the target that you take down, and right now it's just not an option. And I think you need multi-point pressure to actually be able to kill a rogue, or to be able to kill a mage for that matter. To be able to kill anything in RMP, I think you need pressure on more than just one target, and I think that's really hard to do right now. So we'll see if an all-out aggression build would work. I think just go full defense for this one and try the same thing basically, but with a Holy Priest.
We'll see if the adjustments work out for them. And KAWHI is still running the Necrolord, at least so far on the UI. And I do believe that the Fey Guardians also reduce the cooldown of Aspect of the Turtle. So this is like a full Turtle CDR build. Like, try and get as many aspects of the turtles as you can, which is kind of awkward because it's one of the worst defensives in the game. Like, you still take dot damage in it. You can't attack back. All you can do is move around. So it seems a bit strange to invest so many resources into this specific defensive cooldown, but it's all they've got, with this being their only composition. So let's see if they can make it work here. Where are they going to start the fight? Looks like KAWHI and Raikou are already out of stealth. Tony and WHAAZZ trying to find each other at the moment. WHAAZZ right on top of Tony. Very surprising to not have one of them see each other here. Tony's still moving right next to him. Looks like WHAAZZ got popped, but he's going to cheap shot KAWHI open right away. Tony's trying to peel him, stuns WHAAZZ. He's in the Resonator. They could swap to Tony with the Resonator. They are going to swap onto Tony with it. Markskin comes out. Is he going to survive if Meg gets that Mind Games? Fortunately, Tony, that waterfall comes down. Line of sighting the Mind Games. I think he might have just died there. No one used a trinket on that Mind Game, so Tony very fortunate for that waterfall right now. Trying to get some bleeds up on WHAAZZ. Trying to get some bleeds up on Raikou. Create that two-pronged assault. Stun over onto Meh. Now they're trying to set up for a freezing trap, but they don't manage to get it. Stun WHAAZZ, rip him away. Now stunning up KAWHI, trying to blast him out of the game. Looking to push for that aspect of the turtle, but KAWHI is dealing damage back onto WHAAZZ. Is he going to get it? He's so close to it right now. KAWHI down at 20%. They do get the aspect of the turtle. Flushcraft going to be channeled here, and this is where the CDR comes in on their build. How fast can they get this aspect of the turtle back? It's going to be a 2-minute baseline. They use the Fey Guardians here. They can make it even more rapid. We see a shadowy duel here from WHAAZZ, almost defensively, trying to anticipate Tony's stun. And Tony is actually running a Kyrian Feral this time rather than Necrolord, which is going to synergize with the Necrolord of KAWHI, giving him even more versatility and giving him 6% when they activate the Kindred Spirits. So this is a very all-in, let's see if we can make our Hunter Never Die build, and will KUNGARNA be able to penetrate it?
That's going to be the question. Kidney shot right now onto KAWHI. Ring of Frost does come in on the peels, coming in from Tony, and WHAAZZ looks like he will be okay. Damage is just never ending though. KAWHI might just get dropped. They do use the Guardian Spirit. That's a lot. I mean, KAWHI, if this doesn't work, I don't think anything is going to keep him alive in these games.
Turtle Hunter's not a thing.
Yeah, Turtle Hunter. That's definitely not going to work out.
Turtle Hunter is not a thing.
Just push through everything. Oh, KUNGARNA just they're so clean with this Rogue Mage Priest. MYWAY, they need to figure something out because the Necrolord Hunter is not looking good.
I feel like the map would have been better if it was larger, but still, I'm not a big believer in the tank hunter right now. I feel like the tank hunter is it's just not tanky enough. You know, it needs Death Strike or something to be able to survive this. But we're gonna see it here on the replay. I mean, just look at these setups: Double Fear, Mind Control coming out. Guys are getting blasted here, and Shadowy Duel coming out as well. And as soon as this duel ends, you get a Chastise onto Raikou, and WHAAZZ just waiting for the stun DRs to come back up. There's a Holy Ward onto Relza. WHAAZZ moving in, trying to get rid of it. He gets stunned up, taking a little bit of damage, but immediately as soon as that happens, KAWHI gets sheeped. Sheep shots the Holy Ward, waits, trying to bait off the Greater Fade, and eventually pull the trigger. We get the stun here onto KAWHI. Man moves in. There's a smoke bomb. Man fakes out the Holy Ward of Relza. Relza gets a counter fear, but they just get a sheep anyway. As soon as he walks into that smoke bomb, and At this point, they proc the Guardian. WHAAZZ is in a cheap shot on his trinket into a half sheep, and the damage is just never ending. They also counterspell Tony there. We can't get the off healing, and just everybody knows what to do. As soon as WHAAZZ trinkets, there's an instant response to that. There's an instant cheap shot there. There's an instant cheap on the cheap shot. There's an instant kick on Tony's healing, and there's just never-ending damage. And yeah,
look at Tony's damage.
Not going to be.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot lower as Kyrian. Like if you're running a Kyrian Pharaoh, it's basically you're the buff for your partner, and you're sacrificing a lot. And I don't think that sacrifice is worth it. Like the Necro Hunter is. I feel like if he was Venthyr, he would have done double that damage in that game, and Tony would have also done double that damage. But they're just experimenting with this. This seems like a full-on just like brainstorm moment. They went off of Friday and were like, how can we possibly beat RMP? And they're like, well, hey, there's this legendary and Necrolord. It's tanky, right? And what if I just wear full versatility and we get like a 2-minute turtle? Yeah, I'll never die, dude. It'll work. And then when you actually run it into play, RMP still doesn't care. Like you're still just a hunter, even with the most highest durability options. RMP is going to shred
2
you.
minutes is a long time.
Yeah, and it's a cooldown that you can't even use when you're stunned. So it's like it's
not like dispersion or something.
Yeah, if you could get if you had disperse or could turn turtle into disperse or something, it might be really good. But
it would be nice.
It is not enough. I just want to see them go back. Venthyr, Hunter, Necrolord, Feral, play a damage game. Just try a standard game again. See if those damage buffs make any sort of difference coming in from this week from last week, and just do setups on WHAAZZ over and over is what I want to see. I want to see like stun trap healer, stun mind control Raikou, and then go after WHAAZZ with the Holy Priest Relza stunning the mage. I want to see like triple CC from MYWAY, play a more aggressive style, because no matter how much defense they're taking, like this is not the time for Miyagi-Do. It seems they're gonna have to mix up their style a little bit. It's not gonna work. Like they tried to wax on, they tried to wax off, and it's not gonna work. They need some offense. All defense is not gonna work.
It's true. Got to keep the RMP on the back foot. That's when it's going to be the most scary. I mean, Meh is playing Relentless. I feel like there's opportunities to win with Relentless on Meh. I mean, theoretically, you just land a trap and you get big damage out, and you can win that way. Obviously, easier said than done, but I think from MYWAY, I want to see just more damage. Just have faith in the aggressive builds, because it seems like I don't think, even in terms of mana, they're not winning. So I don't think like trying to out attrition them is really going to work. And we actually might have seen WHAAZZ even go down in that game number 1 if they did have more damage. So I do think the opportunities are there. But MYWAY is going to have to, take a bit of a gamble in order to figure it out.
Yeah, I think for MYWAY, I don't know what we're going to see change, but I think it's time to just do something desperate, do something drastic, go full damage, go dark Archangel, just go full crazy and see what you can do.
What about Convoke Feral, Kyrian Marksman? You open up with like Holy Ward from Feral. He plays that immunity trinket where you can go immune to 2 CCs. He just has Holy Ward. He's immune. He stun convokes, casts your resonating arrows, and they just kill somebody in the opener. Just go the complete opposite direction. Like you picked all the tankiest options of Covenants. Now go to the most YOLO option of Covenants, because like what else do you have to lose? Like, you have nothing to lose. You may as well just try and throw out like this Convoke build. I feel like we never see Convoke in competitive tournament play, but it's actually like a pretty strong cheese strategy. And like when you can't outmatch your opponent, I feel like cheese is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like in other games, like StarCraft, you'd see players 6 pool when they think they can't win like a mid or a late game, so they just try and catch them off guard, rush them before they get to the point where they know they're disadvantaged. So cheese might be the way.
I hate fighting Convoke. I hate it.
Like, we need some cheese here. Come on.
Do you guys remember who was it? I think it was Cloud9 with Chanimal on Boomkin, right?
Yeah, he was convoking everybody.
They one-shot. I remember they one-shotted Sea-Doo in the opener last season, and they did it like 2 or 3 games in a row, and they just insta-won. And I mean, it can happen, right? Like anything is possible when you just put your eggs in the Convoke basket and you see what happens. You just go full YOLO, and maybe you get a kill. I think we're kind of reaching that point right now for MYWAY, because this is the second time that they get absolutely crushed as well by KUNGARNA.
They both play. How about everybody on the team plays that CC immunity trinket instead of a normal trinket? They put Holy Ward on Tony, so he's got 3 immunities. Cassie will have 2 immunities. Resonating Arrow, Marksman, 1-shot from stealth. Feral Druid, Convoke, 1-shot from stealth. Relza goes Boon of Ascended, 1-shot from stealth. Just see how much damage you can do from stealth in the first attack.
But how does Relza go stealth?
Yeah, I was gonna say
he's Night Elf. He's sitting in the back. They won't know. They'll think that he's a druid. He just sits in the back. Shadow meld.
I feel like we've crossed the realm into craziness, but I actually think I agree with you with the Convoke.
Could be good.
Convoke could actually be. Convoke isn't even that random anymore with like the legendaries and stuff like that. The Convoke 1-shot is very consistent. I mean, theoretically, you could end the game in 2 stuns, and you just play really, really defensive in between the stuns, but it's not going to happen. We are Necrolord Hunter, so they're going pure defense once again. They're just trying to be rock solid in this matchup, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. We'll see. Maybe they could clean it up a little bit from game number 2, but KUNGARNA is unrelenting in their pressure and their setups. They just have really good control of this match.
Yeah, and let's see what they can do here. In potential match point here for MYWAY, they need to get something done. Gonna keep playing with that Necrolord Kasu, and take a quick look at his build. If he's still rocking the same gear, and unless it's not updated, he is playing with the exact same build, just full tank as much as possible. So maybe they're doing some in-game adaptations here. Let's see what they decide to do. Maybe different targeting or just something different with their pressure. And remember, the Relza on that Holy Priest could also be a target. We have seen KUNGARNA take down a lot of these Holy Priests, so can never be feeling too safe. So running around in camo right now, they're waiting for it to time out here on the side of KUNGARNA, and it will time out there, and now Raikou will find him, and now they have an opportunity to sheep shot Relza from stealth into a kidney shot onto Kasu. So Kasu is going to try to outrange that Shadow Step. If Relza gets stunned, Kasu's out of range, but they do sheep shot him into a full fear onto him and Tony, and here comes the pressure, and they get the mind games. Can they connect with the damage? It will be that Will of the Forsaken coming out from Relza. And they will take that on the side of KUNGARNA and immediately start polymorphing up Kasu, Nova on him, Shadow with duel defensively, and they're going to be happy with that trade on the side of KUNGARNA. They didn't commit Shadow Blades. Actually, they did commit Shadow Blades, but no combustion. WHAAZZ, though, taking some damage here. Meh will be able to respond, though. And WHAAZZ should be completely fine. Here comes the Smoke Bomb onto Kasu. Big damage. There's the Resonator in the mix as well. Cheap shots coming out. He gets stunned on his trinket. He almost goes down. He gets Dragon's Breath. 1 HP. And he gets off the aspect of the turtle. Now let's see, can he stall for another one?
Turtle Fleshcraft. OP combo definitely going to be the difference maker here, but I'm really not sure if he's going to be able to get to another one. It's still 2 minutes away for him. He's just getting polymorphed now. They're trying to go after WHAAZZ, but offensively, they've gotten nothing from KUNGARNA. It seems like, what are they really going to do? Tony's just doing no damage as Kyrian. It seems like he's stunned up behind the pillar, setting up to go after Kasu. Relza's cheap shot. Everybody's stun locked. They didn't get follow-up, though. Ned was trying to go for a mind control, wasn't able to get in position, so that crowd control chain is dropped. Kasu dropping those death chakrams onto WHAAZZ, trying to burst him down, but still it seems like Kasu is the one on the back foot. Like, WHAAZZ is literally running out of the jungle as RMP, which is not typical. Usually he'd be running away in this position. They're trading so much damage to get this extra durability. Can they actually find a kill? WHAAZZ is going to pre-evasion this attempt, and Tony is trying to get behind him. It looks like Rudium in place, but WHAAZZ is just continuously facing him. Raikou BM shifting power for extra AoE on top of them to reset his cooldowns. WHAAZZ is trying to move into position. They interrupt Tony. They stun Tony. They're trying to stun Relza. They get the stun into Relza. They step into the kidney onto Kasu. Could be the end of the game. If they get follow-up, double psychic scream. Can they close it out here onto Kasu? It's finally out of the stun lock. Now into another cheap shot. Fireballs incoming. Roar of Sacrifice used before combustion. Kasu is just dead. 100, like, he's gonna get 100 0'd so fast here to this next combustion without Roar of Sacrifice. Like, that's the main thing that keeps Raikou at bay, and they got it out of the way. His turtle is available, but guess what? He doesn't have a trinket in 19 seconds. They stun WHAAZZ. They're just trying to win the game before that point. They need to kill WHAAZZ right here. He's gonna pop the Battlemaster, the emblem, get a boost of health. Cloak of Shadows, run for his life behind the pillar. Stun Relza and try and go for the win. 7 seconds away from Kasu. Tony! Tony has no, oh my goodness, man. Plus, with no roar, like Kasu ran 80 yards the other way, thinking like, oh no, I'm dead, dude. I got my trinket in 5 seconds. Like, I gotta get out of here. So he did, and they're just like, okay, well, you left your kitty behind. Like, this is
got your kitty.
Not just that, but when you called that out, I was looking at what Cassie's face looked like. So you're like, oh no, he used the sacrifice before combust, and I saw Cassie like, he's like, oh no, like he knows it's over.
Smile.
He just knew. He's like, oh, all right, well, we got one more chance. I'm gonna pre-run this go, and then they're like, hey, Feral Druid, you got no trinket, you got nothing. All right, good night. So yeah, really, I mean, I feel like I'm so scared. Like the team that's playing against KUNGARNA, I just feel like is scared the entire game. Just setup after setup after setup. You're just dead. You miscalculate even a little bit. I feel like they have to play perfect if they want to win this matchup. If they make one mistake defensively, that's a nightmare. So here's the kidney shot. This is where Casu does trade up the Roar sacrifice.
His face. What kind of face is
You'll see. It's like when he's near the pillar. Like you'll see. Okay, it's like right around. Like here. It's around here. He like shakes his head. He puts like a little smirk, and he's like, "Oh no!" See right there. He's like, "Uh oh, dang it! I know I'm dead." At least that's the story we're gonna tell here on the stream. So
he comes like a polymorph. He could just probably be like, "Man, I'm sheeped again."
Nope, not that. He just knows the combustion's coming. So here we go. This is where WHAAZZ goes for the setup. He goes for the shadowy duel on Relza. Out of the shadowy duel, cheap shot. Then he comes out of nowhere. Boom! Kidney shot on Tony. This is so overkill. It's 2 seconds into the kidney shot. Smoke bomb just drops down. And he's already just gone out of the game, erased. A really clean setup here from KUNGARNA.
For sure. And that is an upper bracket game as well. So MYWAY's not quite out of it yet. But I mean, if they win this next series against Bugs and have to reface against KUNGARNA, they definitely need to be, figuring something out for that composition that they're running, and they're just obviously so good at, so solid as a team. I was talking with Casu just a little bit before we went into that series, and he, like everyone else, says that their team struggles against the RMP composition, and it sounded like he had a couple of ideas. He said that he wanted to try in that series. We did get to see those, obviously, and just wasn't quite enough. Do you think that there's something they weren't quite doing with the ideas that we did see then, or like is it just a go back to the drawing board situation here?
Go back to the drawing board.
Right.
The long turtle's not looking good.
I like is that what we're calling it? The long turtle?
Or the short turtle, I guess.
Short turtle.
Yeah.
Hunter tank, whatever we wanna go with. But yeah, Hunter, I mean, go ahead.
I was gonna say hunters are tanks to like dot classes. That's where a hunter is the tank. Like you're a tank against like an affliction warlock. You're immortal. But against this, yeah, the aspect of the turtle just seems too long. It feels like it just from watching the games, it feels like they would have more defense by putting out more pressure instead of like constantly being on the back foot.
Isn't the saying for a turtle is like slow and steady wins the race? It's like the hair turtle and the hare. They're slow, but they're not steady with this. Like the turtle is not keeping up, and it's not steady, so it's just slow. And I don't think it's going to be an option for them. Now they got a second chance in the lower bracket with a team that might play RMP, might play Windwalker Mage. I'd really like to see them experiment with some other options, go in the opposite direction. You got to go fast sometimes.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna be facing Bugs, like Sid said, so we'll have to see what they do bring out. I feel like if I was them, though, I'd just bring out the RMP, right, Sid?
Well, they don't have a sub. And I don't know if Asa is as scary for jungle. I feel like it's probably not. And they could play a survival hunter too if they know Asa Rogue is coming their way. So I'm a bit. I feel like Bugs might have a harder time unless Brunhilde randomly pulls a sub rogue out, but he didn't play it in that last series, so I kind of doubt that they have that. I think he's just ulting on the assassination. We already covered it. Ulting on a subtlety rogue is like you're playing a completely different game in arena on a subtlety rogue. So if you don't have time and synergy, probably not worth logging in as an alt. So I think they're going to start with Windwalker Mage, or maybe there's something completely different. Maybe this is when we see Jamie. We might even see like a melee cleave from them. So I'm not sure what to expect from Bugs, honestly.
I'm not sure either. I'm excited to see what they do bring out. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be an elimination round. It is the lower semifinals, MYWAY facing off against Bugs. We'll be right back.
The AWC meta continues to shake up in Eternity's End, with players having access to double legendary items in their builds for the first time in Cup 2. There were so many powerful builds in play this weekend. In this video, I'll break down 5 double legendary combos that pushed these specializations to the top. A spec that saw a real resurgence in AWC Cup 2 was the Necrolord Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin got the rare chance to embrace the side of death by picking up the Necrolord Covenant this weekend to enhance their Vanquisher's Hammer, as well as provide a tremendous increase to their Light of Dawn healing. Coupling Unity with Shadowbreaker Dawn of the Sun legendaries, this enabled Brain and Absterge to pull off many amazing saves in this weekend's best match. Fetching the 4th place position is the Necrolord Frostmage. Tessia locked in the Necrolord Covenant, pairing the legendaries Unity with Slick Ice, and was able to accumulate an overwhelming amount of Frostbolt damage to crush his unfortunate targets here in this clip. With Maro and Tessia here to play, we could be entering a second Ice Age in patch 9.2.
He was expecting that. Now they're swapping to the monk. This is just looking so one-sided. They can go after whoever they want with these cooldowns. The world is an oyster right now for LF Oregon. It looks like they're going to drop this DK.
Outlaw Rogue almost stole the show. Peekaboo picked up Venthir Outlaw Rogue and coupled Unity with Greenskin's Wicker's legendaries to grant himself a staggering amount of sustained damage to take out KAWHI's Drake. Not to mention that sick gouge on Brain.
Caught in the gouge, kidney shot onto Drake. This could be the end of the game. Chastise under press. Triple TC. That is it.
No
They're going to
way.
pot him, and they take it down.
Crashing into second is the Destruction Warlock. Thugonomics unleashed the Necrolord Destruction Warlock's full potential by using Unity in conjunction with Madness of the Azjakir to bolster his Incinerates and Chaos Bolts for devastating swaps. That swap on Asidu was particularly nasty.
Don't drink it. Miracle swap from the Power Man, catching Sea-Doo.
However, in the end, the weekend belonged to Team Liquid, and gripping the #1 spot is the Necrolord Frost Death Knight. Cup 2 gave a big opportunity to the Frost Death Knight, earning the spec a 100% win rate. By equipping Unity as well as Absolute Zero, Lord Mez turned a scary situation into a triple kill.
We're here as well. Who's going to get the next crowd control? It's down on the
Oh my God.
over. Peekaboo! He's taking so much damage. He's done. That's Peekaboo. How is he going to survive the 1%? And Peekaboo will get crushed.
I can only imagine the freezer burn the Golden Guardians experienced. You've got to get your hands on a Frost Death Knight. The meta continues to evolve each week as teams get their hands on everything Eternity's End has to offer. Make sure to click subscribe and tune in this weekend to AWC Cup 3 as teams lock down their spots to the AWC Circuit. And until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in Azeroth.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are now in the lower semifinals. We are going to be determining who places third and who moves on to the grand finals. It's MYWAY facing off against WHAAZZ. MYWAY, we just saw them face off against KUNGARNA, and they did drop to that lower bracket. And we have also a picture from MYWAY of them before they were actually playing against KUNGARNA, which maybe we can check out a little bit later. But now they're going to be going off against WHAAZZ. What do you guys think is going to happen here, man?
I kind of feel like if Bugs plays, like I've been really impressed with Bugs in general, but this might sound harsh, but I don't think they should play RMP. Like I think if they try to play RMP, they'll probably lose. I do think they could win with the Windwalker mage, so I think for a blind pick, we're likely, actually for the whole series, my guess would be for the entire series, we'll probably see Windwalker. Yeah. Not sleeping and trying to think how to beat all the Rogue Mage Priest players on EU AWC. I mean, the second picture doesn't look like they really came up with anything. It kind of looks like they're just stressed out. Like they're in a panic. Yeah, looks like they're in a crazy room or something like that. So I don't know. Definitely, it's difficult. It's a tough matchup, and I think that's a question for a lot of teams right now. How are they going to be able to take down RMP? As it's just such a powerful composition. It's the same thing with Liquid right now in North America. There's teams that just do well overall, but there's just one thing that beats them, and it happens to be one of the best compositions. So really hard spot to be. MYWAY's going to have a redemption series here, and if they do make it into the finals, we're going to need to see some major adaptations. They're going to need to, you know, go into a little bit of a brainstorm, have a think about what they can get done, but they have to get through Bugs first. And Bugs, like I said, really out of all the kind of newcomer teams in Europe, I feel like Bugs has been the one that's impressed me the most. Their Windwalker Mage is looking solid. I like the fact that they've even had the flexibility of bringing in the Rogue, even though it doesn't look like the most polished.
Oh,
and
turbo time.
That's what I thought. I was actually wondering if they
really
would cleave
good right now. Turbo's really good.
They anticipated Turbo because they picked Marksman. This is what they played into Asgarath when they were running Turbo Cleave, was the MM, and they killed the Paladin. It was really odd. It seemed like they weren't really getting anything done, and then they just killed the Holy Paladin. So I'm wondering if Brunhilde or Jamie, what if he's playing the Lava Lash build? I actually want to know. Sam played that. He topped the damage meter yesterday. So I'm refreshing this gear selector to see what type of build Jamie has brought in, because Enhancement has a couple of options now, more than a couple of options. It looks like they are going to be attacking next on that Paladin once again. Crowd controlling the Warrior, crowd controlling the Shaman. And next is going to try and line of sight Casu at the pillar here as Jamie looks to reconnect. Oh, that totem got a lot of value, pulling Casu and Tony away on their escape mechanisms, and then getting pinned by the Spear of Bastion. This is sick plays from Jamie and Brunhilde, pinning Casu over and over again. Relza pre-fading the crowd control though, anticipating the damage, managing to keep his team going. He's running the Venthyr Covenant, so his mana could be limited without those Fey Guardians. Next, getting back to the pillar. Tony just still going after him. Relza Dwarf shadows in to connect the Mind Games, but no stun lock. Next is just going to remove that quite easily as Jamie is moving back to his target. It's basically just a race. Can Next stay alive long enough for Relza to run out of mana? And that's going to be how Bugs take this.
Yeah, like I said, I really like the flexibility of Bugs. It's nice to see Jamie in here on that Enhancement Shaman. Been holding it down on both the Elemental and the Enhancement Shaman for quite some time. So if this is a comp that they have, I feel like Bugs is showing a lot of flexibility here, having a top tier, Windwalker Mage Priest, as well as the Cleave setup. I'm curious to see if this is going to work out. MYWAY, they had a good read in this one. Actually, Next getting swapped to right now. Force a Divine Shield. I can't help but feel like that Divine Shield is a bit preemptive. But he's really going to respect the incoming damage. Now Jamie and Brunhilde going to be getting really aggressive here onto Casu, but just can't find the damage just yet. Tony's actually run out of mana, so his off healing will be limited for the time being. Won't be able to actually assist too much, but the Turbo doesn't have as much pressure as I really thought it would. Maybe going after Tony is going to be better in the match instead of chasing down Casu. Just try to get after the Hunter. But it just seems a lot more difficult for the Turbo to actually stay on target, and Next is really vulnerable here.
Yeah, Next still a long time left on that Divine Shield. It has 2 Blessing of Protections to work with, or he might need to use one right now. Mind Games Connect. He's taking a lot of damage, but he will trade out the wings as well as the Gladiator's Emblem, and that will be enough defense for him to survive. Now Casu taking a little bit of damage, just running around the pillar. And like you guys already mentioned, MYWAY already beat the team playing this exact composition, this exact matchup. So I really think MYWAY came out ahead here, but still, it all is going to come down to how they actually play it. Casu will survive here with the Ray of Hope. Most likely going to be positive, or else it's just recasting heal. So there'll be no problems. Now they're going after Next again here on the Holy Paladin. And they're going to do a little bit of damage there. Get the Divine Protection. Going to fear him up there as well. And I don't think Jamie tremored there. He did not. Just broke the damage. And then Next was able to get a Dispel. Full Hammer of Justice onto Relza. Big damage onto Casu here. This is the opportunity for Bugs to get something going. But doesn't look like Casu will take any damage there with that Roar of Sacrifice. They're going to swap over onto Tony. And Tony will also just survive through that. Now, once again, Casu going to be the victim here. Who can MYWAY go after, though? They go after the Paladin, and he pops that stun immediately with that Resonator dropped on the ground. So one more Blessing of Protection, and then Next potentially could just go down. Channels Fleshcraft. Doesn't want to use it right now. Doesn't want to be forced into a bad situation, so it's going to have that shield to fall back on. Casu pre-feign deaths the Stormbolt. Actually doesn't take that much damage into it because of that. Very nice feign death by Casu. Now looking to get aggressive here once again onto the Shaman. And this is something that we saw from MYWAY as well, going after Zeepai actually on that Shaman in their previous matchup, and actually ended up taking him down. And they might just do the same here to Jamie. You get a nice CC chain there onto Next. And they just burst Jamie down 100-0. Beautiful stuff. Look, look at Tony. He's like, yeah. Little gestures there after getting that kill. You'd love to see it.
So I don't know if Jamie intentionally did this because we saw a different legendary from Samayam yesterday, which increased the damage of your Lava Lash. I swear he's wearing an Ellie legendary by accident instead of an Enhancement Shaman legendary. Because this is the one you'd normally wear as Ellie to reduce the cooldown of your Fire Elemental and increase the critical strike damage or strike chance of your Flame Shock. I guess this is to try and get a faster Chain Harvest. He's like fully into the chain. He's not like a complete Lava Lash build. He's just trying to get more Chain Harvests. But the problem ended up being that he just didn't have a trinket, which is what we're going to see at the end of the game. He had no way to escape a stun, and he had a lot of cooldowns to use. So well, in this replay, I'm trying to pay attention to, did anyone have a way to stop that from happening? Next uses a bop here on the Resonators to get out of line of sight. Another adaptation could be that Next needs to go Dwarf. He's playing Human to remove all of the bleeds. But Jamie gets pulled behind the pillar, I think, at near the end of this game. He hasn't really been attacked too much the entire game, so he's probably kind of thinking, like, I can do what I want, go where I want, get aggressive. We got Relza down at half mana. We need to be doing damage and trying to win, get that win condition going. But Jamie just kind of gets blasted, and he pulls to the pillar here with Brunhilde. Next is next to him. So Scatter Shot, Stun, Chastise. Everyone is CC'd. Yeah, no one can do it. It's just a clean setup all the way down to the end. No one had a way to escape. It was a really clutch call by MYWAY to call that swap right at that moment in time, and they got the perfect cross. So this, I'm not sure if the turbo is going to work out here on the side of Bugs, or if they're going to have to go back to the Windwalker Mage. But I do wonder if Kasu changes his build. Does he go back BM if it's Windwalker Mage? Like, what happens in this? It's such a weird place to be in the meta, because in the past, turbo was really challenging for jungle. Now it's the opposite. Now it looks like a jungle is really challenging for turbo and not the other way around. So I'm interested to see how the rest of this series plays out. Kasu got a lot of damage out here with the Marksmanship Hunter, and they're going to keep blind locking it even on the small map. So now Bugs, what are you going to do? Assassination RMP into this matchup, Windwalker Mage, turbo again, and just say, like, oh, we should have been focused on living at that point or been in a better position or something. It seemed like they were trying to play defensive. It's just they had a bunch of instant CC. There wasn't a lot of choice at that point. So I think it's a comp swap would be my guess here. I wouldn't mind seeing Assassin. I feel like they're really going to stay with it. I feel like they weren't winning on mana. They were constantly falling behind on cooldowns.
They weren't winning on anything.
Yeah, there was no point in this game where I'm like, oh yeah, if they just didn't make that one mistake, they would have won. I never thought that. So this seems strange.
Well, we saw who was it? We saw it was Zipai, right? Zipai and Mercy play turbo. So Zipai and Mercy played turbo, and it looked like this, where they were just kind of losing. Like you'd think they'd have a lot of pressure as the turbo, but they weren't, and then they ended up losing multiple games. And going into this, I was like, well, maybe things have changed. Maybe, Bugs knows some strategies that are a bit different. Maybe their targeting will be different, but it was the same thing. It just seems like they're not winning in it. Not winning on mana, not winning on pressure. The setups aren't good. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you think this is a counter, I haven't seen any evidence to support that yet.
Have we seen Next also play anything but his Holy Priest? I feel like we might be wrong, but I don't think we've seen him on anything other than Holy Priest so far. So
I'm actually surprised. Sorry, I was just going to add on that. I'm surprised he's not playing Holy Priest in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Holy Priest is pretty hard to take down for MYWAY still, especially if he's backed up by a warrior as well. So, yeah, but Paladin in general didn't It feels like the jungle, like they need to die before the Paladin runs out of cooldowns. Like the Paladin needs to find a kill before he has nothing left. And when you get into a situation, he has no bubble, Jamie has no trinket, Brunhilde has no trinket, and you just get a clean setup like that. The only thing that can save Jamie there is like pre-wall, or if Brunhilde would like pre-banner, or like something like pre-sacrifice, He comes into that sketchy territory. And also, even in the long game, he was losing on mana, he was losing on cooldowns. Even if he didn't go after Jamie, he had one more Blessing of Protection, he had no bubble. He could have easily taken down Next in a couple of more goes as well. So, and I didn't really see an opening on MYWAY. It wasn't ever like a situation where I'm like, okay, they got nothing. The next setup, Kasu dies or Tony dies, or So I'm surprised to see them pick this, specifically considering that their Windwalker Mage looked so good I really think that they're making a mistake by not playing Oscar, because Oscar has been having such an insane performance this cup. I think they might regret it later on, but it's Hook Point, it's Turbo, and it's an MM Hunter, so of course anything can happen. We'll just have to wait and see how this one goes. Gates are about to be open here for game number 2 between MYWAY and WHAAZZ.
As they charge in, Brunhilde and Jamie trying to find their target here, maybe pull someone out of stealth, but not able to find anyone just yet. They're just attacking WHAAZZ. Triple crowd control. Nice clean setup once again by MYWAY. Isolating the Holy Paladin, dropping down those resonators. Big pressure. They get Divine Shield right off the back of that amazing CC. They get the most precious cooldown from Bugs only seconds into the match. Now they're trying to turn it around. They're getting aggressive, running on top of Kasu. I actually would like to see next on Holy Paladin play more aggressive, get these Hammer of Justices, and they're actually going after the Holy Priest. They get the Medallion and the Guardian Spirit, playing a super aggro game on the Holy Priest, and force MYWAY to use their CC to peel. I think would be a really good option. But another freezing trap, another triple crowd control. Once again from MYWAY, they're swapping to the Shaman. Are they going to drop him in game 2? Down to half, popping that emblem, getting a couple of healing surges, and it looks like Jamie's going to be all right. Now moving back into midfield. Stormball onto Kasu, trying to blast him out. Next, just getting in, adding damage even with the consecration. But Jamie's going to get cycloned away and peeled. WHAAZZ, I think, is off to the side next to the fence line right now. I was curious if he's going to be going for a drink or not, but he's still just casting heals over and over, not wanting to fall behind. Here comes crowd control. Where's the stun onto Jamie? No stun onto Jamie just yet. There it is, but Brunhilde isn't CC'd. He intervenes. Jamie trinkets anyways. Trinket and wall for the double tap here. I think that was a Feral Frenzy as well coming in from Tony. So wanting to respect those cooldowns and not get dropped too quickly. But without that medallion, we've seen how fast Jamie has died in game 1. They're trying to get aggressive on Kasu. WHAAZZ pre-fading crowd control. Was next patient with his hammer here. Did he wait for the fade? They have to get that Holy Ward off. They're going to get it off. Go for the Hammer of Justice. Looks like a swap to WHAAZZ, but Jamie isn't there just yet. Chain Harvest over onto WHAAZZ. Trying to blast him out. They get Guardian Spirit once again with that hit, but now Jamie is stunned with no trinket. Next has to trinket and pop. They are winning on mana this game for the side of Bugs, but I'm not sure if their cooldowns are going to last long enough.
Now we'll have to wait and see. Jamie definitely pressured heavily in this match, but it seems like WHAAZZ is under a lot more pressure as well with these constant swaps coming in from Jamie and Brunhilde. Bugs looking to play really, really defensive right now. Brunhilde trying to create some pressure here, but Jamie, I think he realizes how much trouble he's in. He's just going to be playing the pillar. Wants to try to stall out the game as long as he can. Maybe wait for that astral shift that's going to be coming up in about 25 seconds. But I think MYWAY, they want to push the aggression. They're going to be moving forward. Next uses Fleshcraft to try to immune any incoming crowd control. Actually going after Tony just a little bit, and Jamie's just playing full turtle. They need his crowd control chain onto next and to get a nice stun on Jamie if they can, but Bugs playing really well in terms of their positioning right now, and I feel like they actually weathered the storm. There was a really scary moment, but Jamie's actually held on for his astral shift. Now he gets caught into a stun behind the wall. Big damage from Kasu, huge aim shots. Jamie, can he survive? Looks like the intimidating shot from Brunhilde might be enough. Jamie might have some off heals here. That is the astral shift as well, and the chain harvest, so he tops himself off. But that was a good push from MYWAY, and equally it was good from Bugs, but Jamie still not out of it. He's just been at the pillar playing defensive for such a long time. WHAAZZ getting chopped up though. Big damage from Brunhilde. Gets the Stormbolt. This is going to be the Guardian Spirit. Jamie does connect. He also holds on to his trinket, but doesn't have much healing at the same time. Jamie getting low full trap on next. Jamie's in so much trouble. There's no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. He gets intervened. He's trying to run away. Anything else on next? He's mind controlled just for a second. Jamie, can he hold on a huge heal from next? Tops him off, but what a close call.
That was absolutely insane how close that was. And now next can have his trinket and his divine shield for that next time. Jamie drops low, so we need to maybe figure something out here on the side of MYWAY. They're running out of time, and all of a sudden the turbo is looking a lot better. Ray of Hope connects here onto Kasu, pushing in for the scatter shot. They get Jamie's trinket here. They don't want to trap into a grounding totem. They wait it out, and then they get the trap. WHAAZZ pushes in, gets the fear. Do they have a tremor for it? It doesn't. They don't have it. And nice intervene there by Brunhilde. He's going to soak up some of that damage, but Jamie is just going to get absolutely destroyed here. No real answers there for next. I think he might have had a Blessing of Protection. I don't know if he got stunned there right at the end of that chain or what exactly happened to him, but he had a trinket, he had a Blessing of Protection, so maybe next not responding there at the end, but still overwhelming damage. Clean setup again from MYWAY. They get the stun, they get the scatter, they get the full trap, they get the fear, and there's no tremor, there's no answers for it. And also how they waited out that grounding totem after Jamie trinketed. Really, really nice, because he trinketed to ground the trap out of the scatter shot, The Kasu with really, really nice patience, just waits that out. They kill off the grounding, and then they land the trap. We'll probably see it on the replay as well. So MYWAY with another really clean setup.
You know, the thing is in this replay, if we see that Next had an option, RHAAZZ was actually out of mana. And Jamie did switch his legendary. He went to the same one that Samayam was playing yesterday in North America. So the lava actuators to increase the damage of his lava lash. And that really worked well. Like, they oomed RHAAZZ. They were doing way more damage, it seems like. Even at this point, a lot of scary swaps. But this is towards the end of the match, and we got to look and see what did Next have. This was the setup before the setup that won the game. This is where I thought he was going to die. Before that point, Next doesn't have an option to use cooldowns, but Brunhilde's support and Jamie's off heals stall the kill, and Next gets a big top off with that Shadow Breaker legendary, increasing the healing during that Word of Glory and Light of Dawn. So they managed to survive, and this is where Jamie tries to make that play with the Trinket grounding totem on the freezing trap. But they were just too patient. They waited for it. RHAAZZ makes a good trade here, but look at the mana. Like, this is actually a good game, I swear, for Bugs. This is looking way better than game one in terms of win potential. And this is where the Trinket ground comes in. Kasu saves the trap, kills the ground, lands the trap, and now Jamie has no Trinket. Next could do things here 100%. Like, he could bubble here. He doesn't want to because Jamie trinketed, I guess. So he's trying to be greedy, but there's no Tremor Totem. There's nothing to get him out of this fear. And ultimately, what happens? Jamie's still line of sighting, trying to get Maelstrom, trying to get healing surges, to get mind control. He purges mind control. Feels like maybe it shouldn't have been Jamie's trinket. Maybe it should have been Next's bubble or trinket, just because Jamie didn't really have anything to use with it. There was no Tremor Totem. There was no wall in that position. If they just kind of flipped that, if it was Next, his cooldowns on that go, and then the next one would have been Jamie, I think they would have survived to the point where they had RHAAZZ out of mana, and they could end the game.
Yeah, definitely small things that could be done, but just seems like MYWAY, they're looking really comfortable in this match. However, I did like that they were going after RHAAZZ more. Made him at least feel a lot more scared. And on the small map, it felt like they could get a mana advantage too. If they had just held on a little bit longer, they could have actually went ahead in mana, which would have been nice. So I wonder if they continue to go at the small maps and keep locking in the cleave, or they decide to experiment with maybe the Assassination Rogue, the Windwalker Monk, just change it up, because Warren match point, lower bracket. If they lose again, they are going to be out. And if MYWAY wins, they're going to get the rematch in that upper bracket, which I don't know how that's going to go. I mean, it seems like it's going to go rough, but maybe they figured something out. The Marks Hunter is definitely looking good here, though.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, for MYWAY, we're seeing multiple ways that they can win the game. You can go after the Holy Paladin, and eventually run him out of cooldowns, take him down. You can go for the CC chains, take Jamie down, and I don't know, the turbo. Like, the way turbo works is you're essentially like just a giant brick wall that just does a lot of consistent damage, and you don't really die. But the kind of struggle of turbo to make it work is you need to have perfect defensive rotation on cooldowns. Like, every time we see turbo do well, it's always everybody is perfectly rotating. You're never overlapping. You're never underusing. You're always just having that clean rotation on your defensives. And I'm just not seeing that right now from Bugs. So personally, I was going to say I would like to see Oscar tagged in, but I guess it's not going to happen. It was a close game. They had a good pressure on the RHAAZZ this time around. In the first game, it didn't look that good. In the second game, it looked a lot better, but that's also because of the map. Now, on Ruins of Lordaeron, match point Super Tees, I don't know if that's going to be necessarily a recipe for winning here for the Bugs.
I actually also wonder if RHAAZZ like switches his honor talents. If he plays Divine Ascension, like if he's the target, he just flies up in the air.
What about how do you feel about Arms Warrior?
I think Arms Warriors just get tunneled by jungle and die.
Yeah, but it seems problem. Yeah, you can really. I don't know if that's true with an enhancement shaman. I feel like, yeah, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like if there's any composition you can play Arms Warrior in, it's when you play with an enhancement shaman, because you actually do have so much off healing to really back you up, and I think it brings you more defensive tools as well to actually keep Jamie alive. So might synergize better. We're not going to see it here, but I feel like it is something to think about, because I feel like when I queue ladder, I often see the Arms Warrior with the enhancement shaman.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a good pickup, but they're not going to. So match point, Runes of Lordaeron would be a fitting place as it is a cemetery. Fitting final. I messed up my line. A fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. Jamie almost going down, having me stutter over my line. but trading out the Trinket and Astral Shift very early on is going to put him in a defensive position. He's actually changed back. Is he Orc or is he Dwarf? He's Orc here, trying to get that stun reduction, trying to stay on the Hunter, it looks like, on this map, but this used to be called Runes of Hunteron for a while, so for the Marksmanship Hunter, they might also regret this map pick. They've already got Trinket Bop out of the way too. This is not good for Bugs.
I feel like I don't ever remember being called the Runes of Hunter.
Yeah.
Never? I remember that. I feel like it was back in
Never
Brad.
heard that.
It was when Beastcleave ran you down on Runes of Lordaeron.
I mean, I would remember it better than anyone. You guys remind me of it every day. I don't. Does anyone? I'm actually really curious if anyone genuinely remembers that. I don't. But I mean, I could see it. You know, I could definitely see it. We'll see what happens here. Jamie right now playing very defensive. And this is not normally how you expect the Warrior Enhancement Shaman to play. Normally, it's pretty much all aggression, just running down a target, trading out the Enhancement Shaman heals. But you can tell MYWAY has Bugs playing a little bit scared, as it did get squashed in the last 2 games.
Yeah, Bugs might get patched here in game number 3 if they are not careful. Already running out of cooldowns. Next, using his sacrifice here in this exchange. Going to be running out now, and Tony still taking a decent pressure. Here comes the setup, here comes the stuns. There's a scatter shot, there's a full freezing trap. Brunhilde, they're responding here with his Trinket and with a defensive clear right there. Now they're looking to turn around the pressure here. WHAAZZ is going to Trinket there to just keep the team at full HP, keep them nice and offensive. Also using that Guardian Spirit in that exchange. KAWHI also using his sacrifice, so definitely a lot of respect there being shown. And there's a pre-buff by Next, but they purge it. You got a fear onto Jamie. There's a stun. He wasn't committed just yet. That's taking big damage from Brunhilde. Brunhilde coming back now for the intervene onto Jamie. And so far, so good. They survived the setup. Nice preemptive bop there by Next. But he still has that Divine Shield. His Trinket is coming up in about 15 seconds. So Next should have 2 breakers. However, not really any instant responses to kind of trade with those Trinkets. So could be a tricky situation where he needs to kind of bubble early and just out-heal it. But KAWHI takes a huge hit of damage there with that Next Hammer of Justice, forced to trade out his aspect of the Turtle. And that was because of that overlap earlier with Relza's Trinket Guardian and with that sacrifice. Now, here comes the setup. They're actually going after Next. He has his Divine Shield, though, using that Divine Protection for now. Relza moving in, gets the fear. Jamie's going to be able to get out of that fear, no problems. And it looks like that setup has been shut down by the Bugs, and now the Bugs are buzzing around Mr. KAWHI here, looking to take him down with that next shut-up. Relza needs to be extremely careful. Still has some heals in the back pocket, still has his Guardian Spirit, but no Trinket for another 35 seconds.
All right, let's see if they can stall. They've got a mana advantage and cooldown advantage. This is the best the Bugs have looked so far, but Next is stunned up. They're pushing for Divine Shield here. Can they find it? Massive damage incoming onto him, but Intervene follows up from Brunhilde, redirecting some damage, but not all of it. It looks like Next gets a huge Word of Glory, popping himself off there. Tony getting pressured off of Next at the moment, but just in bear form, ready to keep going after him. KAWHI in trouble, gets gripped back to the tombstones, dodges the cap totem, but Brunhilde is still all over him. Jamie looks to reconnect, knocking Jamie and Brunhilde away. Brunhilde going to charge to reconnect. Holy Fire's coming out onto Jamie, but KAWHI is still on the back foot, disengaging back, going for a freezing trap. Next pre-sacrifices here, anticipating the setup, and this is a great anticipation on his part. He's going to redirect that resonator damage to himself with the sacrifice. Now Tony getting swapped to for a moment, but he's definitely not the main focus target. Relza's trying to drink. Jamie's in a Cyclone. He can't Earthbind Totem. Brunhilde's in a Root. No one can stop Relza. Next is trying to charge in to stop Relza from drinking and has managed to stall it, but they still have that mana advantage. Jamie dropping that totem down to lock KAWHI in place, but they're going to kill that off. KAWHI once again on the run. His double tap available. Feral Frenzy available. Jamie's popped his wall before those cooldowns. Popping his Astral Shift preemptively because he has no Trinket Breaker, but at the same time could cost him the game because now those cooldowns are available. There'd be nothing to buffer the damage, and I think Tony wants to go for it. Relza's drinking in the room, baiting Jamie into a bad position if he gets stunned here. Jamie is stunned up, double tap available. They pop that Feral Frenzy, massive damage incoming. Next Trinkets and responds in time. Now KAWHI on the back foot, getting gripped over to the side. Gets topped off by big heals of Relza. Relza repositioning to the opposite side of the map to try and drink over there, but KAWHI is getting blasted down by Brunhilde. Massive Blade Storm. Tony is trying to help out. Cyclones on Brunhilde. KAWHI disengages away. Relza trying to pick his team up, but it cost him so much mana to heal throughout that attack. Next has a Divine Shield here, but he actually gets broken out of the freezing trap, it looks like early, which means that the Bugs should be in a position where they can actually win this game.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can actually capitalize on it. 3% dampening. We've seen MYWAY survive for a really long time against these type of setups and reverse the pressure really fast as well. Stun on the Relza. KAWHI getting really low. Just 3 seconds left on that aspect of the turtle. Tony throwing in Cyclones. Gets the Cyclone on Broomhitty. That will pause the damage. Now Tony and KAWHI going to be looking to go after Jamie, who's a little bit overextended right now, down to 50% health. Catches a big heal there by Next. Tony at the same time taking a little bit of pressure, and all it takes is one clean setup. Next right now in a trap. That will fade, and Jamie should be able to stay alive. Defensive positioning coming in once again. Relza, if he can sneak away for a drink, look at Relza's positioning. He's trying his best to get across the map. KAWHI might just get dropped. He does have the aspect of the turtle. He's going to trade, so Relza can regenerate a little bit of mana. And he trades the aspect of the turtle for about 20% mana on Relza. I don't know if it's going to be a worth trade. There's a Hammer of Justice on Relza. KAWHI is incredibly low, but gets a huge heal there by Tony, stabilizing. But I just feel like this is one of those decisions that could really backfire here for KAWHI. Turtle's such a long cooldown, and right now Bugs has developed a ton of momentum.
Yeah, but still a little bit of a mana advantage for MYWAY right now, and KAWHI still with his offense available. That True Shot aura coming up in 20 seconds, and he get to use it right now. Scary situation with the KAWHI. Not cross CC'd yet. He's going for the flash heals. Gets a big one there onto KAWHI. Tony look for the Cyclones defensively here. And this is where MYWAY needs to start maybe playing a little bit defensive. No, they are just going to keep going out with that all-out aggression. Pull a trap onto Next. Actually breaks or got grounded. I'm not sure what happened to that trap, but Next is completely tapped. And KAWHI is getting absolutely blasted right now. Catches another big heal. Relza with the Apotheosis in the backline, spamming out the smites. There's the Shastas onto Next into a triple DR Fear. And Next will come out of that one. Be able to keep his team in the fight with 0 mana left from both of these healers, though. Anybody could go down right now. It's looking like KAWHI. It's looking like Relza, actually, as they swap over onto him. But Jamie needs to be careful as well. He's taking a lot of damage. No Astral Shift available for Jamie. How is he going to survive? I'm actually very, very worried about Jamie's health in this situation. Scattershot coming out onto Next into a freezing trap. That's going to be the Divine Shield, but with no mana to actually use with it, how is he going to actually heal Jamie? Jamie's still dropping so low.
He's not.
Running around, and Jamie's just going to drop, and KAWHI very, very excited to be going back into the grand finals here to get that rematch against KUNGARNA. Very well fought series there by MYWAY, taking down the Turbo 3-0, and it went to dampening basically in the last one. There was cooldowns, there was answers, but just no mana for Next to use.
I somewhat can't believe that they were able to pull this off. Like, I was thinking, like, the Turbo's pulling ahead. Like, they're getting cooldowns, they have more mana, but it just doesn't seem to matter. It's almost a bit astounding. Like, a marksmanship hunter can actually be this stable against Turbo. I thought for sure if the game went long like this, that the hunter would just crumble. Like, even in situations like this, like KAWHI's disarmed with a warrior with all cooldowns up. Like, how does he even live here? Relza has Apotheosis, I guess, so it's his big cooldown just sitting in the back. Tony is supporting him, but they just constantly swap back to Jamie. And ultimately, it was MYWAY that win on mana. Like, they're the jungle that's known for the comp that's known for aggression, but they're just dampening everybody with it instead. Even Turbo Cleave, one of the most classic dampener comps in the game here. This time around, Bugs never swapped to the Priest, though. They just stayed on Hunter all game. Maybe that was a mistake. In the previous game, we saw a lot of swaps, and it was kind of a defensive overlap that lost them the game. But at this point, you're really not going to be able to heal. Like, dampening is reducing healing by 16%. Next doesn't have mana to heal with. Like, he's got Avenging Wrath. He's basically using Hammer of Wrath to try and get Holy Power for Word of Glory, but he's just going to get blasted out of the match. I mean, they did good damage. Jamie's top of the scoreboard, and they still couldn't close it out. So if that doesn't tell you that this is a bad matchup, I'm not sure what else will. Tony doing a lot of support here, as well as Jamie, both at 1 million healing. Now in this grand final, they got pretty excited, but if history repeats itself, they're getting pretty excited about a matchup that's probably a 4-0. They're gonna have to make a big change. I want to see Convoke. I want to see an MM Hunter Convoke. I want to see, like, just kind of a YOLO strat rather than this defense, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like they're committed to this dampen life. They've embraced the damp life. And we might not get the aggressive jungle back ever again now, it seems like.
Oh, that sounds like such a bleak future, Sid.
Well, I mean, if they win, they don't care. If the damp life gets you some dubs, like, man, you're gonna stay on that. You're gonna stay on that train as long as possible. But I think in this specific matchup, that I don't think they can play defensive. They're just not able to survive. So meet offense, fitting final hunting ground. Runes of Hunteron. See? Look.
Is that what you said?
Production's with me.
I know you messed it up a little bit.
I didn't say that, but they're embracing the Runes of Hunteron. I swear I remember it being called that in Wrath. I swear I remember somebody saying it's Runes of Hunteron in Wrath.
That's an NA thing for sure.
No, it's
EU,
not.
I never heard that.
It's not.
I mean,
Why am
I'll
I
tell
the
you-
only one that remembers
EU,
that?
I never heard that in EU.
I played a lot of Wrath of the Lich King. I've never heard of Runes of Hunteron.
Okay, well, we'll have to figure that out. But in the meantime, we are going to be getting that rematch that we were talking about just a little bit ago. MYWAY going back up to the grand finals. They're going to have a rematch against KUNGARNA, but like we've said, that was not a good series for them. I was talking with Cassie before they went into the upper finals the first time around, and he says that it's a really difficult composition for them. They're going to try their best. So we'll see if they've got something figured out. But I am very worried for them for sure, because they haven't even really had time to catch their breath. They went straight into that series against WHAAZZ, and now here they are once again in the grand finals. It's going to be best of 7. Also, this is going to be a very long series ahead of us. We are going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the European Grand Finals for Cup number 3 coming up next.
Patch 9.2 Eternity's End is here, and with it, Shadowlands PvP Season 3. In this video, we'll be covering all of the important changes and features of the new season to help you stay up to date on all things PvP. 9.2 includes Maldraxxus Coliseum, a brand new circular mid-size arena map. This battlefield features 3 small pillars that can be used to avoid enemies and protect yourself with line of sight. For competitive play, Maldraxxus Coliseum has a portion of open area that benefits casters, as well as pillars that are quick to access for melee compositions. A quick tip for range classes: you can use the large starting room to force melee and their healers off of a pillar and into the open field to set up crowd control and unescapable damage. Remember this if you're a melee. Be careful of overextending in this position. Your healer will thank you. Season 3 will also feature 5 new Cosmic Gladiators PvP trinkets with unique, powerful effects. These trinkets can deal powerful cosmic burst damage, absorb enemy healing, protect you from magic damage, and give temporary immunity to crowd control effects. One of the new trinkets to look out for is the new Cosmic Gladiators Resonator. You can use this trinket to deal large amounts of cosmic damage after a short 4-second window, split amongst all enemies caught in its blast radius. Multiple players using this trinket can cause lethal damage. You can protect yourself from this damage by using the new Cosmic Gladiators Eternal Aegis. This powerful defensive trinket absorbs magic damage and all incoming cosmic damage. A well-timed Eternal Aegis can completely prevent the damage of one Resonator. The PvP trinket 2-piece set bonus, Gladiator's Distinction, has also changed. In earlier seasons, the set bonus granted a 40% increase to the damage and healing bonus of versatility. This made versatility very important to stack for PvPers. In 9.2, the set bonus will change to an increase in primary stat and bonus stamina. While still an important secondary stat, stacking versatility will be slightly less important this season, giving you more flexibility with multiple secondary stat combinations. You'll be able to unlock the ability to wield 2 powerful legendaries at the same time. In addition to the original legendary effect you've created, you'll also be able to use your unique Class Covenant legendary. There will be many powerful combinations that can greatly increase your defensive and offensive capabilities. You'll need to experiment with these effects to utilize a combination that works best with your playstyle and preferred PvP content. Class set bonuses have also returned to the game. All specializations have their own unique 2- and 4-piece set bonuses. These powerful perks may greatly increase a player's damage, healing, or defensive abilities. You won't want to miss out on the power of these bonuses, as they'll provide a huge power boost to your character. For PvPers, set bonuses can be acquired through the Great Vault, so make sure to cap your characters to access these powerful sets. Finally, a brand new brawl has been introduced in 9.2, Solo Shuffle. This game mode allows you to queue up by yourself and jump straight into the arena for conquest points and honor rewards. 6 rounds of 3v3 will play out with different combinations of players, giving everyone an opportunity to play multiple rounds with each other. After all 6 rounds are played, the players with more overall wins will claim victory and earn bonus rewards to purchase and upgrade their PvP gear. For more information on the PvP content discussed, check out the links in the description of this video. And don't forget to subscribe to the Warcraft YouTube channel for more content like this in the future. In the meantime, queue up and we'll see you in the arena.
We are about to see who is going to be crowned the European champion for the AWC Cup number 3. It's either going to be KUNGARNA coming from the upper bracket or MYWAY. They just rose up from that lower bracket after defeating WHAAZZ. However, this is a rematch from the upper finals, and it was MYWAY that got dropped down to that lower bracket. And the question that everyone is wondering, Supatees, is whether or not they're going to, for some miracle, have an answer for RMP this time around.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been getting owned every single time. It just seems like a really rough matchup. And Casso and that Hunter just gets tossed around. We've seen even when he's the most precautious, they can just swap to Tony, take Tony out of the game the last time that they met. So any one of them is very easy target for Rogue Mage Priest. This is a very difficult matchup. They've done some experimentation. They tried a Necrolord Hunter build. I don't think that it worked. Maybe it's good they ran an entire series of it. Let's make sure. Let's give 3 solid tries of this build to make sure. And I think 3 solid tries is enough. I want them to go back to a higher damage build. I would like to see them take some risks here, try some different kind of cheese strategies. I feel like if you can't win in in a standard matchup, sometimes some cheese is a good thing. So maybe a Convoke Feral Druid, something like that. to try and get some extra burst windows and some more threatening damage from the Feral Druid. It could be an option for them, but it's going to be tough either way. And it's not like that's a foolproof plan. It's just, I feel like if they bring something that maybe KUNGARNA aren't ready for, it could get them some wins.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is, an issue that everyone's struggling with. MYWAY, they've got their jungle to work with, but, it's kind of like KUNGARNA just kind of tramples everyone with this composition, Zico, and it seems like there's no clear answer yet against RMP in North America as well.
Well, the things that worked last weekend, for some reason, hasn't worked that well this weekend. We've seen a lot of Mage Lock, for example, beating out, Assassination RMP, and this week we've seen a lot of Assassination RMP beating out the Mage Lock, so I think players are still learning, the meta, learning the strats, and learning how to counter them. And right now, RMP, we did see a lot of RMPs. We had 3, technically, RMPs this weekend here in Europe, or today, and only 1 remains. So MYWAY still showing that jungle is definitely a strong composition. But yeah, RMP right now definitely seems like the comp to beat. If you have one that's a main RMP that's like extremely good at it, it seems difficult. We saw it yesterday in NA, and we've seen it, today in Europe as well.
Mm-hmm. Cool to see. It's kind of I feel like always the story with any jungle team. They kind of rise up with one composition. They've also only got 3 players, and I don't even know if there's a 4th that they could add. Ben, what do you think that would kind of nicely round out this team? Because I don't see what else they could play or could add. What do you think?
This is always the problem with jungle. Like, this has just been the historic problem with jungle is Hunter doesn't really work with that many things, and neither does Feral Druid really, especially the Discipline Priest. Like, there are some comps you could run, but like when you have a Disc, a Hunter, and a Feral, there's no clear 4th that gives you like a bunch of different options. So I'm not really sure. In the past, they've had a Mage, so they can run things like Feral Mage. Hunter Mage really isn't that popular. Cloud9 played a little bit, but didn't really work out too nicely. So yeah, that's why we always see these jungle teams kind of ride or die. When they do have a 4th, they often sit on the bench 99% of the time and aren't really utilized. I think it's just one of the really difficult things. Maybe a caster or something like that, like something to synergize it with the Feral Druid. But if it was obvious, these teams would be doing it. That's the problem.
Right?
It is not at all obvious.
Why split the prize pool money when
I suppose, yeah.
With survival, that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, it's game number 1 here in the grand finals. Is KUNGARNA facing off against MYWAY in this best of 7 series?
All right, let's see if they can do it. MYWAY going to be trying out with a little survival action. We saw them try to play the tank hunter earlier. Didn't work out too well for them. Now they're going to try the survival. And yeah, KUNGARNA, I think this is just rinse and repeat what we saw in that previous match. And they are definitely favored to be walking out with this. If history is any indicator, they get Tony out. But the target that they want is Casu. And Casu right now is in Camo. Camo, however, unlike Stealth, actually runs out. Ooh, WHAAZZ finds Casu. This is going to be a big opener here. And they cheap shot RELZA. RELZA actually with a nice pre-fade, and there it is. Now they're going to get the stun. They're going to get the double fear. There's the Resonator. And Casu, if he gets stunned on his Trinket here, could just be lights out. Oh my goodness, he lived on 1 HP right there. Full kidney now onto RELZA. Looks like they want to continue the chain with that kidney shot. Doesn't look like they actually want to swap to him with that. And Casu will get that Guardian Spirit. Will survive. I'm not sure if they actually rocked it. I don't think they did. I think it was really close, but they didn't proc it as far as I know. And Casu did have to use basically his entire spellbook, and it was not procced, but Casu was able to hold on to at least to his Roar of Sacrifice, so at least he will have that in his back pocket.
The problem is they can't get any offense. After they do their go, they just polymorph Casu 3 times and take him out of the match until they're going to stun him and kill him. He pre-Aegises this. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't think so. He's getting cut down. RELZA trinkets, tries to pick him up with the Apotheosis and manages to save the day, but Blind is now available, so full blind RELZA, full stun Casu. I think that it's pretty much game over at that point here. KUNGARNA have all of their defensives. They haven't even scratched the surface of defense on the side of KUNGARNA here. They're trying to with a Chastise and a stun, but WHAAZZ pre-feints it. I think that feint with evasion is going to be enough, and here it comes. 3-2-1 setup. Roar Sacrifice is not going to do too much, and again, this is Roar Sacrifice before Combust. So even if this does keep KAWHI alive, as soon as that Roar of Sacrifice goes down, he's going to get busted on, and I don't even think he survives anyways. Nope. Just endless crowd control. Perfect cross. KUNGARNA looking unbeatable in Cup 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how they looked in Cup number 1 also. So I think they got thrown a little bit of a curveball last week with the Mage Lock coming in from Maro and Mercy. But this week, it just seems like they had a clear answer for that, which was the Assassination Rogue. And now they're kind of just running through the competition. On the day, KUNGARNA up 4-0 over MYWAY. They only need 3 more wins. And if they can find that, they're going to be champ of Cup number 3. And they basically have I think they've already pretty much guaranteed their position in that top 8 for the circuit. But they'll be looking to pick up even more momentum. And we can see all these clean setups here in the replay.
Yeah, so at this point, WHAAZZ has Trinket, and this is where they force it. They get a Sheep Shot into a Polymorph. They get a Fear onto Tony, 3 versus 1. Mind Games connect, and WHAAZZ immediately has a Trinket fade when that Mind Games connects. Of course, he fades there because he doesn't want to actually get blinded on his Trinket, and it just shows, the state of mind and how scared they are. And as soon as that setup is done, Raikou sheeps KAWHI, and they sheep KAWHI again. Meh tries to def the trap right there to stop that counter go, and then as soon as Meh comes out of this Fear, I think he might have willed it, but anyway, they get the full blind, they get the stun on Tony, the Trinkets, he gets triple DR Fear on that, and then at this point, it's just, as soon as that sheep lands for Raikou, it's game over. He even gets the resheep, and that's it, and yeah, there's nothing you can do about it but laugh, just like KAWHI just did.
Convoke.
What a rough position to be in. You just gotta laugh at your losses. Just I don't know. You just have no idea what to do.
Hunter, Kyrian MM Hunter, Convoke Feral Druid, play the immunity CC trinkets, kill Meh, and hope he doesn't react at all because he shouldn't die to it. And if he plays Res Legendary, you're really sad about it. But there's no, like, a standard game just doesn't look like it's gonna work. Like as soon as they survive a go, they can't get on target. They just polymorph KAWHI 3 times. He's just sheeped for 30 seconds. Anytime he can attack, he's sheeped. And then if he's not sheeped, he's stunned. And if he's not stunned, he's dead. So it's like you need some sort of cheese here. There's no way. I almost say just throw all caution to the wind, or else it goes on a Blessing of Summer Holy Pally. Play Marksmanship Hunter, bop him aggressively, try and one-tap somebody. Like, we've seen so many games now of a standard matchup, full defense matchup, and they can't get anything from KUNGARNA. So I really want to see something just left field. Like, this is the time to try something. They're going to go to Empyrean Domain, really big map. Maybe the extra distance is going to be what they want, and he's going to go MM. I think that's better. I feel like MM, if he actually gets to connect some aim shots, could actually get a lot of pressure out. But I somewhat want to see Relz on a Paladin. I think like aggro bopping. Yeah, I swear, aggro bopping, getting KAWHI out of a stun go, and then turning it around and getting aggressive might actually be all right for them.
I feel like if we see Relz on a Paladin, he's gonna get opened on at the beginning, bubble, get opened on Trinket, and die through it. Like,
yeah,
that's.
But it would be way more fun for them because they might win doing it. Whereas what they're doing right now, they're never gonna win. This is not.
I'm really not trying to be pessimistic. I just don't know what they're supposed to do. Basically, KAWHI just gets stunned, and then as soon as the stuns are over, he's just polyed, and WHAAZZ is behind a pillar, just shadowy dueling defensively. Like there's like this new thing we're seeing from all the rogues where they don't even use shadowy duel to try to win anymore. They just use shadowy duel to just re-stealth and just make them not be able to die. It's like they do a go, they're behind a pillar. You catch them, they shadowy duel. You catch them, they vanish. You catch them, maybe you're close, almost there, they re-stealth. So it makes it really hard when you have an RMP that's this good at kind of like the hit and run strategy, where you feel like you don't have any openings. So KAWHI basically is just dead or polyed. Like that's the game for him. He's either in a stun dead, or he's in a polymorph or Dragon's Breath getting controlled by Raikou and just can't actually connect to WHAAZZ. So I think if you want to see like what you're supposed to be doing as RMP at home, just take a look at WHAAZZ and how he plays this one. How evasive he is in between his goes, and that's the real challenge here for MYWAY.
Yep, there's no good targets as well because WHAAZZ is playing that way and Raikou is playing tank mage. So what are you gonna do? I think Meh is actually the only thing. Maybe go for an all-in on Meh, could work, or potentially go for an all-in and try to kill the unkillable tank mage build. So I don't know. I think those are your two options, because going after the rogue, that's always been the problem with RMP versus jungle. If rogue is the only target that you have pressure on as the jungle, more often than not, you won't be able to kill him. More often than not, he's just going to run before, like while your healer is about to get trapped, like when he's stunned, before the trap even lands, the rogue is already just piecing it to the other side of the map, pre-vanish, pre-restuff, pre-duel. There's just so many different options. And just with positioning as well. If you're just behind a pillar really far away, you can just stun the Feral Druid when he gets to you, and then stun the Hunter and just do a counter go as well. So there's so many options for the Rogue. But game number 2 between KUNGARNA and MYWAY is live. This is the European Grand Finals. We still have the entire NA top 4 that we're going to be watching as well after this. So even if KUNGARNA takes it, it doesn't mean that we are out of content for today. We're still going to have plenty of good matches. So you definitely want to stay tuned. But now, for MYWAY, this is their chance. And they are going to go after Meh here. He's going to use that Guardian Spirit right away on full HP, essentially. Actually getting blasted here into a... Oh my goodness, they proc the Guardian. It's working. That Meh all-in strategy. That's what I'm saying. You have no good targets. You can't go after the Rogue. You can't go after the Mage. Go after the Priest. And so far, this is the most pressure we've seen. Meh, 3-minute CD on his Guardian. 3 minutes where they can potentially find the kill. And for once, MYWAY with some pressure and showing a solid opener here.
Oh no, a swap on a Tony. Trinket immediately from him, as that was the shadowy duel. So good reaction.
Oh, checkmate.
They could go after Meh. They have to kill Meh like right now. If they don't kill Meh like in the next 15 seconds, I'm pretty sure it's over. He has Fade. He's stunned up. Can Kasu get here? They have to kill him. Can they kill Meh here? He's going to get the Fade off in between the stuns. He faded the Death Chakra. He immune so much damage right there from Kasu. Now you can just line of sight him on the pillar, and this should be over for Tony in just a moment with the full blind available. WHAAZZ just has to get... Tony knows it's over. He's hiding in the corner like, I am so far away. You can't catch me. But they could even just swap to Relza if they don't want to go after him. But they are chasing down Tony. The CC is waiting. Relza knows it's coming. He's trying to stay away from WHAAZZ. Tony is trying to run away from it. And WHAAZZ is going to wrap around the corner. They're staying max range. They don't want WHAAZZ to be able to blind and stun. So they're giving WHAAZZ a tough choice. So they're just swap to Kasu in the back. All right, you guys are going to just run away. We're going to swap to Kasu, get your aspect of the turtle, which is better than losing the game at least. But now going after Kasu in the future is a good option as well.
Yeah, now they have 3 open targets. They can go after Kasu, they can go after Relza, they can go after Tony. And now it's a lot more awkward for MYWAY to try to stall because someone's going to get caught. And they do have the blind, the vanish into a full blind. Who are they going to open on? Kidney shot on Kasu.
Goodbye.
Big damage. Do they have enough damage to fear on Tony? 3 versus 1 on Kasu. But they don't connect the second time. They do. 1% health. 1% health. Feign death exhilaration. Kasu holds on. That should have been the checkmate moment.
Blasted Meh!
Oh, they might be able to actually reverse it here on Meh as well. He's caught into a stun. Dragon's Breath defensively by Raikou. Polymorph on Kasu. Good feels coming in. Looks like Meh will be able to survive, but MYWAY weathers the storm, and KUNGARNA can't believe it.
Beautiful defensive place there from MYWAY, but still, Kasu going to be an open target for a long time. Combustion is up and running here for Raikou. No sacrifice available for Kasu. They get a full sheep. This is an easy combust if they can connect onto Kasu, and they do it. They're going after Tony. They're going to pop that combustion. Kasu is actually just sitting in stealth right now. That's how dead he is, and he knows it. God. And now he's getting tab targeted. If they have any CC whatsoever here onto Relza, they can take him down, but Kasu actually survives with a feigned death into a camo, and forces them to swap over onto Tony, but that netted them Tony's trinket, and the pressure is endless here, but no, you need to be careful!
Yes!
WHAAZZ
I told you.
Absolutely destroyed, and just like
look how much more fun he's having. I told you, dude.
He's having a lot more fun.
I told you.
I mean, look at the map. Look how they use the map. Look how, like, I think KUNGARNA, they swapped around a little too much in this one. But in MYWAY's credit, they did a great job making sure that whoever is dead cannot become a target right now, and that's just through positioning and through some creative usage of their camouflage and things like that. Yeah, MYWAY takes it.
Is he supposed to die there though? Like, did he have options? Like, I saw him actually line the Death Chakram, and I thought like, oh, WHAAZZ is gonna take 0 damage, but I don't think Meh was able to dispel the explosive shot. Here's when Kasu almost died. Like, he's just barely surviving. He goes after Meh, almost takes him out here. This is what I liked about MM. Like, MM actually gets damage out that's threatening compared to the other Hunter specs. So that's why I thought it would be the better option for him. The Convoke thing would be cheese, but I actually still think Convoke might not even be that bad, even after seeing this. But what did WHAAZZ have at the end of the game? Like, could he have been able to save himself? I think this is where Casu gets a feign death and he re-stealths and he runs it. Like, Casu is a dead man walking right now. Yeah, feign death camo. And Meg goes and picks up the Shadow Side Eye and then finds Casu. Throws the mind games on Tony, finds Casu and pulls him out of stealth. And so Tony soaks that hit with Trinket, and they swap back to Casu, and it's like, if he didn't get that feign death camo, he was dead 20 seconds before this point.
WHAAZZ has...
But WHAAZZ has buttons. That's why I'm wondering, like, should he have actually died here? He faints, he's stunned, low health. Mess saves him, pulling him. There's the death chakrams. This is where WHAAZZ was line of sighting it, but the explosive shot on it still does a lot of damage, and so did the rapid fire, and they just killed him through evasion. Does rapid fire go through evasion, or did he turn his character around?
That's kind of what he turned his character around. They had everything.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't go through evasion, but maybe it does.
I guess that's the kind of wildcard damage that you need. That is what you're talking about. I mean, Casu on the Marks Hunter, you're going to be able to potentially find those one-shots. So, yeah. But if you're Kungana, I feel like you really just shrug that off. I mean, he died through evasion. They had a lot of cooldowns. Still Guardian Spirit. That was kind of I would really be interested to see like his death log and how he actually went down there, because that was a crazy amount of damage. And I feel like they didn't even... I guess they kind of underreacted to the situation, but once you grip WHAAZZ to the pillar, you feel like you're going to be okay. I think he actually died through feint too, so a bit surprising, but I mean, MYWAY is going to take it. They're going to be happy to put a point on the board with that one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we're going to see the same specs coming out from MYWAY here. They're starting to find their footing a little bit in the matchup, but I think we're going somewhere smaller. If I had to guess, I think we're going somewhere medium-sized or just straight up small. Tiger speak. So, yeah, going a little bit with the medium. And MYWAY, let's see what they lock in. They're going to go with that Hunter again. And I wonder if KUNGARNA, if they see an Hunter blind lock, if they go assassination, but maybe not. There still was a lot of options for them. So if it's not fixed, if it's not broken, why fix it? So we'll see what they decide to do here. But MYWAY, 35 seconds on the clock. They got to lock in again, right?
Yeah, there's no way, dude. He's played so many of BM and survival. Like, there's no way, dude. 100%. It's the only threatening damage. Be it like BM 100 damage is high on the scoreboard, but it's not threatening damage that can end the game. Whereas as marksmanship, like, it catches you off guard, you might just die if you don't trade your cooldowns properly. Kungana could go assassination. I don't actually see why it wouldn't be bad. It'd be a safer pick, because then WHAAZZ doesn't need to kind of cross CC everyone, but they're going to stick with it. Stay with the subtlety, chalk that up to like maybe some unlucky crits or something, and preempt that damage a little bit better. But now MYWAY at least are at least a bit of a threat. They're not going to get clean swept for the day. It's not going to be 7-0 against Kungana. It might be 7-1, but they've dodged the undefeated record here. They've at least tarnished their perfect streak, which is good for them. Just curious to see if they can pull it off. Their best win condition is like Med doesn't respond properly in the opener, I think. And aside from that, it felt really strange that they were actually able to kill WHAAZZ. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm curious if they do try to target Raikou at some point in the game. Like maybe Hunter can do enough damage. If they get him in a good spot, he's out in the open, maybe block CC or something. So I think there's still some room to be creative here for MYWAY. But it is looking like it's in Kungana's court, right? Like it still looks like it's their game. As long as they adjust to the marksmanship hunter, I think they'll still take it.
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, I would have been really surprised if they switched off sub, because that game was looking good. They had many kind of like check situations where barely Kungana made the right move to rarely MYWAY. Or barely MYWAY made the right move in order to survive. So a lot of close calls. If they didn't have those amazing defensive plays, could have been completely different. But MYWAY going for more aggression in the match. And now WHAAZZ might play a little scared. They could be scared in the match a little bit more. That was a surprising amount of damage. We'll see how Kungana bounce back. Still up 4-1 on the day. MYWAY need 3 more in order to close this out. But we have a tied series here in the finals. And I'm really curious to see if MYWAY can continue to adapt.
All right, let's see it. Gates are open. 1-1 is the scoreline right now. MYWAY versus KUNGARNA. This is a swing match as well. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much comp swap. They're going after Meh once again to get a fear onto WHAAZZ.
Oh!
Stun onto Meh, into another stun, into silence here. They already procced the Guardian, but Meh will come out there. He actually is playing Trinket now, so he actually trinkets out of that, and he will survive. Now counterattack here onto who? It looks like it's going to be Caster. Actually, they're going after Tony. Doesn't look like they're actually finding a target here with that, and Meh just going to link back there with that vent there door, and be crossing the map there, but very, very strange goal there. They actually did force Tony's trinket though, so I guess Tony's going to be the target here for now. Keep shot onto Tony. Oh, they bait out the Guardian there onto Tony. Now they go after Kasu. They get his human racial as well as his aspect of the turtle. They get WHAAZZ's Guardian, and they look at it right there onto Tony while he's just getting CC'd, and that's the tough part when you're playing against RMP. They also get WHAAZZ or Kasu's Eternal Aegis, so a lot of cooldowns in that second setup, and it can be a little tricky when Tony doesn't have Trinket and he gets stunned and WHAAZZ gets stunned. You think that they're going on to Tony. You want to get that, but all of a sudden, WHAAZZ, though! The full trap onto Meh. WHAAZZ Trinket's out. He's got the evasion. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. They get a fear onto Meh. They counterspell WHAAZZ. WHAAZZ trying to sheep shot off the Holy Ward. He gets another sheep shot, full kidney shot onto Kasu. And they get the sheep. Big damage coming out now onto Kasu. He has nothing. WHAAZZ will Trinket out and save him. Now, the next blind for WHAAZZ will potentially be the checkmate here. They can take out Tony. There's no trinket. They can take out Kasu. He has no trinket, no aspect of the turtle. And guess what? He also doesn't have his sacrifice. And Raikou has combustion. Unless they kill WHAAZZ right now, it's game over. You got a full blind, and they get the setup. Full sheep out of that. Here comes the combustion. Good night, Kasu.
They were so close, though. Meh has no trinket, and WHAAZZ has no trinket. If they could have just made it through one more go, they actually could have killed WHAAZZ. I swear. They just had to make it one more go. Getting Mez trinket and getting WHAAZZ trinket, they ran out of options. Maybe they could have been a little bit greedier on the go before that. Did WHAAZZ like absolutely have to trinket? I don't know if we caught the WHAAZZ trinket in the replay or not, but
you for sure had to.
If there was any chance that they could have held a trinket at some point in the game, or like pre-Fleshcraft something, or pre-Holy Ward, or pre-Faded, and like just lived that go, I actually swear they could have won this game. So WHAAZZ isn't a fear, and this is before he trinkets, so curious to see if he really needed to or not. Kasu just getting polyed now in between, not able to connect, and I think this is where they get WHAAZZ's trinket in just a moment. But WHAAZZ is pulling WHAAZZ in a bad spot. I love what Kasu did. He knocks Meh in the open, they purge the Holy Ward, and then he snipes a trap around the corner on the balcony with no trinket. And they stun WHAAZZ, and they get everything from WHAAZZ here. They almost kill him. They stunned his trinket, almost killed him. That's why I was shouting, because I thought the game was over there for him. And if they could have got another setup like that, WHAAZZ was dead. So what happens to Relza? WHAAZZ just repositions with sprint, catches him. He tries to Holy Ward the CC. You're going to just remove that right away. Cheap shot onto Relza. He can't pre-Guardian. There's nothing he could pre here. Tony isn't CC'd. Where is Tony? Could Tony have gotten in there and kicked that? I guess he was going to get chastised. He's line of sighting chastised right now. And yeah, it would have been really... I don't think there was any way he would have been able to hold his trinket here. The only other move from this position would have been like a pre-Fleshcraft on Tony, I think, in the next couple of seconds on this crowd control, but I'm not even sure if Tony can save the go. He's in stealth. Tony's literally in stealth, trying not to get crossed, I think. But he runs up here, and we're about 6 seconds before the end of the game. Like, we know the next setup ends the game, and Tony pre-walls. He thinks he's going to be the target, so he pre-walls, but Kasu doesn't have anything. Relza gets blinded. Tony can't, yeah. It would have been really close. He probably would have just got kicked on his Fleshcraft anyways, and CC'd there. And it was so close, but I feel like the MM still has the potential. Like, you can just kill someone through their cooldowns, which is what you couldn't do as any other build of jungle. But they almost killed Meh in the start through his Guardian and through his Trinket. And I feel like there is like a small % chance where he does die a few games like that. And that's why I'd rather see Tony go Convoke, like just full YOLO send it on Meh in the opener, and try and get wins that way. Because it's like you've got like 3 goes. I think you've got 3 goes as the jungle against a good RMP that's crossing you every time. 3. That's going to be Hunter Trinket, Feral Trinket, Priest Trinket. That's it. You should be dead at that. It's over at that point. You're dead. So if you can't get a kill in that window, then you're not going to be able to win.
Yeah, it is possible. Maybe they do go for that immunity trinket. It's one of the new trinkets that we don't really see. There's a trinket in the game right now. What is it called? The what's the name of it?
Fastidious.
Yeah, fastidious resolve. Yeah, Fastidious Resolve, good. I'm glad you remember that. So it actually has 2 charges. So the way it works, 3-minute cooldown, you use it, you become immune to 2 crowd controls. Maybe they could go for some sort of cheese with Convoke Feral Druid. So they open on Meh, they use Kasu's cooldown. So use all of Kasu's cooldowns. They get the Trinket Guardian. The next go, Fastidious Resolve, Convoke, Dunzo. So it is something that probably won't happen, but it could happen. Could happen. It is an option, but I doubt they'll ever go for a line of play like that. Very risky. KUNGARNA with their RMP looking super solid, but MYWAY is battling back. These games are looking a lot closer. I feel like MYWAY might be able to actually turn around the series. If they can just find, they could live an additional setup, like Super is saying. WHAAZZ is actually in a lot of trouble, getting stunned in his trinket, living at 5% health. Met almost dying in the opener. The aggression from MYWAY is way better in this series than the last.
Yeah, definitely. The MM has been a big pickup for them, but it was a close call. They stunned WHAAZZ Stringer. They almost took him down in that last game, but unfortunately, they fell. And now, let's start the go counter. They have 3 chances to win the game. They have three kidney shots. That's their lifeline. Let's see if they
actually see how many
they can survive long enough. Let's see. But this is Tolvir, though. They picked the biggest map on the pool, also the sunniest one. And that's obviously because
they found WHAAZZ.
Distance to get WHAAZZ. They found WHAAZZ here. Big opener onto WHAAZZ, but that means they can't do that opener onto Meh and get his trinket potentially. WHAAZZ just going to answer with the feint, and immediately Meh looks to get aggressive, fakes out the kick there with the mind games to get chastised down into a freezing trap. Those 2 share DR. WHAAZZ completely fine here. Just one feint. There's a cheap shot. Now Riker pushing in, getting the polymorph out of the cheap shot. Here comes the stuns. Tony spamming out heals in the backline. They don't have a counter spell for it. Riker has it, but not in position to use it. And actually, first stun. Not going to force out a trinket here. But they did use... Actually, yeah, they traded out Sacrifice as well for the combustion. So this is completely fine opener so far for MYWAY.
Yeah, Tony had great positioning on that stun. He just healed Kasu the whole time. He line of sighted any cross crowd control. He had perfect positioning, and that allowed them to live a go that they would otherwise not be able to. So that's 1 extra go for them. But now they're setting up on Tony. Barkskin, they really want Barkskin to be enough. If they can hold with Barkskin and hold their trinket, they can save a go later. WHAAZZ is stunned up, getting blasted down. Met trades out the Guardian Spirit here. Tony leaping over, kicking Met on a heel, trying to keep his momentum going on to WHAAZZ for as long as possible. But I think that Guardian Spirit is highly unlikely. They need to start getting ready to protect Kasu, and we can see Tony trying to Cyclone, trying to get control of somebody before they get the stun lock. WHAAZZ cloaks in aggressively. I regret that, like this pre-Fleshcraft from Tony, trying to preemptively immune CC. He's going to wild charge root WHAAZZ, try and hold him off for now, and prepare for the next attack. WHAAZZ is actually retreating away. Met is caught in a fear. They could swap to Met out in midfield. They're going to stun him. I think they want to trap him and still stay on WHAAZZ. WHAAZZ shadow steps in. He can't get the trap, unfortunately, here. But they've managed to survive another stun. Kasu disengaging away. They hold on to their trinkets. I mean, MYWAY are playing phenomenally here to stall these goes. They've avoided so many setups. They've gotten like 3 extra setups that they shouldn't be able to get against KUNGARNA. And every second opportunity, every stun on WHAAZZ, there's a chance that they could take him down.
Yep, no doubt about it. We'll see if they can actually do it. WHAAZZ right now playing a little bit scared, and I really like MYWAY in this game so far. Defensively, they've been playing extremely well, not overreacting or underreacting to any situations. They still have all the trinkets available. Kasu caught into a chastise right now. Cheap shot on to Relza, but it is WHAAZZ caught into the stun. Tony now into a stun. WHAAZZ, where's it going? Just going to be looking to line of sight, connect to Mass, still in crowd control. Nice chastise there by Relza, continuing the pressure. And this is that kind of offense from the jungle you want to see, where all of a sudden KUNGARNA isn't feeling confident to just do whatever they want. Preemptive Aegis from Kasu. Is that going to be enough to stay alive? That preemptive Aegis, absolutely beautiful. That will be enough for Kasu to survive, more than likely. Relza's still in a polymorph, though. He doesn't want to have to trade out too much more. That was a sacrifice. And the Aegis, he holds onto the trinket, and MYWAY is just holding on to all of their trinkets. KUNGARNA doesn't have an opening right now.
Kasu has used his every man for himself. But Relza able to sit through the blind there, absolutely massive, because he's going to be able to use that trinket later. And now WHAAZZ again in trouble, getting absolutely chomped here by Tony. They get the trap, they proc the Guardian, and they send him down. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands. MYWAY are leveling up right now. We are all tied up here. But again, this is on a big map. It seems like smaller / medium-sized maps are going in KUNGARNA's favor, but still, MYWAY can create them, finding out that the MM Hunter with the damage is working wonders for them. And Kasu using these vanishes essentially with the camouflage and the feign death just to drop combat, clean off his dots, and just buy himself extra time. It's working out for him. He's forcing them to go after Tony. He's forcing them to kind of go for these setups that they don't really like. And all of a sudden, Tony is able to find a lot of heals. Tony's able to find a lot of, off cyclones as well when they're going for those setups. And all of a sudden, it's going to be WHAAZZ that gets blown up.
One of the biggest deals is that they saved their trinkets for so long that Tony could actually trinket aggressively. And he won the game because he could trinket out of the kidney shot and finish WHAAZZ. So normally against an RMP, you never get to use your trinket aggressively. And if you do, you almost always are punished for it. But because they had so many amazing stops here in the game, like even right here, I think WHAAZZ does even have to trinket this. Cats are just disengaging around the map. And they don't have to overlap trinkets in this position. I think Tony just picks him up immediately after that, and he comes out of polymorph. The fact they hold on to these medallions for so long gives them an opportunity here at the end of the game to use them to end the match. And he knows WHAAZZ has no evasion, no cloak. Like, they're trying to hit that timing. They're trying to finish WHAAZZ before you can get to that cooldown. So Tony knows he needs to win the game in the next 5 seconds or so at this point. So trinket the kidney, we need to win. Evasion's coming up. Win now, win now, win now. Like, WHAAZZ thinks he's safe with Guardian, runs back in and dies. So, like, that was a really close call, because if he didn't die there, like, Tony using his trinket like that, man, like, RMP will always make you regret it.
Yeah, I mean, the pushes from MYWAY just look way better. This is something that we talked about, is just the aggression. It seems like the Marks Hunter, like you mentioned, Sid, is just super important for them to actually able to push through and attack. And I think the reason why the series is looking so much different is because of two things. First of all, MYWAY is doing much better job defensively. They're not just throwing out their trinket, they're really making KUNGARNA work for it. Like, unless you have the damage to actually kill us, we're going to set this stun, we're going to preemptively Aegis, we're going to throw out the sacrifice early on. So defensively, MYWAY has definitely leveled up. And in addition, just their pressure in the match seems to be much higher with this Marks Hunter. And yeah, I mean, KUNGARNA, I feel like in that game, that was the first game, it looked like they were really kind of struggling to find the setups we normally see them get. But that's what it takes. When you fight a really good RMP, if you don't have the pressure, they're going to run all over you. They're going to be the team that fully controls the match. It's no longer about, it used to be against RMP, what you'd want to do is just survive as long as possible. Obviously, that's important. But now you can't just survive. You also have to be playing really, really aggressive to kind of disrupt their goes, force them on the back foot, which is what we're now seeing from MYWAY.
Yeah, MYWAY definitely leveling up, but it's going to be tough for them because we are going to the sewers. And in the sewers, don't have a lot of space to move out. It's kind of crowded down here. So for MYWAY, that means, sadly, they are not going to be able to kind of kite around, use a lot of open space between Relza and Kasu, and get these vanishes off from Kasu. And in general, Tony being able to position really good and get heals out. None of that is really going to be happening on this map. On this map, you're pretty much always in Shadow Step range. And that obviously means you're going to get stunned onto Relza and then Shadow Step kidneyed onto Kasu. And that's how a lot of these setups are going to be happening. So for KUNGARNA, this is an excellent map. And it's, I would say, MYWAY are looking good in the series if they take this match. If they can take it here on a small map, then they're looking really good in the series. And it could happen because they've been pressuring Mac. I could see Mac going down here on this map. I could also see, a nice aggression in the opener, force out Mass Trinket, go after WHAAZZ, and potentially take him down. Similar to what we almost saw happen as well earlier. So there is definitely options for MYWAY, but they're going to need to be very, very creative here. And let's see if they can do it. Jungle versus RMP, game number 5. And remember, this is not match point. This is the grand finals, which makes it a best of 7. So whoever gets 4 wins first wins. So still some games left here in the series. Let's see who can do what. And let's see which team comes out ahead.
Are they going to all
who's going to be in stealth?
Are they going to all in on a small map, or are they going to try and drag the fight on? Oh, that flare almost hit WHAAZZ. If they can pull WHAAZZ out of stealth, that's literally the best way to start the game, but they can't. Kasu is going to get out of camouflage here a little bit earlier. Relza Kasu trying to reposition. They know WHAAZZ wants to open up. They don't want to be in line of sight of mid at the start, but WHAAZZ is moving in. Can Tony see WHAAZZ or WHAAZZ see Tony here? I think they might have saw each other. Tony's just sidestepping away, trying to avoid his line of sight here. Tony trying to predict WHAAZZ's movement on that upper platform and maybe find him from the bottom. WHAAZZ is still a bit reluctant to go in. Raiku's getting on top of Relza, trying to steal off any sort of defense, and it looks like they are going to stun Kasu. Relza into a polymorph. Is he going to be able to survive? But big damage onto WHAAZZ here. They can't afford any mistakes. They're going to feint it. Is that going to be enough? Now swap over onto Tony, catching him in the kidney shot, but not finding too much damage on him, unfortunately. So their opener here doesn't look like they got any medallions as we get WHAAZZ's frame back, which is a great position for MYWAY. See how they decided to get aggressive. Full trap, actually DR trap onto Meh, but they can't find WHAAZZ. They fear WHAAZZ out into the open. They could resonator him. They're setting up, but no, he pre-evasions the stun, avoiding the resonators. Nice play by WHAAZZ. They're still going to knock him out. No shadow steps, reconnect. Kidney shot on Kasu. There's no way he's not breaking out of the stun. They're going to break out of stun. Trade aspect of the turtle. One key objective out of the way. The small map definitely working favors for KUNGARNA so far.
Yeah, definitely finding the setups, but I feel like WHAAZZ could be in some trouble too. Still has some cooldowns. He has his trinket, but nothing to really mash up with. There's no vanish, there's no evasion. We do see a stun from Tony. It's going to be devastating. Double disorienting roar coming in from Tony, but WHAAZZ is on the run. Evasive maneuvers. Tony, can he catch up? Can he find the stun? Man, a good position to grip WHAAZZ. If he does get stunned, Kasu not there to actually assist with any damage. Raikou looking for potential crowd control, but it gets chastised into a mind control. This big fear on Raikou. He's going to sit this really long fear. WHAAZZ all alone. He's forced to trade out his trinket. And that was great plays by WHAAZZ, disrupting Raikou. Really good push here by MYWAY.
Beautiful stuff here from MYWAY, and they're definitely showing a lot of signs of life here, but no trinket, no turtle on the Kasu. He's in a mind control right now. They're looking to set up here potentially. Did Tony just jump over and bleed Kasu there? Or not sure exactly what he was trying to do in that mind control, but it looked a little bit funny. Matt actually trinketing out of a scatter shot here to get a full sheep onto WHAAZZ. That's nice onto Tony. Here comes the kidney shot. This has got to be WHAAZZ's trinket if he can get a resheep. And there it is. WHAAZZ will trinket, gets sheep on his trinket. But he does get those big heals out, and now WHAAZZ is going to retreat that go counter above his frame, showing now that we have
should be the end of the game, right?
There's 3 goes. There's a blind left on WHAAZZ. The 4th go, that's the timer, and there's a blind actually defensively on Tony. Let's see if they can cheap shot Relza here. Nice preemptive. The Eternal Age is there. Now WHAAZZ is actually going to be in big trouble. Meh is in a full trap. WHAAZZ trying to kite here, trying to buy some time with that Gladiator's emblem. You get a sheep onto Relza, but I think he deffed it there. Now kidney shot onto Relza, sheep shot onto Tony. WHAAZZ just trying to survive here, and now they get a Ring of Frost, but it's not going to be able to do too much. Still a lot of damage coming out here. There's no way to kill him with his DRCC. There's no way. And the fact that he had to use his blind defensively there to actually survive, that's what we're talking about. When you have that pressure on the side of MYWAY, sometimes that's all you need. Like here, you're in a checkmate position, but with that damage, with that pressure, you're actually able to force KUNGARNA to go defensive and use their offensive tools defensively just to buy themselves time. And that's exactly the position you want to be in as the jungle. You can stall a little bit. You should be able to get Kasu's trinket.
He's dead!
Turtle back, but WHAAZZ might just go down here. They got a full trap. Can they get the full fear as well? The miracle's coming out here. They get the fear onto Meh. They get the stun onto Meh. WHAAZZ still not out of the woods yet with that Guardian fading. He has the feint. That's just a big heal, and he does survive another sneaky situation, but MYWAY are starting to run away with this.
I can't believe it here. Meh is almost out of mana. They stun lock WHAAZZ again. Resonators down. Another stun onto WHAAZZ. Is he going to survive? Massive pressure over onto him. Struggling to recover. Hits a cheap shot defensively. He's on the run. Stunning up Kasu. Trying to get the kill onto him. He doesn't want to go down. Can he take Kasu out before he goes down? He will. With cross onto Relza and Tony. KUNGARNA pulling off the kill here. Advancing to match point.
This is crazy. This is such a back and forth game. There's moments in the match where it feels like, all right, WHAAZZ is finished. There's no way he's going to live. In fact, I don't even know how he ended up living. That was such a long crowd control on Meh. WHAAZZ had no cooldowns whatsoever. Potentially going for it here. No, I don't think. Maybe? Are they really going to try? I mean, right now, Meh has no mana. Relza has a ton of mana. They're actually just trying to run WHAAZZ down. He shadow steps away. I feel like this... I would be very impressed. Oh, full blind breaks. Bit of a miscommunication. Panic mode here by KUNGARNA, but WHAAZZ just vanishes. He gets a re-stealth, so that re-stealth should shut it down. I don't think there's any way they're going to lose this 2 versus 3 at this point in the game. WHAAZZ has cooldown. Raikou on the Fire Mage should be able to peel, but still, MYWAY, they have a moment to kind of discuss here. How exactly... what went wrong? Is there anything they could have done just a little bit more damage? Because I mean, these games are looking really back and forth. The first series we saw them play today, KUNGARNA was walking all over them, but MYWAY has definitely made some solid adaptations.
Yeah, definitely. MYWAY, they're definitely getting better and better in the series, and it's starting to show that some of those adaptations are working out for them, but now Tony's still trying here. defiantly to win that 2v3, but they got a sheep onto Relza, and Tony actually survives. So Tony doesn't even need to use his bark skin right now. Or does he? It looks like he does. And it might be too late, too little, too late coming out there for Tony. Relza's going to trinket, but gets stunned on his trinket as well. And Kungana will take this one, but it was a close one, and that was on their map. So we're probably going to go somewhere a little bit bigger now. I'm thinking maybe like Maldraxxus, and I think MYWAY actually has a solid shot in this series still. Like it felt impossible at the start, but slowly starting to believe.
You know, they used to call it breaking the fourth wall, but now I think I have to living the fourth go, which is what this was right here. Like, this should have been the end of the game. There's no crowd control breakers, but they positioned so expertly. KAWHI avoids WHAAZZ in the boxes long enough for Tony to get out of CC so that he can help him, long enough then for Relza to get out of CC so that he can help him. And it was sick navigation by KAWHI in this position that allowed him to survive the fourth go. And then I thought they were actually going to be able to do it. It looked like it was possible. I was thinking, like, WHAAZZ, it's over for you, man. Mez out of mana. You've used all of your cooldowns. They've got him in full CC chain. Like, there's no way WHAAZZ survives here in this next setup that we'll see in the replay. It was so close. And the fact that it was so close on a small map means there's still potential. The series is not over. We go to a big map. Feels like MYWAY are a lot more confident in those locations. Yeah, that go counter went in the middle of the game. And that grip on stun was nice, but the damage is still really high. Meg gets feared, gets trapped, and this is where I thought it was over. They proc his Guardian. Relza tried to death some crowd control there.
How did he live?
And so I think Guardian proc. He dueled defensively as well here in this position. And then I think the duel ends, and Meh still has Guardian on him, so just press Serenity. Yeah, full HP with that heal. They kick Meh. They still try and keep him on the back foot. This is where I was like, WHAAZZ recovered. He's going to be fine. But then they get this random amount of damage. I think WHAAZZ right here gets stunned on the corner in line of KAWHI, and they rooted Meh out of line of sight. He's actually entangling rooted and almost killed WHAAZZ in that double stun during a root. Like, that was actually crazy. Almost dropped him, but then WHAAZZ sets up, stuns the whole team. Double fear. What happens to Tony? Tony, he gets counterspelled.
Counterspelled.
Okay, I don't even know if he would have been able to save him if he didn't have any instant heals lined up right there for KAWHI. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they were that close on the pick of Kungana makes me think that MYWAY could still win this.
We're going to game 7.
Yeah.
I told you. we were hanging out before the show today, and I told you both that we were going to a game 7, 100% between these two teams. I should feel like this is crazy. I can't believe it. This is so back and forth now. I mean, it was just looking so one-sided. I was like, all right, well, I guess jungle just doesn't beat RMP. But sometimes you just got to go for it, and they are. Then we're going to the Robodrome. I love this map. It doesn't get picked very often, but they are going to pick the Robodrome. Some interesting positioning you could do on this map. WHAAZZ might have a difficult time actually going for restells, potentially. I kind of wonder what the line of thinking is going to Robodrome for the side of MYWAY.
I think you can have an MM Hunter just standing up on top of the pillar, blasting. Might be
I don't think that works like that.
Thinking. I don't know.
I think he has to push in. But
yeah.
I don't think that works like that.
We'll see how they use it.
Yeah,
we'll see how they use it. It's one way to play. You can reach far as a caster up there. And
it's my favorite map.
Yeah.
I think if KAWHI's
also
not
have a
on
lot
the
of
pillar,
space to kite. You have a lot of space to kite. I mean, I'm talking about when they're going offensive. I'm not talking about like just standing there the whole game. Obviously, the rest of the game, he's probably just going to run in circles around the map, kind of like what we see people do on Tigers when he's being pressured.
All right. Robodrome game 6 between Kungana and MYWAY. MYWAY, it was looking hopeless going into the finals. I don't think when they were 0-4 on the day, the games did not look good. They came in with a turtle strategy. That didn't work out at all. The defensive playstyle was not the option. They had to go more aggressive, keep Kungana on the back foot, make it scary for WHAAZZ in the match, and that's exactly what they've done. But Kungana just won away. If they win this, it is over. They will be the winners of Cup number 3. MYWAY, they want to battle it back. They are the champs from last year. They need 2 more in order to close this out, which is not going to be an easy thing to do.
All right, match point here for MYWAY. What can they do? This is their map pick, so let's see what they exactly what they decide to do. And KAWHI going to be moving in here in camo, and he's got a lot of trash buffs as well, just for that dispel protection. Matt trying to get him out of stealth there. and not finding it. Raikou as well, just spamming out AoE, spamming out Flame Strike, marking explosions, just trying to find Kasu. And Kasu and WHAAZZ are actually right on top of each other. They might run into each other. I think WHAAZZ saw him there. The aim shot, big damage coming out here onto Meh in a potential match point situation. They need to take him down here in the opener, at least force out some big cooldowns. They don't actually get anything, and here comes the counter setup. Shackle Undead coming out here from Meh into a full sheep here onto Relza. Do they have any follow-up? They get the fear there to follow it up onto Tony and Relza. They get a kidney shot onto Relza, cheap shot onto Kasu. They're trying to take him down in that kidney onto Relza. I think Relza will be able to deflect though, activating that Guardian, getting a big Serenity heal there onto Kasu. Actually used his Exhilaration there as well, just to be safe. And it's a fair trade. It was Combustion and it was Shadow Blade. Don't get themselves a trinket with that first setup. I would say things are not looking too good here in the opener for KUNGARNA.
Oh, WHAAZZ re-stealthed the crowd control on Meh. Kasu pre-turtles when WHAAZZ shadow steps to him. Is he going to regret that in the near future? We'll have to wait and see. Relza's still in a polymorph. Tony stunned up. Ring of Frost. Triple crowd control still here on match point for KUNGARNA. Relza gripping Kasu back to the pillar, trying to recover. Raikou Frost Nova in him. WHAAZZ trying to go for a re-stealth again behind the pillar. There's not really any openings for MYWAY this game. It's actually looking devastating and very scary for them if they're going to pull this off. Tony is reckless, just going after Meh. They're going to have to take some risks here if they want to go to Game 7. They're so far behind. Kasu gets dismantled. Can he take down Meh with the Death Chakrams? He takes him out! No way! He takes him out. They had nothing. He might still die 2v3. Kasu could die 2v3 here. Dragon's Breath. Nope, no follow-up. MYWAY. Game 7. I can't believe that worked. They were in shambles. Like, they had nothing. They were the most done for I've ever seen a team done for before. And apparently you can throw those Death Chakrams when you're disarmed, which is like the big burst from the Necrolord Hunter. So WHAAZZ dismantled Kasu, which is normally a counter to like Hunter damage, but he just threw the Death Chakrams, and that was enough, even while he was disarmed in the replay.
I didn't he have something to live?
I think
it's like
so.
a mind game,
but I think he trinketed into a restun, or he trinketed into like a spider sting. Yeah, he trinketed like super low as well.
I feel like he had stuff. Like, this is MYWAY is definitely capitalizing. They're taking any little edge that they're getting in this match. There's taking it and running with it, and really capitalizing on these situations. You see the replay here in a second of exactly how that did go down. So at this point of the game, I mean, Meh still has a reasonable amount of cooldowns. He's got his trinket, he's got his guardian, he's got his fade. You don't think there's any way he could possibly be afraid, but I feel like he has to disrespect the damage here. Mind Games does connect, so the Mind Games is a nightmare, and he actually just dies through fade. But I feel like it just had to be a trinket fade a little bit sooner with what a good position MYWAY had there. I think it was just overall some greedy plays, and MYWAY will capitalize on it. They'll take the win. They're happy to do so. I feel like every time that Kasu wins the game, he can't believe it. He's just like laughing and so excited. He's like,
what?
"Oh my goodness, how did we win? All right, here we go. It's just one more. It's Game 7."
Yeah, but what map now? They have to win on a small map. What have we played? Did we play Hook Point yet?
No.
So it's probably Hook Point.
Blackrock Hold.
Yeah. There's Black Hold. There is Blade's Edge.
You like Blades? Yeah, Blade's Edge would be really good, wouldn't it? Maybe it'd be either really bad or really good. I feel like.
That's how Blade's Edge always is.
Yeah, it's never like, oh, nice and balanced map. It's always either it's the worst map or the best map. But
I think you take no risk. Blackrock Hold is probably a safer map.
I think you send the Hook Point.
Yeah, then the Hook Point. I feel like the Hook Point could backfire because they just killed Meh. I would want maybe something where you can get a little bit of distance. But okay, Hook Point, auto lock, Marksmanship Hunter, Holy Priest Feral, not changing it. What? It's working. They can't believe it's working. I can't believe it's working. They should have lost that game. That game was over for them. But they managed to slip through the cracks and get to a Game 7 here. And now KUNGARNA, hopefully they're not on edge. Hopefully they just clean it all up. They're not going Assassin either. They're going to just stay with the same. I'm surprised they don't go Assassin and just kill the Holy Priest, honestly, on the side of MYWAY. Kill Relza. That could have been a response, but they think they should win as the sub. It's that fourth go. If MYWAY can stall the first couple of goes and not have to use a trinket, then they'll get extra goes on that fourth go. But as soon as they get all three trinkets down on the side of MYWAY, that is when you know that it's game over. And that's what happened last game. They had all 3 trinkets. It should have been game over, but then Meh just tripped over the finish line, wasn't able to fade the mind games in time, and got KO'd by a triple threat MYWAY, taking a really big risk to go after him in that position. And now we're going to hook point, smallest map in the game. There's no room to breathe. In game 7 of Europe Cup number 3, can MYWAY redeem themselves here and become the champions? It would be a really big win for them. And they've been struggling with RMP throughout, but this marksmanship, Hail Mary burst damage, it's getting them wins.
All right.
Let's see it.
I mean, I'm definitely curious to see if they can do it. I mean, I feel like going into the series, the thought of MYWAY winning would be a massive upset, but they're pulling out these wins. I mean, this team is just so consistent. 3-man roster, able to just switch up just the specializations that they play alone within jungle, and they make magic happen. They're the champs from last year, let's not forget. And we'll see if they can claim this Cup number 3 with their jungle.
I feel like the opener here is going to be so big. What are they going to do exactly here? We got RMP, we got jungle. It all comes down to this. Game number 7, grand finals in Europe. Who is going to take it? It would be MYWAY's first victory this season. He runs right on top of WHAAZZ. He pulls him out from stealth here. KAWHI finds him. Tony is there with a stun. This is looking like a good opener, but Ryk is deflecting it with those polymorphs. KAWHI not able to find any crowd control onto Meh just yet. With that holy water now, here comes WHAAZZ. Counter stun coming in, but Meh's in a scatter trap, and they do get a full ring of frost, but nothing onto Tony. Tony kicks the mind games. KAWHI actually trading out the aspect of the turtle. I didn't see if he used his trinket there or not with his human ratio, but I don't think he actually did. And here comes the true shot. He's tripled the yard on sheep, so KAWHI can actually do a lot of work here. This is where he can get aggressive. He gets Dragon's Breath there on the barrage. Beautifully timed there by Raikou. Chastise stun onto WHAAZZ. Tony's moving in. They get the stun. They get the Chastise onto Raikou, and they have the damage. Aim shot gets line aside at WHAAZZ now. Looking for the counter setup. Gets a sheep shot onto Tony. Gets the kidney shot. Meh in the back line with big damage there as well with the mind games, but they won't force out. Actually, they did force out Relza's trinket. Full blind available. Actually, no, that was the full blind as well. So
it's checkmate.
Both teams trading equally right now, but the next stun potentially could be what KOs KAWHI here. Very fast-paced game.
There's no trinkets on MYWAY. They have to win like right now. They literally have to win right now. Tony and Relza know it. They're standing 40 yards away from the fight. They know it's over. If they get crowd controlled, they're going to root up WHAAZZ. They're trying to prevent WHAAZZ from getting to Relza. They stun Tony. This is actually good. Tony might not be CC'd. No, he's chastised. This is the 3-2-1 go. This is it for KAWHI. There's nothing left for him. Look at KUNGARNA. Ice him and take it 4-3.
You gotta watch the replay of KAWHI.
Clapping.
That was so funny. All right.
He just started clapping when he got kidney, and he's like, yep, it's over.
100%.
I'm done.
Everybody's crossed. Nobody can move their character. Nobody has a trinket. And KUNGARNA, they played that one out expertly in game number 7, but you got to give credit to MYWAY. They made it an extremely close series, and I feel like there's a lot that they learned from this series as well. So, I mean, for KUNGARNA, it's got to feel a lot less stable going up against MYWAY in the future, but we can take a look at the replay here.
All right, so here, Relza has trinket, Tony has trinket. I think what happened here? Did they overlap their trinkets? So Raikou gets chastised, and Relza gets cheap shot. Raikou lands a polymorph on it. They cheap shot Tony. What did Tony trinket? Oh, they both trinketed. They both overlapped. Rip. That's a literal rip right there. Tony trinketed at like the last second of the cheap shot for some reason. Relza's trinket, I can kind of understand. He needs to get ahead of the damage. Probably going to be a trinket there anyway, but combustion is available now for Raikou. There is no one with a trinket. The only thing that's saving KAWHI right now is a fleshcraft. And look at Raikou, he's just poking it off. There's no fleshcraft anymore. KAWHI's even been a little bit softened up. He goes for the feign death vanish. And how does he get pulled out here actually?
Yeah, hit him.
He actually scatters Meh. I think Meh took him out. And then here, look at the claps. Yeah, he knows it's over. He knows he's done. And yeah. WHAAZZ with a victory roar as well. So it's nice to have those player reactions actually on the replays. It's one of the great changes that we've done to level up the production. Yeah, it's gonna be KUNGARNA victorious with another cup here. But MYWAY, we can't say anything about their performance. Let's be honest. They played absolutely out of their minds. They took down a lot of different teams to get to where they are, and even just making the finals here and showing that they have some consistent cup performances, being one game away from potentially taking down KUNGARNA as well. Really, really strong performance from those guys. I think they can be very happy with that. And like you guys said, I think they learned a couple of things that they can do in the matchup. Playing MM, going after the Priest, things like that. So it's going to be an ever-evolving matchup and an ever-evolving meta as well. And we're going to see as well some changes coming out. Some nerfs to Holy Priest as well could swing things in the jungle's favor. And we'll just have to see what happens later on in the season.
Yeah, do you guys have any idea of what that will look like if we see that matchup again for Cup number 4?
I feel like
Nobody
RMP
knows.
probably still takes it.
Yeah, I would not. I'd still say the RMP. Like a lot of the games, like basically, this is the way the series looked like from my point of view. When the RMP won, it looked very convincing. Like, yep, there's nothing they could do. But when the jungle won, it was like, okay, they barely survived. They barely survived again. I can't believe these plays they're making. Oh, and then WHAAZZ gets one shot. He has every cooldown up, or Matt Trinket's at 1% health and dies. It's like the wins don't feel convincing. It's like, wow, they're playing great, but the wins are like, should they really have won there? I'm not sure. But when the RMP wins, it's like, yep.
Makes sense.
Finals. Finished. You already know what's happening.
Okay, well, makes sense, but we will have to see if we maybe do get a rematch between those two teams again as we head into Cup number 4. But KUNGARNA gonna walk away with another Cup win. That's gonna be the champions for the AWC Cup number 3 for the 2022 season. And MYWAY is gonna get a hefty amount of points as well. We're gonna get those tallied in the background. But it was very different from the last time that we saw them, and they had to play MYWAY. They had to play three series in a row. Very long game with them, and that's going to be a second place finish for them. And yeah, like I said, hopefully we see them return for Cup number 4, because these points are going to be extremely important as we get into the late stages as well. And also, I don't know if we mentioned it or you guys mentioned it, but the roster that they sign up for Cup 4 is going to be the roster that they actually have to stay with in the circuit. So both of these teams obviously looking really solid. Sufties.
Yeah, I mean, maybe MYWAY should start seeking out a 4th.
Yeah.
Also, if that's the roster you're stuck with, if somebody suddenly can't play for some reason on a weekend, like it is an emergency, you don't have a 4th, you can't play at all.
Risky?
I feel like it could be risky for them. Like 3-player roster, if you can pull it off, it is more money sent to you because you're only splitting it 3 ways. But I think you might want to cover your bases, also have some comp options. I feel like I would honestly like to see them get a Warlock, as weird as that sounds. I actually want to see like some Feral Warlock. Demo. Yeah, I want to see like Demo Lock Feral Druid into RMP. I would. That's a comp that I would like to see. It sounds really weird, right? That comp has literally never been played. It's never been played in competitive play, but I think that Demonology is actually a really good spec into RMP, and I think Feral is also a really durable spec into RMP. And it can stall games CC and just set up these one-shot windows. So again, it's a comp you really never see, but I've seen a couple of people playing it on the ladder and experimenting with it, and it looks like it has potential. And
Spawn. I was gonna say, looking at this, I mean, Spawn of Damage. Sorry to cut you off, Sid, but Spawn of Damage. Have we seen them since week 1? And they might make top 8.
Nope.
It's actually possible they make top 8, right?
Yeah. If I think only if teams that are currently seated below them do better, right? Well,
yeah,
no,
I mean, they would have to.
Or then they would get kicked out.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's possible that like Delirium, Integrity Pump, Graftal, they don't make top 8 in Cup number 4, and Spawn of Damage just kind of gets to coast in there after their week 1 performance. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Casual Dads looking solid. We didn't get to see them in the top 8 this week. I mean, at this point, KUNGARNA has a very clear lead over everybody else, and I feel like in Europe, we talked about there's no team to really beat, but they're the team to beat. They lost a series to SK Pieces, but I'm very convinced with their answer this week, which is just Assassination is more RMP. But yeah, at this point, I don't know what will beat their RMP. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very good point. But speaking of KUNGARNA, I think we do have an interview set up here with WHAAZZ. I heard him in my ear just a little bit ago. Are you here with us?
Yo.
Hey.
I'm here.
Oh, hi. How you doing? How you feeling after that?
I'm doing good. I'm a little bit shocked. There was very crazy games, and I don't know, could have gone either way, to be honest. That was crazy.
Yeah, especially when you looked at the first time that you guys faced against MYWAY, very different. Were you nervous at all when they started getting some wins off of you guys?
I don't know. I don't think we get nervous when we play tournaments. It's the same when we played against Maro's team in the final last week. Once we start losing randomly, I think that the tone of voice and like the way we communicate changes completely, because people are just scared of not dying, randomly, and then it becomes a bit more hectic, and then we start doing more and more mistakes. And you kind of saw that in some of the games when we lost.
Yeah, I love that I don't know how often you watch like the replays of the actual tournaments, but I love that we have the replay of your cams this time around. It's pretty entertaining. But I am curious your take on RMP, its current state, and where we're going to see it go next cup when we see those updates come in.
Well, obviously RMP is super good, but I mean, I guess you can tell, but the enemy team probably thinks that, we should never lose a game, and the usual, you see it on Twitter, you see it in Twitch chat, you see it in the YouTube chat, which is fair, some people have their opinions and everyone can say whatever they want, but the only reason the finals was close was because they played better than when we faced them in the semi. Obviously, we maybe played worse too, but RMP is super strong. I think jungle, RMP, let me try to think, Mage Lock, I think that's like the top 3 comps of WoW right now. And that's the comp to beat. So if you can't beat those comps, I don't think you have a chance right now in the AWC. I think there's a lot of comps that haven't been discovered as well. But this is like I said before, instead of finding solutions, people just tend to go, oh my god, it's broken. Can we get a nerf on Holy Priest, or nerf on Rogue, or nerf on Mage, or nerf on Hunter? They don't look to find a solution. They just rather come up with an excuse, which is, a bit silly, but
that's fair.
That's how it is.
So,
yeah.
I'm also curious as well. I know that the live ladder is quite a bit different because not everyone has like their tier sets and everything, as opposed to comparing it to all of the gear that you guys have access to on the tournament realm. And I know that a lot of the players that we've been talking to have kind of difficulties with this. How have you guys been handling that?
I mean, it's great playing the tournament server when you have access to everything. I'm very good at farming myself on ladder, but when it comes to like tier sets, it's sometimes a bit out of your you can't really do anything about it if you get it in the vault, which is a bit sad. It would be nice if there was a way to somehow get tier sets easier, because the game is balanced around tier sets and having the best gear. So when you play ladder, it is a bit hard when you want practice for tournaments. That's why we try to always schedule war games, because it feels a bit more real compared to ladder. It's like kind of feels like 2 different expansions almost. That's how big the damage difference actually is with the 4 set versus no set, for example.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously it's working out for you guys, and it's really showing in the results that you're seeing. You guys are like at 340 points right now, which is very far ahead of second place. So before I let you go, anything you want to say before we see you for cup number 4?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to say thank you to all the people who support us and cheer for us, of course. I know RMP is very strong, but yeah, we're doing our best. Regardless if RMP is good or not, we're going to put in the work, and it's great to see everyone cheering for us, and it's also great to see the people that don't like RMP in the chat.
I'm cheering for you. I'm cheering for you either way.
That's good. But yeah, thank you to all those people. We appreciate it a lot.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, well, I appreciate you sitting down and interviewing with us, and we will see you next time. And here, of course, just as a reminder, is KUNGARNA, where they are right now, of course, beating MYWAY in that grand final. So well done to them. Hopefully we see that kind of success for them again for cup number 4, because that hard work sounds like it's definitely been paying off. But that is going to conclude the European games for today. Now we're moving over into the North American region. I don't know if we've got that bracket that we can take a look at, but the first match that we do have coming up is, of course, going to be an elimination round. It's going to be Cloud9 and Team Liquid in a best of 5 series, which is going to be another big one. Super weird to see these 2 teams facing off against each other. Absolute titans in the scene, been around for so long. And then, of course, we're going to drop into or move up into that upper finals. Winner of that, moving on to grand finals, is going to be 3.5 men versus KAWHI. And I believe that this region is not quite so top heavy, Venruki, when you compare it to Europe.
So far, we'll see what it looks like at the end of the day, but yeah, there's a lot of convincing teams right now. I mean, yeah, we've had lots of winners, lots of different teams in the top 4. I would say one of the teams I mean, looking at the next match we do have, one of the teams that I think has underperformed, if we're being honest, is Cloud9. So I think making it into the top 4 this week and potentially further is going to be really important for them. But they have a difficult team. Team Liquid was the winners of Cup number 2, so they have a lot of momentum going into this one. But one thing's for sure, at the end of the next match, one of them will be eliminated. But I would say Cloud9 really needs this win.
Yeah, 100%. Those points are getting super important to get as we head into Cup number 4. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the first North American Cup of the day, Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting into the game. It's Cloud9 versus Team Liquid.
Here we go. Cloud9 bringing
So
in the
menacing.
Mage Lock. I feel like this is Cloud9. This has been their bread and butter. And Cubsy, you know, we talked about Flop having some big shoes to fill, healing instead of Cubsy. Cubsy's got that same thing going on right now, playing the Warlock, Destruction Warlock instead of Chanimal. We'll see what they can get done. I think Team Liquid picked a pretty good composition. The thing about the Windwalker Monk right now, especially when you have the Aegis Trinket, is you can make these kind of extended goes with Ride the Wind and ride down a target. So I'm really curious to see how Cloud9 answers that and how much control they really get in the match.
All right, let's see it. This is El Clasico here. Cloud9 running Mage Lock. Team Liquid playing some Windwalker-based composition, trying to overcome it. Let's see. This is Cubsy's debut as well on Warlock. We've been talking about how Cloud9 kind of has been underperforming so far this season, but this is the time to see where all that practice has been going for Cubsy. Going to open up here with some damage on the Trill. Chaos Bolts flying in immediately. Wealthy Man already casting some Frost Bolts as well, doing a decent job. Sam actually spell stealing the power infusion right there, so it's gonna be able to maybe limit some of that damage. And still, Trill actually just staying in here, going after Wealthy Man, but this is Wealthy Man at his scariest, and Trill knows it. He's gonna duck out. Everybody on Team Liquid is going to duck out.
Oh, Sea-Doo.
Since Wealthy Man right now is, Sea-Doo getting swapped to here. Big damage coming out onto him, but I do think he will survive there with that Greater Fade available as well. And now we're in classic Cloud9 territory. You need to start shut down these Frost Bolts from Wealthy Man right now. He's just having a field day. They're getting another one out. He's doing so much damage right now with that skeleton form and with those Banes cooldown stacked up. Sam I Am dropping very, very low here due to damage. Wealthy Man still looking for more. We got the Rain of Fire on one side, but this is an overlap with the offensive cooldowns actually. That Dark Soul was used here as well for Cubsy. So this is not typically what you see from Cloud9. Let's see if they can, if Liquid can punish that.
Oh, Trill getting blasted down 10%, has to trade out the Karma as they've kept Team Liquid on defense for most of this, but now it's time to get aggressive. Wealthy Man blinking out of the stun, but Flop is still in a polymorph. They're pushing for the first block of the game. Fists of Fury are flying. They get feared up by Cubsy, but Wealthy Man still respecting the damage of the combustion from Sam I Am, trading the Ice Block. They swap to Cubsy for a moment, try and blast him down, bait a cooldown. They get the Dark Pact from him, so he is an option later on. Chaos Bolt's now flying in at Trill. Massive damage! 1% health. The closest call you could have for Trill right there as he portals back behind the pillar. Sea-Doo trying to recover him and get him back into the fight, but they may be a bit hesitant to leave the pillar here with how much damage just happened to him. But he wants to get aggressive, start working for that second Ice Block. It's going to be a case of hit and run. Make these big pushes when you can crowd control Flop, get a cooldown, and then get back to the pillar as soon as possible. If you spend too long in the pool of sharks, you're going to get bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good rule to live by in general. But Trill's going to continue to push forward. He's got, you know, some of his defensive cooldowns back up, but the defuse immediately gets traded. So this is actually really scary. I would say Icy Veins right now active for Wealthy Man. He's pumping a lot of damage on Trill. Trill might have to run. Another Comet Storm lands. Trill on the run, going down super low. Might actually just get dropped, and he does. A Fire Blast comes in. A Fire Blast kill from Wealthy Man after that Ice lands. Trill gets dropped, and this is a nightmare for Team Liquid. This is an absolute nightmare. This is history repeating itself. Going up against Cloud9 as Mage Lock, having no answer, and I don't know what they're gonna do here. It sounds weird. It sounds really weird, but I actually think they should play Turbo.
I like Turbo too. I think it'd be good in the Mage Lock. You just keep the Mage in the back foot, run him over the whole game, never let him breathe, never let him cast. I agree. I would like to see a Turbo from them.
I think Windwalker Mage is their best answer. But look at that close call there on Trill, almost getting blasted there. And I mean, they just have so much pressure on the side of Cloud9. It's insane. Flop just sitting in the back line, just drinking when he can and spamming out those heals. And it's just Wealthy Man and Cubsy on that Warlock actually just doing a lot of work here. Wealthy Man just basically free casting that whole time. And in the end, it's those healer swaps that we see from C9 as well being very, very clutch. But you go after Sam I Am, and Sam I Am at the end there as well. I'm not sure what he could have done there to survive, but Wealthy Man getting some damage, getting a little bit of damage onto Trill actually. and he gets that ray of hope. Survives here with all of his cooldowns, and at this point he's got basically nothing. And then they stun him up. They get that flurry combo into a counter spell, into another Ice Lance, into that Fire Blast, and yeah, I really don't know what True could have done at that point. Just looked like a very dangerous situation. The only time we really see Windwalker Mage kind of perform into Mage Lock is when they can just stay on the lock and kind of run him over with a long extended go, where they're just trading out everything to stay offensive. But this time around, not able to do it, and just big amounts of damage. I mean, look at the scoreboard, just huge numbers from Cloud9 in general, and their Mage Lock is looking solid.
You know, North America thought they were safe. They thought they had escaped Mage Lock with the retirement of Chanimal and Snuts, but it's come back. The boogeyman is back, and this is the kryptonite of Team Liquid for I don't even know how many years it's been now from Cloud9. So if Cubsy can fill those shoes for the rest of the series, they're going to be a terror for North America, most certainly. And we'll have to see how they want to navigate the series. They're going to stay with Mage Lock. It's what let them beat Powermen last week, but the Powermen also played Fire Mage Lock, not Frost.
Big difference.
There's a big difference in the amount of damage and how long the window of damage is, and the snares that stop you from moving around the map freely, catching you in bad positions between that week and this week. So I'm not sure if this is going to be the silver bullet, this Mage Windwalker, to be able to outdo Cloud9 on their Mage Lock.
I don't know. Frost for sure is better into the Windwalker Mage composition. As a Windwalker Monk, you can have things disrupt your mobility a lot more. You're gonna have to use a lot more rolls to actually freely access an opponent to actually get damage out, and then you can also get caught, which is what we saw multiple times. So we go to Ashemanes, which is a bit unexpected, in all honesty. This makes me feel like they're gonna play the Windwalker Mage again.
Yeah,
and I don't know if I like that, but I think it's what they're going to do, regardless of what I like. I think Cloud9 is a really
doesn't
solid
matter what you think.
Yeah. Doesn't matter what I want. I mean, they have to want to do it, but I don't know. I worry for Team Liquid here. I'm trying to think of what comps they actually have. I do think Turbo is decent into Mage Lock, from what I've seen. It's relatively tanky. You can stay out in the open for quite some time. Use your Aegis. You just trade your defensive cooldowns. Keep running down the mage. What else could they potentially run? Mez on Assassination. I know it sounds ridiculous, but Mez actually does play Assassination, and I feel like I want to say that they could pull off the same thing we kind of saw in Europe, where as long as Mez can just connect to his target and kidney shot them, and he knows how to Shiv and Vendetta as a macro for Sepsis and Vendetta, like he's gonna be effective in the match. I think that would also be an option, but I don't think Team Liquid will go with a play like that. They normally don't take that big of risks.
You know what I wonder in general? Why do we never ever? Yeah, we're gonna see the same Windwalker Mage, kind of what we expected. But I wonder, why does nobody experiment with Rogue Cleaves? We never see like Rogue Enhance or Rogue Windwalker or Rogue Warrior, like no cleaves like that. And I feel like Asa Rogue, especially right now, or maybe even Outlaw, they could have a place in comps like that where you just kind of have a comp that runs you over repeatedly. I think stuff like that could be worth experimenting with, because yeah, for Team Liquid, we've seen them beat out some major warlocks with the Fire Mage though as well, but I think it's an okay answer, but it's not a convincing answer. It's like the comp that you're the best at, that you have available, that you think is the best in this matchup. Fair enough. Like I can understand why they lock it in, but I just don't like, in general, I don't like Windwalker into Mage Lock. Like maybe I'm in the minority here, but I just think it's too abusable. I feel like Windwalkers, it's always the same thing. They're trying to make it to their target. They get rooted half the time on their way over. You have to spam out rolls. They have to spam so much cooldowns to actually get to their target. Whereas I'm a big Asa Rogue fan, like you just go, you press kidney, you shadow step to do it, and there's not really that much that they can do about it. Like if you're at the pillar, a lot of the time you can get restouts as well. I just feel like it's a lot easier to connect to your target. But with that said, when Trill does connect to his target, if he can get some uptime onto Cubsy, he can absolutely blast him and solo him, and we've seen it happen a lot of times. So I understand why they lock it in. I just feel like there is better options, and I feel like Rogue Cleaves is like heavily underrated. Like I think double Asa Rogue could be good. like straight up. Double Acer Rogue, Night Fae, Holy Priest. Send it. 2 Vendettas, Cubsy dies. I'm serious.
I mean, yeah, it could be good. I think the only problem is having somebody that plays the spec, let alone having 2 people that play the spec.
just get somebody to practice Acerok for like a week, and you're gonna be completely fine. It's not sub, you know.
Yeah, it could definitely be. I feel like Team Liquid should invest in getting an Assassination Rogue because it's been so effective into the Mage Lock team specifically. So getting Mez up and running on that, I think, is important. But they still have a chance here. Maybe if Trill responds a little quicker to the burst damage, has some cooldowns later on to stay aggressive, the matchup is going to change for them. But they've locked in a big map against Cloud9. This is typically a map you'd expect them to pick as the Mage Lock. So I do wonder how Trill is going to work his way around this map and get to target. They did get an ice block early on from Wealthy Man, but it'll be so much harder to crowd control flop on this map. We already see Wealthy Man, Cubsy posted up in that triangle, the Bermuda Triangle of Mage Lock that if Windwalkers run into, they've never seen again. As Trill tries to move out into midfield, getting fierce spammed on his way over, and then immediately back to the pillar for him, as he has been banished there for 1,000 years. Cubsy's going to relay his portal back behind on this side with flop, so that Trill gets aggressive. He'll have an escape, pulling the pet back, not wanting to allow that as an opportunity. And Team Liquid, I think they're doing the strat where they're going to wait for dampening and one-shot the lock is what they want to do. They want to get dampening up pretty high and then just run at them with all their cooldowns. They are now leaving the pillar, going after Wealthy Man. Maybe it's a bit of a bait, though. Trill's already down to half health, and now they're popping the Deathborn. Was that a proc or the on-use one? We'll have to wait and see. Trill's already so low. Sam's going for Combustion, trying to rip out a ton of damage here onto Wealthy Man, but Wealthy Man just blinks out of the stun. Frostovus, Trill, and his Zwen, but here comes big Chaos Bolts from Cubsy in midfield. He gets dispelled out of the Polymorph. More Infernals incoming. Trill gets pulled out of the pool. That is exactly what they needed to do. All these Infernals, that big Deathborn, scary skeleton boy, Wealthy Man. They need to be line of sighting them as much as possible here during these cooldowns.
Look at how strong that Wealthy Man looks right now. It literally just the huge skeleton, PI, veins, just running at his target, run casting. This is what nightmares are made of for Team Liquid. But Wealthy Man, if he runs too far behind the pillar, then he's going to be an open target here. And he doesn't have the veins anymore, so I think it's exactly what Team Liquid wants to do. Once they've line of sight at this, the threat isn't as brutal. But Wealthy Man playing very durable talents. He's playing the Netherwind armor. He realizes he's going to be a target. He's playing human, so he does have the trinket for the stun if he needs it. He's also playing blink stun, so Trill's going to have a really difficult time connecting in this match. Potentially we see an all-in from Team Liquid on Cubsy later on, but even Cubsy, he's playing human, so he's got the everyman for himself. Wealthy Man might just get one shot, playing very, very greedy. He's overstayed his welcome. They might be able to actually get the cold snap, but it doesn't look like they are able to. But they get the ice block. That's massive. Cold snap's going to be used by Wealthy Man as well, and I feel like Wealthy Man played that a bit greedy. He went way too deep. I mean, basically, Team Liquid's going to have to take advantage of opportunities that come their way, and Wealthy Man just gave them a huge opportunity.
Yeah, big opening there for Team Liquid, and now with Dark Soul down, this is the situation where, okay, you can use Deathborn to peel them back to the pillar, and then you can use Dark Soul, but maybe Cubsy doesn't even need it. He's doing a lot of damage here onto Sham. I am blasting him. Double Mortal Coil coming out here for Wealthy Man. He needs to kite though. Trill is looking for that second ice block, and this is where Windwalker uptime can be crucial if they can just connect onto Wealthy Man. He's still spamming out the crossbow, still doing a lot of damage. Hey, Trill has the touch of karma, might need to trade it out here. Gonna continue to dash to his target, and he gets absolutely blasted. That was, he might have needed the 3 touch of karma right there, but maybe Sidhu thought he was fine, and he was not. He just got stunned and KO'd, and that was that Dark Soul? Maybe just came back up, but I feel like I just looked at the Dark Soul and it was still a couple of seconds away, like 20 seconds or so, beginning of that chase. So maybe he managed to get a Dark Soul bolt off there, but that was an insane amount of damage. And Destro Warlocks are just so scary right now.
That's everything, man. Oh, goodness gracious. They're actually playing Night Fae Holy Priest, too. I didn't even realize that. They're playing the Night Fae Holy Priest to give Wealthy Man an even shorter cooldown on his Icy Veins. So I swear his Icy Veins is such a low CD. This is where Wealthy Man actually has to blink. And I think Flop actually trades out the Night Fae cooldown here in a second. That's going to basically reset Wealthy Man's veins, and that's when he gets to go really, really aggressive once again. So it's really scary for Team Liquid. I mean, they just survived the Veins Deathborn. You can see Icy Veins only has a 30-second cooldown left, and then he gets to get aggressive with that cooldown once again. And if you stay in the open for too long, you can get one shot. If you go after the Destruction Warlock, the Mage will punish you. If you go after the Mage, there's the Mass. It took about 20 seconds off the cooldown, and Wealthy Man is going to be locked and loaded, ready to go with that Icy Veins, and this is where the counter pressure is going to truly begin here. He's just loading up the Frost Bolts with the Slick Ice Legendary. Trill's going to be in a whole bunch of trouble the longer he stays in the open. Cubsy almost has his Dark Soul, and it's just a nightmare. Team Liquid, they have a good push here. They got the block from Wealthy Man, but this is where Trill just gets absolutely deleted. Cubsy throws in a Chaos Bolt, and just...
Hey, it wasn't Dark Soul.
Yeah, it wasn't even Dark Soul. It was just, big Chaos Bolts. Was that? I think that might have been a double Chaos Bolt with the proc, but the overall damage of Cubsy and Wealthy Man.
I'm scared for North America, man. I'm scared. We're entering another age of C9. The clouds of Mage Lock are forming in the skies and grimace upon the faces of Team Liquid, because this has been the composition that has just been ruining their day. Honestly, every tournament, they're going to need an answer. And right now, Trill is just getting dropped left and right. I'd be very surprised to see them try this again. Now with 2 games in a row like that, I feel like small map, try a cleave, but you have to reverse sweep it. I feel like a cleave actually would be a really good way to test Cubsy as well on the Warlock. Like what's he going to do when Wealthy Man is pressured and not really able to get a lot out? Because that's when it's like the Warlock needs to carry. So maybe a cleave comp to really try and put Cubsy to the test would be better. In this matchup, Cubsy's kind of just chilling. Like he just sits in the middle of the map, fearing whenever he wants, chaos bowling whenever he wants. Like there's not a huge amount of pressure on him. Whereas a cleave could make that a lot more stressful for him and give them more opportunities. But it's going to be a rough ride. I can only imagine what it's like for them now, having to realize that it's back.
Yeah, like I said, this is what nightmares are made of for Team Liquid, and they're actually taking the big maps too. This is what's so bizarre is Team Liquid is picking the biggest maps.
And I was like, yeah, perfect. We were gonna pick that. How did you know?
I'll take those small pillars, Deathborn, Icy Veins, Infernals.
I don't. The only logical explanation I can come up with is they're like, we're gonna have to play these maps anyways. Let's just get it over with. Like
that's what I used to say.
Yeah, but I know that's what you used to say. I know, but that's the only logical conclusion I can come up with is they're literally just going into the most difficult matchup on the most difficult map and just trying to like maybe take it away from Cloud9 on like a blind pick type thing. But
I never agreed with that logic. I like. If that is the logic, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that is the only logic I can think of they would be going after, but I don't think it's a good logic, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, we're going to have to play those maps where we have the highest chance to lose, so let's just play them now. It makes no sense. Why not take a win on the maps that are good for you?
You only do
a higher chance of winning, and then you still have to do what you're putting yourself through now, but the difference is, you had an easier game before that, which means that you have a bigger chance of winning the series. It makes no sense. Like, all right, well, we're losing hard here. Let's lock in Tolvir and lose even harder. Like, what? I feel like nobody thinks like that. Plus, it's like when there was fewer maps, yeah, okay, maybe. But now there's like, well, Draxus is added, which is another large map. We got Imperial Domain added, which is another large map, in addition to Asha Mains and Tolvir. And back when it was just Asha Mains and Tolvir, winning Nagrand meant, all right, you have 2 more big maps to go. You're done in this series, basically, if it's a series that's going to come down to maps. So I feel like now more than ever, it makes no sense.
I mean, it's just, I feel like it's almost like a defeated way of approaching the series. It's like, sure, we might be able to win on the small map, but if we do, we play the big one and we're going to lose anyway. So let's just save ourselves the game. Like it's literally just a defeatist mentality, right? Like, It's just, let's get out of the series faster by 1 game, because maybe we win the small map, but that won't win the series. So we have to win on the big map. So I think that's 100% where it has to be coming from, because there's no way.
Efficient losing.
Rogue Mage.
Yeah. There's well, even if they go Rogue Mage, is this a good map?
No, it's not a good map, but I want to see Mez kidney shot. Let's go.
What about
Mez Kidney Shot?
Dude.
Is that the name of his rogue?
I don't
That's
know.
such a great name.
Should be called.
I want to see Asa
He's an
Windwalker.
Asa called Mez Kidney Shot.
Asa Windwalker?
I want to see some cleave. Yeah, like
Yeah,
Zico
me
was talking
too.
about. I feel
You
like
don't
you
wanna
just
see
kill
that.
a mage or a lock. You would just kill them, but no, same comp. This is 100% them just saying like, we might be able to win on a small map, but we're going to this one right after, so we're probably not going to win. Let's just save ourselves a game. There's no way it's not any other logic than that. But by doing it, if they do somehow manage to win here, there's still more big maps. So it's like, yeah, it's giving them one less easy game in the overall series if it's possible. But by picking this, they're basically almost like tapping out in a way, like at least for the series, which is kind of disappointing.
Unless they actually think that this map is good for them.
Yeah,
There's no
that
way,
could be
dude.
a possibility too. That they trying their best to win.
That is also a reason. And I like how we all just write that off. It's like the most obvious. Like, yeah, if they think this, they want to just intentionally throw and just get out of here. Call it an early nice Sunday. Go hang out. No, maybe Trill is like, if we pick a small map, I'll just get blasted so hard I can't like run anywhere. I don't know. I mean, that's got to be the logic behind it. Maybe we don't agree with it.
This is not a good
What
map.
did they answer this? Why did you pick Empyrean Domain into Mage Lock?
You know what map I think is actually good in the Mage Lock is Blackrook Hold. Blackrook Hold's a really annoying map as the Mage Lock. You can you kind of have to play near the pillar, but Trills always has access to like the port in the middle or a room to kind of reset. I feel like that would be a lot better for their composition overall, but I don't know. This map is a nightmare for a couple different reasons. First of all, the pillars are so small that it's really difficult to actually run from Blizzard and Frozen Orb and some of the cleave that Cloud9 is going to be able to put out. Or also, when Trill wants to get aggressive, he's going to have to cross the entire map. So yeah, I mean, if they do think this map is better, I'm curious to know why exactly. But we'll see if it works out. This is game number 3. Team Liquid going up against basically a nightmare situation. Cloud9 reloaded, Mage Lock with Cubsy and Flop. I really like this build from Flop as well, playing the Night Fae to reset the Icy Veins. It just makes Wealthy Man a constant threat in the match.
Yeah, and he's been very, very threatening, actually topping the damage in that last game, even doing more damage than Cubsy on that Warlock, despite being targeted. And that's the thing. Wealthy Man is definitely a legend when it comes to playing that mage and playing that Frost Mage. You can always count on him to be playing that top tier gameplay. And immediately he's going to get a nice little proc there for his Deathborn. And immediately Sam I Am is going to just duck for cover on that little toothpick pillar. And still just free casting here for Wealthy Man. Gets a counterspell on the sheep. Mind control coming out from Sea-Doo. And they're just going to turn their attention to Trill, who is on half HP randomly. No cooldowns being used yet from anybody on C9, so they're just in a prime position already, getting crossbolts out, getting damage out, and already pinning Liquid at the pillar. Now, finally, Liquid are going to make their push. They're going to go after Wealthy Man. I actually prefer it when they just all-in Cubsy. And as soon as Trill took a step outside, he lost about 70% of his HP.
This is a good map
now
for
he has
them.
to go back. Now he has to go back to the pillar here. And Super T is critiquing the map here a little bit, not feeling too happy about it. And I mean, it's for good reason. Look at them. They're just covering for dear life there. And now finally Trill will make his push. Here's the paralyze onto
Double
Flop.
Chaos Bolts.
Overlap. Big Chaos Bolts onto Sam I Am. He gets stunned up. And that was actually the combustion of Sam I Am that he just got stunned on. Catches a Ray of Hope. And that's about it. Now counterspelling Wealthy Man there on Frost. Trying to get a little bit of damage out. They're going after Sam I Am and the Trill at the same time. Cubsy doing a lot of damage now onto Trill. And this is not Dark Soul. This is only going to be... So they're not going to do that mistake on Cloud9's part where they stack their cooldowns. This time around, they're swapping to Sea-Doo here as well. Wealthy Man just looking like... Look at him. He just has the most amount of fun ever. Just standing there with PI, with Veins. Just free
Until this moment.
Instant
they're
cast
sad.
crossbows.
And now you're sad. They're just all on the other side of the pillar
one's
and you can't do
blindsiding you.
anything. We need the new arena, the Enigma arena, where you could just pull this pillar down and build it somewhere else and then just watch them all die. Then it would be a fun map for him. Infernal Dark Soul, massive damage from Cubsy off to the side of the screen, almost KOing Sea-Doo. Trill is trying to roll out, trying to get aggressive on Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man procced another Deathborn. They have to sheep him, get back to the pillar, wait for that to be over.
KUBZ fishing for Decimating Bolt. Flop staying 80 yards away from any sort of engagement, not wanting to give any opportunity. Sam blinks out in midfield, but Chaos Bolts are flying in. Multi-Man's going to get gripped away from Trill during that moment of burst. You have to be careful not to stack up too much. You're going to polymorph Trill, just get control. Massive damage from Trill. Insane damage from Trill. That had to be a 4-set bonus. I refuse to believe that wasn't 4-set bonus proc from Trill. Like, he just sold. Oh, but now he's going down. Karma's going to trade up for him as he pulls back around the corner. And if Trill can get these timings, like stack up his 4-set on a pet, and then time that when he's going after Wealthy Man, that's definitely a way for them to win the game. But it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Right now, Wealthy Man, he does have a second ice block, so not feeling too scared, but he needs to be careful. You know, so far he's been able to get a lot of pressure in the match, but if he's forced to blink and then Trill can get there with a stun, that's going to be a really scary moment. So here it is. Wealthy Man is forced to blink. Trill doesn't have his life sweep, so Wealthy Man not going to be feeling too scared, but with the Icy Veins active, big damage on Sam I am. I really like going after Sam. If he's in the open, blast the mage, force him back to the pillar, kind of isolate Trill, and then if Sam runs, you can go after Trill. So I think it's actually really important as the mage lock to not just let the fire mage do whatever he wants in the match. Like, sure, like this is what I like. I like when Trill pushes in and they just CC him and go after Sam, and then when Sam's scared, they go after Trill after the CC ends. I think that's like the best kind of line of play you can do for the mage lock. Both the men going to be blinking out of the stun, but he blinks in enemy territory just a little bit. Trill getting blasted in the midfield. Polymorph on Sam. Good control. Look at mana. Flop has a huge lead. He's a big push on Sam. Is he a pod? Wait, does he get... He's on fire at the very least. All right, so Cauterize is going to help Sam cheat death. And that's what happens if you stay in the open for too long. Kind of a nightmare situation. KUBZ's having so much fun in this match.
Yeah, KUBZ's debut so far has been an absolute success and an absolute joy to watch. He still has his Dark Soul, by the way. That was just... you know, a good old-fashioned Chaos Bolt there coming out from KUBZ. And finally, they're going to actually target KUBZ. I think they should have done this a long time ago on Team Liquid. There's no point going after Wealthy Man. He's just going to be rotating those blocks, get a nice extended push, get that unending resolve, and then try to push KUBZ over with that Windwalker 4-set, with that big damage from Trill when he has Zwen, when he has everything lined up for himself. But they're going to go after Wealthy Man once again. KUBZ's in a Ring of Frost. Wealthy Man in a Paralyze. Well, leg sweep. Did he Holy Ward the leg sweep right there? Absolutely insane play there from Flop. And now they sheep up Trill. Here comes Frostbolt. Frostbolt number 1. Frostbolt number 2. Portal through. And that's going to be Wealthy Man with his Deathborn. He has his Veins though. And he activated. He wants to activate it. And he will get aggressive with it. Extending his damage here. Big hits coming out here. Look at his haste. My goodness, Wealthy Man right now with PI as well. Just a machine gun here. Just a Gatling gun with Frostbolts. And Cedo actually sitting down for a drink there, but takes a flurry combo to the face. Getting shattered now. Big swaps onto Cedo potentially. Uses his Aegis right there. And now Trill ducking over to Wealthy Man. Looks like he will be the target once again, but Sam I Am could be a juicy target as well. Here comes Chaos Bolts from KUBZ. Big hits with those Incinerates as well. KUBZ with that Dark Soul. Needs to be very, very careful on the side of Team Liquid. Got to respect that. And now finally, they're trying to swap over onto KUBZ here, but he's just going to port out safety. Should be completely fine here. And now Trill getting gripped back to the pillar here by Cedo. And once again, Team Liquid going to lick their wounds and try to get back to full HP so that they can prepare for that next push. And I hope to see that push onto KUBZ because Wealthy Man, he's got his Ice Block coming back up anytime.
I don't think so. It looks like it's going to be Wealthy Man. Once again here, Fist of Fury flying out in the midfield. Wealthy Man blinking away. Double Mortal Coil setting up KUBZ to build up some big damage. Stun onto Sam. Trill getting feared. Proccing a Deathborn. Big potential for Wealthy Man. He's going to get stunned up. No blink. Massive pressure. Actually just have blink again. Alter times as well. Fleshcraft fully channeled. He should be able to tank the combustion of Sam pretty easily with that trade of cooldowns as he portals back in time. Trill getting procced on a route there. Trying to make his way back to the pillar with that Flapping Serpent kick. But Cedo's mana is slowly but surely going to get tapped. Chaos Bolt's flying in. Big chunk of Sam's health gone. Doesn't have that failsafe to cauterize. Now Wealthy Man just casting Frostbolts onto Zwen, just trying to build up some icicles before poking in line of sight. Trill trying to push out. KUBZ going to portal to midfield, taking that midfield portal like Swapsy did in Europe so that he can get aggressive and have an escape. But here come another round of Infernals. Big damage over onto Trill. Cedo class use Guardian Spirit when they're behind the pillar. Nothing's even happening. Guardian Spirit has to trade. I think Flop just drinks to full mana while they've got them bunkered down here and make sure that they've got that deep dampening advantage. Can Team Liquid pull it off here? If they do even manage to, they have to do this 2 more times. This is going to be quite the gauntlet that has been thrown down by Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Right now, Trill can't really push forward. Cubsy lands a Chaos Bolt, but gets interrupted on the follow-up. Stun now on Cubsy, and he could actually be the target going into the late game. Wealthy Man has both of his ice blocks, but we'll see. I think Wealthy Man's going to be able to get a lot done. He has his Icy Veins right now. Trill in some trouble. He can't stay in the open. Dampening's high. He might just get one shot. Big damage from Cubsy. He's behind the pillar, but he trades in a big way. Wealthy Man right now has his Veins up. He does have the Deathborn available if he needs it, and I could see him using it. Yeah, here's the Deathborn. Wants to just really pressure Sea-Doo. He's in the open right now. Sea-Doo, no trinket. Sam I am getting blasted. Look at this positioning right now. This is a nightmare for Sea-Doo. He needs to avoid the damage. Good paralyzed there by Trill. Is going to be going after Wealthy Man now. Trying to just slow him down a little bit, but still, with no Karma, no trinket, Trill's in a lot of trouble. And we do have some damage here from Cubsy, but it's not enough to really push forward. Wealthy Man's going to blink back. And now, if you're Team Liquid, what do? Sea-Doo, no mana. Everyone has cooldowns on your opponent's side. They basically need a miracle to win at this point.
Yep, and let's see if they can find that miracle, because right now Sea-Doo is getting swapped too. He potentially will get dropped here. Nice Dragon's Breath from Sam I am, slowing down Cubsy here, but here comes the Chaos Bolt onto Sam. Big double, and that is going to be a Ray of Hope overlap there with the Ice Block, and now he takes another. I think that's a negative Ray, dude. I think Sam I am might just go down here. That's just a big heal there by Sea-Doo. Actually manages to stabilize him somewhat. Now Sam I am with the combustion, looking to get aggressive onto Wealthy Man, looking to get aggressive onto Cubsy, and Cubsy finally getting tested here for a little bit. Look at that combustion damage ripping into him, but Flop in the backline with the Divine Hymn with that Guardian Spirit
Sam's
will
dead.
be enough. Now Sam I am is getting blasted once again. One Chaos Bolt coming through, and Sam I am will duck for cover, but look at those pillars. Not the best pillars to be kind of just hovering around here with the rest of his team. And Wealthy Man, one side. Cubsy, one side. Flop in the backline drinking. Forced to stop though, because they're going back onto Wealthy Man on the side of Team Liquid, trying to get some pressure. See, Trill rolls in, gets instantly rooted, gets instantly stunned, has to trade out Karma, might die through it, and he will get blasted, sent and out of the tournament with the rest of Team Liquid there. It was a valiant effort, but that looked hopeless from start to finish.
Cloud9 is back to dash the dreams of North American teams like Team Liquid. The Mage Lock Menace is here to play and utilizing all those new additions quite effectively. Team Liquid almost putting up a fight there and Cubsy towards the end. They got pretty much every cooldown from him. But again, these large maps are going to be so tough for them to navigate around. They just get caught in the open for even a moment. And they get dropped. So here we see that moment where Sam, they have to trade everything. Sam's at 10%, almost doesn't get back to the pillar in time. Like, even if they're spending like a couple seconds trying to get aggressive, they get it turned around on them. Trill gets a blink, and I think this is where we swap Cubsy. They use every cooldown, and Cubsy trades everything as well. They almost catch him off guard here. Like, if Trill could get dispelled on this, maybe they could have got even more, but he's not able to go that deep. Like, that's way too deep for Trill. Sam's getting root proc, trying to just BB the Fell Hunter so it doesn't CS, I guess. So Sea-Doo can cast. So it's actually kind of clutch. Now they're just at the pillar, and it's like, okay, what do we do? Cauterize is all we got. We use Guardian. We're almost We got everything from the Warlock. Maybe we can win there. Maybe we should try and make a push, but Cubsy's just going to put himself in a spot where it's way too hard to get to him. He sneaks in some Chaos Bolts around the corner. Trill tried to roll out towards Wealthy Man. Big mistake. Stunned out in the middle. No diffuse. No trinket. Karma is not enough for this amount of damage, and Sea-Doo gets counterspelled. So there's going to be no healing coming through. And Cloud9 closes it out, making it look easy, honestly, here against Team Liquid. They could be a terror for the other teams as well now.
Cubsy, look at his damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I mean, just look at overall damage. I mean, Trill really kind of struggled to get anything done in the match, and I think when we look at Europe and what happened there, I think there is a reason why Bugs played Assassination over the Windwalker Monk. The Windwalker Monk, you have to kind of kill in stuns, and you have a 1 minute stun, and you have to be in melee range to connect it. Whereas the Rogue, it's a lot more straightforward. You just Shadow Step and Kidney Shot, and that's an opportunity for Sam to actually play aggressive, where at least one of the casters is locked down. But with the Windwalker Monk, it's not the same. And I really think, I feel like we got to invest. We got to invest in the Mez kidney stocks right now. I think they need it. Because otherwise I feel like Cloud9 is just going to be kind of kryptonite throughout the season with this mage lock, unless they can figure out an answer. Like maybe DHDK could work, maybe Moonkin Demon Hunter could work. I'm not convinced of either of those, but some options certainly.
Yeah, it seems like they for sure have to figure something out. You were right. They are unfortunately going to be knocked out as well. They've been really up and down, this Team Liquid. I guess obviously that does depend on who they're able to play. But that's going to be it for them until we see them again for Cup number 4, Cloud9. Moving on, they're going to be in the lower semifinals facing off against the winner of this next up series. I did have a chance to catch up with Chun a little bit before we went into this series in the morning, and he said that their team is feeling a lot more comfortable than they have in previous series. And funny enough, he told me he competed on 3 hours of sleep last weekend, so he's feeling a lot better. So maybe we'll see him come out to play later on today. But next up series we have coming up here is the North American Upper Finals. It's going to be 3.5 men versus KAWHI. KAWHI had kind of a rough weekend last time, so we will see what they can do as we head into this next series against 3.5 men. Got to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the Upper Finals up next. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are now in the North American Upper Finals. It's going to be 3.5 men versus KAWHI. Supatees, do you think that this is KAWHI's chance to reclaim their former glory?
I mean, last time they met, KAWHI had a really good showing with the Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin. I wonder what spec of Rogue we'll see from 3.5 men. Are they going to be the Asa with a Night Fae Priest, or are they going to do the Subtlety? That's really what I want to see. Like what spec of Rogue could determine things in this series, because the Assassination seems to be doing better and better and better. I feel like that's what I want to see as an assassination RMP. And then KAWHI likely going to be playing their Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin.
Yeah, curious as well for sure. We know that the winner of this one moving on into the grand finals, loser goes to face Cloud9. Do you think that there's a team, Zico, that's better equipped to face Cloud9?
I think they're both well equipped to face Cloud9. It's a hard call, to be honest, because I feel like both of these teams have been performing better than Cloud9. So Cloud9 beating either of them would be maybe not an upset, but it would definitely be, a little bit unusual with how things have trended. But now we've seen Cubsy in the mix, and he looked fantastic. So they can utilize Cubsy. I could see any of these three teams taking the whole thing, to be honest. So it's gonna be interesting to see who pulls out ahead. But if I had to pick somebody, I think KAWHI is probably a little bit better equipped with dealing with C9. If I had to make a prediction on that.
Yeah, it would be cool to see. I asked Cubsy, have we seen him play before in a tournament DPS?
Nope.
Don't think so.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, he looked super comfortable. I asked him like last weekend if we ever going to see him alive, if we were going to see him play, and he just said soon, period. So it's cool that we finally got to see him come off the bench and get some gameplay in. But we'll talk about that series when we get to it. We of course got to get through this one first. But both of these teams have been looking pretty good. KAWHI, of course, definitely a little bit less so in terms of performance where we're used to seeing them. So curious to see how they will be handling this series. We can take a look at where they currently are in terms of points. They're still in first, so it's really they're still a pretty solid team right now. That was their points as they went into this tournament. So we'll see what they can do. It's 3.5 men versus KAWHI, game number 1.
All right. And so this is the same matchup we saw last time. KAWHI with their Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin going up against the RMP of 3.5 men. With the Night Fae on the side of Prev, he's going to be resetting Drake's Vendetta. So really, really scary. One difference actually is Drake is not playing Necrolord, so he's going for a more aggressive build in this game than what we saw the last time they met. Beautiful with Disarm immediately on Calvish. Drake really shutting down that opener, but they might be able to push through. Prev does use the Aegis, still crowd control here on Brain. Can they get more? Kick on Mass Dispel, but it looks like Prev ultimately will survive, and KAWHI doesn't have to trade anything in the opener.
Yeah, beautiful disarm there by Drake, and now they're going after Calvish. Instant trinket coming out from Calvish here, trading out the Cloak of Shadows as well. Big damage coming out there from Drake's Vendetta, and they're going to have that coming back up very, very shortly. Getting now onto Prev. This is going to be a deadly go here. They get the sheep shot. They do get the sheep shot onto Brain, into the Ring of Frost. Prev here might just have to overuse. He has to use his trinket from Brain and that dispersion in the same go here. And there's still more pressure. They shut down the re-CC with a beautiful fear onto Nuke. And now all of a sudden, 3.5 men, they are going to go back there behind the pillar and just try to, get their cooldown back, get their stun DRs back, not allow Drake to do too much work here. And then look for that next setup. Well, still the freedom here, nicely done by Nuke. And now they're trying to just stack up for that combustion. Prev going to be a big target here if they can get a Garrote Kidney. They actually get a counterspell onto him. Sheep here onto Drake potentially. Nuke doesn't land it, unfortunately. And Calvish gets kidney shot. And that's exactly what Drake needs to do. He needs to find these disarms, these kidney shots, anytime Prev is in a kidney shot. And now Calvish is in a lot of trouble. They got a full silence with the Kearney. Do they have anything else? Doesn't look like it. Kearney and Calvish will survive, but still, there's a threat of the smoke bomb ever lurking in the wings here for Drake. Could easily just drop Calvish in a kidney smoke bomb. They're moving in. Now the setup. Full fear onto Brain. Full kidney onto Prev. Cheap shot onto Nuke. Kidney shot onto Calvish. And that's going to be the grip to avoid that smoke bomb. But the blind onto Kearney. Big damage coming out here. Calvish brooks the Guardian Spirit there, almost killing him through everything. And this is looking like KAWHI is just in a big driver's seat right now, just driving laps around the ground.
Yeah, I'm worried here for 3.5 men. They're going to have to turn it around with this Vendetta bust. Where are they going to send it? Vendetta looks like he's holding on to it. Just that kidney shot got gripped by Prev. Calvish is going to go for a re-stealth and find that opportunity. But every second that Vendetta isn't on cooldown, it's less and less value from it. It is such a short one. So I do want to see Calvish find an opportunity and send that one as soon as possible. Nuke has combustion as well here, so stun on the Calvish though. It's 3.5 men that need to focus on staying alive. Polymorph spam out from Nuke, trying to protect his rogue here by polymorphing Prev.
stalling the fight for now. Drake now dismantling Calvish, anticipating this. Here's the stun. Bomb combust. This needs to get value. Drake trinkets and soul shapes out of it, but Brain gets caught amidst the chaos in a polymorph, not anticipating Drake's movement, and they might get 2 trinkets for 1, maybe just a kill. Massive damage onto Drake. Brain in a Ring of Frost. He sneaks in the sacrifice between the CC chain. The sacrifice should be enough here with Brain's avenging wrath. As Calvish, who needs to be careful as he shadow steps back to Kearney to escape the fight. Drake swaps over to Nuke while Calvish is behind the pillar. He gets Frost Nova, trying to stay on target here as much as possible. Brain is moving in as if he wants to go for crowd control to win the game. They're sending damage onto Nuke. They get Ray of Hope. That Ray of Hope not going to be available now for Calvish. Brain moves up. He goes for CC. I think Kearney pre-faded the blinding light there, immuning Brain's crowd control. Now Brain in a blind, Prev in a stun, Drake in a stun. Beautiful setup from 3.5 men. A big opportunity to turn this one around. Huge hits come in. Prev has to void shift, breaks health to himself. Now setting up on Kearney, a swap to the healer. He's got nothing. Calvish is dismantled. He can't heal it. He's going to drop. I don't believe that he's playing Fred's Legendary here, but we will double check. He's not. So this is going to be game 1 victory to KAWHI.
Really good pushes there. At the same time, though, 3.5 men, there was some signs of life in the game. They got multiple cooldowns from Prev, but it just seemed like KAWHI, they always had an answer. There was never a moment in the match where they didn't have a cooldown that they could trade. They didn't overreact. And it was just a slow win over the course of the game. And I like the fact that they're actually playing this more aggressive in terms of the covenants that they're choosing. So I think bringing in the really short cooldown Vendetta really keeps 3.5 men on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. KAWHI was definitely just in the driver's seat the whole time. This was a scary situation. This was a nice attack by 3.5 men. They get the sheep, they get the kidney bomb, and Drake here actually taking a lot of damage, but Brain does manage to sneak in that sacrifice. And the interesting thing here is that the Guardian got procced earlier on Calvish. So Calvish, he has his trinket. Kearney, however, is no Guardian and no trinket. So here, Drake just applying pressure onto Nuke, you know, while they're trying to reset. Calvish gets a restuff. He doesn't want to open just yet. They get the sheep onto Prev, and they're looking to launch that setup. Nuke here getting topped off by that Ray, and then a nice fade there by Kearney to avoid that blinding light. Then they get the blind, they get the clean setup here onto Drake, they get a sheep onto Brain, and Prev is just standing there. He doesn't want to cast, he doesn't want to do anything, and then he just voice shifts. And now perfect. Drake is on stun DR. Perfect. Let's kill Kearney. He's nothing. And they just kidney him into a silence. There's literally nothing 3.5 men can do in that situation because they just did an attack. They just did a go where, you know, they stand up Drake and they went on Drake. So Drake, he has just free reign now. Perfect. And they capitalize on it. And that's the thing with KAWHI. They're such a good team finding these opportunities and never overreacting.
Worried here for 3.5 men. It looks like KAWHI are still going to be a big threat for them on that RMP, and I don't think they have any other options. Like they've got Fuston. I'm surprised they haven't tried a cleave at all. Like they used to play kitty cleave, like Fuston and Calvish played Warrior Feral all the time.
Yeah,
I think that was maybe their plan was to have that comp, but that comp fell off after Kindred Spirits got nerfed. But I think it might still be good. It might still be good into Shadow Priest team. It might be worth at least trying. I don't know if it's definitely not a comp I think you could blind lock into KAWHI because of how many options they have. But if you're looking for an opportunity to try and deal with them, it seems like you're going to need a Windwalker Monk to deal with a Shadow Priest team. But I don't think 3.5 men have that, and they're just going to immediately go with the Aster Rogue, chalk that up maybe to just mistakes on their part, play a cleaner game. But they fell behind really early, which was surprising because I was expecting the RMP to be the one that was kind of in the lead. And that might just be because the Shadow Priest is such a hard target. It's just so many defensive cooldowns. You get a dispersion. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't really mean too much because then later on they're going to still be able to trinket. We still have to get through 2 more bops. We're leaving Drake on assassination just uncontested. So this comp is actually a really good pick into the Rogue Mage specifically. I think we're likely going to see other teams have to pick it up as an answer.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see what exactly 3.5 men is going to be able to do here. And you're right. I mean, maybe this is something that other teams could invest in. KAWHI, though, they do it so well. Going to be moving forward. Drake, who are they going to open on? Calvish playing Assassination this time. I wonder how much this is actually going to change the matchup. Can they actually get a lot more pressure on Prev, really is my question, because it seems like it's really difficult to actually take Drake down, especially with Prev backing him up. There's going to be beautiful cross crowd control, basically cover everybody. Prev immediately into the growth silence, and Drake is there with the dismantle. So he gets the dismantle on Calvish immediately. Drake always there to peel the opener, does a really good job. Basically, the first opener from 3.5 men is always just kind of like a wash, like no big deal, get the re-stealth and do it again, because Drake shuts it down so hard, they're really not going to be able to accomplish too much. So I like the fact that they don't overcommit, and they're just, now that Drake's out of stealth, going to be able to reopen and try to get something here.
Yeah, Drake been kind of a thorn in their side with those disarms, but Drake also now getting a re-step, and even if he doesn't have that disarm, we're going to see the exact same thing. If Calvish opens, guess what's going to happen? He's going to get kidney shot, he's going to get cheap shot, he's going to get stunned and swapped to, you know? So it's a hard situation. I think the only way out is to actually find Drake. Oh, Drake gets a sap onto Kearney, Trev and Brain moving in. And this is interesting because this allows Calvish potentially to become the defensive rogue who gets to do the counter setup. Here we go. Who's going to get the stun first? Calvish is in a kidney shot. Drake's in a stun as well by that Holy Priest. But still getting a lot of value there with that kidney shot. Calvish cloaking, avoiding some of that vendetta damage. Drake now running back here, looking for maybe a re-stealth here with his team. Ernie manages to reposition far away. Had to use his Will of Forsaken there though on that full fear. Full sheep on the Prev. Gets dispelled out. And Drake now just running, waiting for that next vendetta. He just used vendetta. It's 20 seconds cooldown on it right now. So Drake's gonna have that in his back pocket. Drake gets disarmed. Preemptive Aegis trinket right there on that swap, and he actually gets gripped out of Nuke's line of sight there as well. So clean defense there from KAWHI, and now it's their turn to go. Drake with that vendetta as well coming back up. Actually trinkets here to try to get aggressive, and that could cost him a little bit later. They get a full sheep here onto Brain. He can connect onto Drake. It could be potential cooldowns coming out from Drake, but he realizes the danger is in. Shoal shapes back to the pillar and will live to fight another go.
It is a bit surprising to see Drake trinket when it's not his vendetta window. There wasn't really anything committed. He kind of went all in at that moment, and Calvish is looking to punish it. Kidney shot, smoke bomb, Brain gets stunned. This could be it for Drake. He's regretting that trinket. They can sacrifice the pod though.
No, they sacrifice Drake.
Wait,
it's over.
Oh, I think he sacrificed the pod. The pod dead, right? There's no way the pod would be alive right now if it wasn't sacked.
Drake's alive. He lives to fight another day. Pod tender once again prevails against all odds.
There. But he had to use everything. Look at Brain. He had to trinket, he bubbled, and he sacked. So that aggressive trinket earlier, this is why you can't trinket aggressively against RMP. You just immediately regret it. But at the same time, here comes vendetta from Drake. Is Calvish ready for the hit? Kearney caught in a mind control. Gladiator's Aegis from Calvish absorbing some hits, as well as the Guardian Spirit. I don't think they can cut through this Ray of Hope now from Kearney as well. And Drake is so far behind, trying to escape. Prev is trying to support him with Shadow Men's at the pillar. Manages to stabilize him, and now they're swapping back to Brain. Prev grips Brain, but Nuke is still right on top of him. Triple fear, Brain stunned up. Is he going to fall here? How is he going to hold strong? Word of Glory, rocking that Avenging Wrath. Big heals coming out from Brain once again, pulling off a miracle, turning it around, trying to go after Calvish. They get Kearney's trinket here, and they silence him afterwards, trying to push Calvish down, but there's no way they're connecting it. Oh goodness, Vendetta is up for Calvish. Blind is up for Calvish, and Brain can only bop one of those. This is going to be a tough choice from Brain.
Yeah, I mean, what exactly is he going to be able to do? He sacrificed a lot in order to keep that pod alive. Calvish right now going for a full blind on Prev. Trying to bail out the trinket potentially. They're going after Brain. Can they take him down? The smoke wham drops, and that will be the end of it. Beautiful setup there by 3.5 men. Striking back with the Assassination Rogue and a very aggressive push there on Brain at the end.
I think this was really, really nicely played by 3.5 men, but I can't help but feel like the trinket of Drake is what kind of set everything off in motion. He trinketed, it wasn't really a value trinket, and then immediately smoke pump, punish, and then Brain had to use way too much to keep that pod alive, and they just never let go of that pressure. Always made sure that they pressured the right person. I really like that blind onto Prev as well. Make sure you don't get the void shift. And is this after the pod? I think, yeah, this is for sure after. I actually wanted to see the pod because I swear I saw a sack buff on Drake, not actually on the pod. It would have been nice to see that, but anyway, here's the swap potentially onto Brain. They get this is the first swap onto Brain, so they get the here there onto Prev. They proc save by the light. Brain has no divine shield. He has a blessing of protection, but that's about it. And at this point, Calvish, Vendetta, 9-second cooldown. Blind, 8-second cooldown. He just needs to survive here, not use too much. Ernie trinkets out. to keep him alive on that blind. And then at this point, all you need to do is just make sure that Prev doesn't play the game. So what actually happens to Prev's trinket? Because he still has trinket void shift here when they go for this kill. But they blind Prev, and he actually just doesn't trinket it, and they just kill Brain, and they smoke bomb late. So even if he trinkets at that point, yeah, he does trinket late, but yeah, I think as soon as that trinket lands, as soon as that stun lands on Brain, you have to trinket the blind if you're Prev. But at the same time, I didn't actually look if he had Fade or not, because he could get re-CC'd on his trinket, you could get Dragon's Breath sheeped, or just a late smoke bomb into a stun sheep, or whatever. You know, a lot of things can happen if you don't trinket void shift at the exact same time. But a little bit of a misplay there maybe from Prev, a little bit of a misplay from Drake as well with the trinket. But overall, a great game coming out from 3.5 men. And we are already through the draft. We've already selected the map, and interestingly enough, KAWHI, they want the small maps, and 3.5 men, I guess, wants the bigger maps.
3.5 men want the large maps. I think it's so KAWHI can maybe get the re-stealths. Really good. On the small maps, KAWHI, they're really good at kind of like dogpiling a team, so everyone gets on top of them. They're really solid with their crowd control chains, and I think that's kind of the line of play. They like the small maps so they can get those really long extended crowd controls and chase down a target to make it really difficult to escape. So we are going to be going to the small map. 3.5 men, they strike back with the assassination rogue, showing a lot of improvement, I would say. I'm curious to see if they can actually win another game here. They might force KAWHI to actually switch up their composition. I kind of wonder what they would switch it to.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on KAWHI here. You know, this would be the second cup potentially where they maybe won't make it to the finals, you know. So definitely a lot on the line for them. You know, they've been such a consistent team. I mean, still, even now, they would have a really high placing. So you can't really say anything about them, but definitely, you know, there's a little bit of difference there. If you look at the last 2 cups potentially, and for their overall record. So KAWHI definitely don't want to throw this one away. Let's see what they can do here. It's their map pick. Kidney shot onto Brain. They're going after Brain immediately. He's going to trinket and respect it. It's the Vendetta. It's the combustion there as well. So 2 big cooldowns. Full blind now onto Brain. They're looking to swap over onto Drake. Get a stun onto Drake, into a restun, into a triple DR stun, and they will survive without actually using anything. It's like they use always Control for Shadows and Evasion, but you don't actually use Drake's Trinket or Prev's Void Shift, which is the cooldowns that you want, or Brain's Bubble, which are the cooldowns that you wanted in that situation. So Drake, I'm pretty sure he's playing Orc Cephus, and it really saved him there, that's for sure.
All right, the Fey Guardians are out, reducing that Vendetta cooldown. Drake almost has his again. See Drake gripped back. A Bloodstained Protection actually used onto Drake there. Trying to set up for damage. Where are they going to go with it? KAWHI is behind the pillar trying to re-stealth. Kicks Brain from stealth. He's going to set up any crowd control off of that. Drake Shadow steps in. KAWHI into the stun. Blind onto Kearney. Big power play here, but Nuke gets Combustion rolling. Going after Brain, trying to get Divine Shield from him. Can they overwhelm Brain and get the Divine Shield? He's not stunned up, so doesn't look like it. Big heals coming out from him. Stun into Kearney. Swap back to KAWHI. Down to half. Vendetta ticking. Drake dismantled for 1 more second. As that ends, Drake could finish him. He blinks into line of sight. KAWHI deflects with Gladiator's Aegis, absorbing all this magic damage, now turning it around. Stunning Drake, trying to get some pressure here, but Nuke is rotted down below half at this point. Drake Shadow steps over for a swap. Nuke blinks away from it. Forced now to go back onto KAWHI. Another kidney shot going to find him. Kearney in a position to avoid CC and spam heal him. KAWHI Shadow stepping out defensively. Now swapping back to Nuke. KAWHI trying to get that split pressure, trying to run Kearney out of mana in the late game. Trying to create opportunities. Still no trinket on Brain, but Divine Shield sacrifice is an option. It's going to be a major out here. KAWHI dismantled, pressure in favor of KAWHI if they can maintain it. But KAWHI's Vendetta could turn it around as they get a double fear. Here comes the Kidney Vendetta. Massive damage. Drake trinkets. He gets stunned on his trinket. He pops the Aegis. Is that going to be enough for Drake here? As Brain is struggling to heal him. The volume of pre-sacrifice. Swap back to KAWHI. Likely going to proc the Guardian. Maybe kill him through it. Blinding light comes out from Brain, but he's a pod. Will he fall? He will. KAWHI strike back with massive damage here in game 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, though. It's when they can just get on top of Kearney. They have all that instant crowd control with the Blinding Light, the Hammer of Justice, Shadow Priest crowd control, including a Silence. There's just so many different combinations that they can use. They land the kidney shot, and although KAWHI, I believe, does trinket there, it's just not enough to ultimately survive, and KAWHI are able to push through.
Drake is not playing Cephus, by the way. So I have no idea how he lived earlier, but yeah, KAWHI with a really strong performance and you know, very strong performance from 3.5 men as well. This is definitely a close series so far. Both teams with a lot of pressure. But I'm curious, how does Drake or how does KAWHI actually go down there at the end? Because it looks like they proc the Guardian. Did he actually just kill him after that? And because it looks like he heals up with the Guardian and then he's a pod at the same time. So we're going to see it here during the kill, but it looked like the Guardian procced and the pod procced at the same time, but I could be wrong about that. I'm not 100%, so I want to see that in the replay. But right now, KAWHI in a disarm, Prev in a sheep, but he gets out. Drake in the Ring of Frost, Dragon's Breath onto Prev. Big damage onto Drake. This is a scary situation. He trinkets out from the smoke bomb here, uses his Aegis as well, gets a kidney shot, and this is where the pressure comes onto KAWHI. So KAWHI there, he already got Guardian, already procced right there. So it looked like he got a heal, but he actually procced it before the grip happened. So that's what happened there. And then he gets gripped, but he's already a seed, and they take him down. So really, really overwhelming amount of damage there. And I guess you can see as well why they want the smaller maps. His Brain able to push in, get the blinding light, get the Hodges. It makes such a massive difference for them. And I feel like Brain is always, if he can participate in the kill, it just goes so smoothly for these guys. He's always there with the war stomps and with the blinding light, setting them up, and just KAWHI with a clean game.
Match point. Tyrian Domain, big map for KAWHI to be able to retreat, kind of prevent KAWHI from getting on top of them. Because when they're able to swap targets and attack multiple places, it looked like a struggle for 3.5 men to keep their health bars high. And that Vendetta just completely overwhelmed KAWHI at the end. Not to say that 3.5 men can't take this, they certainly can. They're a formidable rogue mage. And with this big map and distance that they're going to be able to take advantage of, I could see it likely being a game 5 here between these two teams. Out of both of them going into the lower bracket, probably if Cloud9 wants to avoid, actually I feel like they're probably worried about both of them. Like
they're
an
worried
Acid
about
Rogue
both of them,
mage
for sure. Yeah.
and a Shadow Priest Rogue. Like Cloud9 is going to have a rough run here. Great showing with KAWHI on the Warlock, definitely stepping up there to fill that role so that Team Liquid can be dealt with. But these two teams might be completely different animals with the assassination rogues that they've got.
All right, here we go. 3.5 men. Backs against the wall. If they lose this, they'll be going down to the lower bracket to play against Cloud9, a team that they've done extremely well into in the past. So I feel like Cloud9 right now, in that lower bracket, they got to be waiting with anticipation, as I feel like both these opponents are going to be difficult for them. But obviously, both of these teams would like to just advance to the finals. There's points on the line. Both of them want to solidify their position in that top 8. And also, you know, it's also just important for momentum going into Cup number 4. But we'll see how 3.5 men responds. What are they going to do to the Assassination Rogue? See where the openings are. KAWHI's going to be pushing forward. The last game, he actually died relatively quick in that last setup, so he has to be very afraid here. The Assassination Rogue from Drake, super punishing. And Drake has been doing a really good job shutting down these openers. So I really like what 3.5 men kind of just like, not abandon their opener, but this is what I mean. The kidney shot Brain, instant dismantle. So this is actually the Vendetta, or sorry, the Combustion coming in from Nuked, but they're not really going to get too much more. And I kind of like it more when 3.5 men, they don't overcommit in the opener. Just let Drake peel it and then kind of go next and save your cooldowns. But this way, they kind of wasted Combustion. Luckily for Nuked, it's almost off cooldown. Currently playing that Night Fae Priest with the shifting power. It's up in 8 seconds.
Nuked almost with that Combustion ready, so not the biggest issue for him, but yeah, definitely don't like when they commit actual offensive cooldowns on that first push, because Drake is always there. And now kidney shot onto KAWHI. They got a nice sheep here onto Drake, though. Beautiful counter here. They got CC onto Brain as well, not allowing Drake really to get going here. And here comes the damage from 3.5 men. Drake's going to trinket from that Vendetta push, respecting the damage coming out. And that will be Brain saving his trinket. But now there's a smoke bomb on KAWHI. Could find themselves in a similar situation to that Asherman's game where Drake did fall in that smoke bomb. Was able to survive with the pod, but still definitely a scary situation. Now they get a sheep onto Drake, blind onto Brain, and a stun onto Prev. Kearney's there, waiting for the follow-up. Can they get a sheep or a sap onto Brain? They need something. Doesn't look like they can find it. They find it now, but now it's a little too late. Drake already catching a nice heal there, and Prev out of crowd control means that Drake will survive. Now looking to actually get aggressive onto Nuked here. Big damage coming out onto Nuked here. This is the Vendetta actually being committed, and Nuked forced to trade out his alter time, forced to trade out his ice block as well, and there's still some more CC potentially. Ernie now finally going to be able to get some heals out. also trading out the Ray and the Guardian Spirit here onto Calvish. So a lot of cooldowns being forced out. Mage cooldowns all around forced out, and all the cooldowns from Kearney as well. Here comes another setup. Line onto Kearney, ring onto Brain. Drake's in a kidney shot, Rev's in a sheep. Everybody is in CC more or less. Drake right now needs to be careful. Goes for a defensive kidney shot, blinking back here with the soul shift towards his team, and he will survive for now and still taking decent amount of damage. But Brain is there with the wings, should have no problems keeping him alive. And now I am afraid for Nuke. It's match point. Hawaii trying to run him down. Drake is on top of Kearney. We all know what can happen at that point. Kearney actually pulls the trigger first. He got a smoke bomb. Here we go. This could be lights out for Drake, and it will be. And they have the sacrifice this time around. He sacked the seed. You don't see the sack buff on Drake this time, which is what we saw on Asherman. So definitely sack the seed here, and Drake will blossom here in the garden of the Empyrean domain.
I think they're dead now. They have no trinket on Calvish. Nuke has no block. They have Vendetta. They have bomb. I feel like this could be game over here for Nuke. Calvish is trying to get there to help, but now Prev is going to grip Drake away from that assault. Calvish knows he's dead. His Shadow Step Kidney Bomb. Is this going to be the push? Vendetta is rolling insane damage. Ray of Hope comes up from Kearney. He needs to power through a massive amount of damage. Is he going to be able to get that Ray positive? He is. Calvish is going to stabilize. Now they're setting up onto Drake. Once again, stunning him, but Brain isn't CC. He's going to be able to easily heal him and get his team aggressive, running right on top of Calvish. They're going to pop the Aegis. That may not be enough here as he's being overwhelmed on match point, looking like he could be sent down to the lower bracket to face Cloud9. A blinding light onto Kearney. Calvish is desperate. Cloak of Shadows around the corner, trying to get a re-stealth. Manages to get it. Fan of Knives not hitting him. He's line of sighting in stealth. Kearney manages to recover him. Now Drake stunned up. Brain and a Poly trying to go for the kill here onto Drake. Cloak evasion trades, and he should be able to recover with those cooldowns. Calvish now on defense. No trinket for his healer. No trinket for himself. If they can reduce that Vendetta cooldown with the Fae Guardians onto him here, they can definitely kill Calvish. Maybe they don't even need it. Prev blinks in for the fear, going for the win. Can they get Drake to target? They grip Drake to Calvish, and Calvish vanishes away from sight. They can't see him, and he may get popped from stealth here, though. He gets popped from stealth. Drake is going to vanish, but there's a Ring of Frost blocking him from getting back to Calvish. He doesn't want to run into that CC while Brain is in a polymorph, so he's going to take the safe route, open up on Calvish, and here comes the Sepsis. Massive damage onto Calvish. This is going to be it for him. They're going to proc the pod. Kearney's still in a blind. Can they stall for the pod? They Ray of Hope the blind. Can they kill through the Ray of the Hope on the blind here? Onto this pod. I don't think they can. I think the Ray is positive. Calvish is going to stay alive. Calvish now with Vendetta rolling, trying to get aggressive, but he's on the back foot, actually. Drake has Vendetta. They just kill him here in a second. Do they have any CC for Kearney? They need any CC at all. Maybe they don't even need CC. Calvish is taking so much damage. Step Kit comes in. Drake closes it out. Hawaii 3-1.
There's 3 killing blows in this game. I think that's the most impressive thing for me there. But yeah, KAWHI doing an excellent job there. I mean, there's such scary moments. I was really thinking, like, maybe it's risky to play the Night Fae. It was looking so good with the Sephuz, Necrolord Rogue, but I think they realized, like, as long as we hold sack, even if you die, you're probably going to survive. They kept him alive twice with the sack on the pod tender, getting literally a second at least on life, and KAWHI, once again, earned their position in the finals.
I swear, in that Asherman's game, he actually didn't sack the pod. He sacked Drake as he died, or like after he died, you know, when he's in the pod, he still had him targeted, because I looked at Drake's buffs and I saw a sack there. And now when he actually did sack the pod, there was no sack buff on Drake. So I don't know how he kept it alive there in the previous match, but in this map, obviously just sacking it. And did the priest Ray of Hope the pod?
Yeah, he did.
And Guardian it?
Ray of Hope did. It stops all the, it's like the same as sack, just stops all the damage.
Yeah, it's literally a sack.
So, I feel like I wonder if Calvish is gonna write a tweet. Like, you remember him writing a tweet like, only insecure rogues play cheat death? What about only insecure rogues play pod tender?
He's playing it too. I mean,
I know.
Yeah.
Why would you not play it?
Too as well, though.
Got multiple cheat deaths. They have to kill him 3 times.
So this is Drake. Oh no, this is at the end of the game. This is when the pods has already been sacked and Ray of Hope, I think, right?
I think so, yeah. This is where Prev pushes in. He gets a nice little fear here on Kearney. Actually, Calvish does a really good job defensively here. So he gets a grip. Look at this. Calvish just lining. Then nuked. Drops a Ring of Frost. Calvish gets knocked out of stealth, still running from Drake. Drake vanishes, and then he just hides in the ring. So he knows Drake's trying to connect to him, but he's hiding in the ring, making it really awkward. But this is where Calvish just gets one shot. Big damage coming in from Drake. The smoke bomb. Calvish ultimately does go down into the seed, and then out of this, you can see Kearney, Ray of Hope, waiting for the Ray of Hope. There's the Guardian, and Kalvish is able to resurrect. But I mean, they basically have traded everything at this point. Kalvish has no cooldowns. Kearney has no cooldowns. Next kidney shot from Drake ends the game.
Yeah, and that Shadow Step kick at the end was really nice as well by Drake. And there it is, kidney damage coming out from both of them. And it's going to be the Vendetta Shadow Step kick. Classic combo right there. And KAWHI looking as deadly as ever right there.
Yeah, definitely. Well done to them. Now they're going to be sitting nice and pretty up in the grand finals, waiting for their opponent that is going to come, of course, from this next series. Now 3.5 men, they're going to have to play another round. They're going to go again, and they're going to be up this time against Cloud9. And do you think that they're prepared for this one, Zico?
I mean, they better be. I think my bigger question is Cloud9 prepared? Because Cloud9, this is the deepest we've seen them go this season in a cup.
That
so
is true.
For them, they've secured themselves a top 3. Can we see Cloud9 in the finals? And more importantly, can we see everybody right now who's not a subscriber to the YouTube channel press that subscriber button immediately? Thank you.
That's very true. Press the subscribe button, notification button. You can, get all the good stuff right on time, when we are live. So very nice plug there, Zico. Thank you for that. But yeah, Cloud9, they're in 7th right now before the weekend started in terms of points at 92. So of course we'll update that at the end of the day here. But it should be looking good for them, of course. And it's basically an elimination round. So loser of this next one, they're going to get 3rd. Winner goes on to face KAWHI in the grand finals of the North American Cup number 3. So we're going to head to a break, and we will be right back. We'll come to that lower semifinals or lower finals up next. We are now in the North American lower finals for the AWC Cup number 3. We're about to eliminate another team, determine who will be third and who will go on to the grand finals to face off against Hawaii. That will be determining who is the champion of the third cup for North America. Here are the rosters. We've already eliminated quite a few teams, only 3 remaining. And this next sub series that we've got coming up here is 3.5 men versus Cloud9. We know that, both of these teams obviously really need points. Cloud9 is in 7th, 3.5 men. They're at 3rd, so they're in a really solid position, but obviously that seeding can be, super crucial going into stuff like a circuit, Zico.
Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are you oohing about then?
I was thinking, I could say it after.
No, go ahead. Well, actually, sorry. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ben.
I was going to say, I am curious with Cloud9. Cloud9, there's something that I really want teams to try. It's a hypothesis I've had, but I feel like the Demonology Warlock, we haven't seen it yet, but it could be good here. Cloud9, I want them to kind of stick to their Mage Lock right now and see how far they can take it, but I want them to play Demo against the RMP and see how it does. Like, if they try Destro and it doesn't work, I want them to at least try Demo in this matchup, because I think it could actually be really, really strong. Otherwise, I think 3.5 men with their RMP has a really solid answer into basically everything.
Yeah, interesting for sure. Zico, what about you? Sorry. you can go now.
All right. So I think I want to see Mage Lock from Cloud9. This is how I envision the old Cloud9. I see 2 wizards in the front, 1 healer in the back, a team that can't move until they ultimately slowly die a slow, painful death.
The team that's against them?
Yes,
slowly dying?
that's against them.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Right.
So as a C9 fan, I would like to see 3.5 men die slowly behind a pillar against their Mage Lock. Now, as a 3.5 men fan, I would like to see the Asa Rogue, and I would like to see them press W on KAWHI on that Warlock and really test him to the max. Now, what I don't want to see is flop on Resto Druid. That's number 1. Like, he's a phenomenal Resto Druid, but I don't want to see I don't want to see anybody on a Resto Druid, okay? That's number 1. And number 2, I don't want to see Windwalker Mage of any form.
100% what it is.
Cloud9.
Oh!
Nope.
Oh!
We get it. All right.
Look at that.
Great work.
You manifested it. Good job.
Okay.
Let's go.
Is KAWHI going to be the carry for Cloud9 to get them through the RMP, which has been a struggle for them? He's going to be put to the test here to fill the shoes of Chanimal. Calvish moving straight for the healer flop, getting a sap early on, straight onto KAWHI. He's going to be really tested in this game on Destruction Warlock if he is focused. Already trading out Dark Pact, unending resolve, big defensive cooldowns. Calvish gets gripped away from the engagement as Wealthy Man is committed that Icy Veins, but Calvish is getting rooted up. He's getting blasted down in game 1. Is he going to be able to get around the corner in time? Wealthy Man blinks right on top of his opponents to get Frostbolt after Frostbolt. A little bit BM from Wealthy Man. He's going to get a kidney shot and manage to break out of it. Now Calvish is getting blasted here in game 1. 10% health. Guardian already used. Vanish has to be used. Nuke is now getting destroyed. Wealthy Man is looking unafraid in game 1, just chasing them and hunting them down.
And I mean, that's literally exactly what's going on. He goes in with his cooldowns. So it looks like they do want to just commit to KAWHI. Calvish going to have to hold on just a little bit here. They haven't weathered the storm of Wealthy Man's Deathborn just yet. Calvish incredibly low. Can he survive? Does manage to shadow step away with the resolve. And honestly, I feel like I want to see a bit more of like a slow play here from 3.5 men. Play it a little bit slower, throw the blinds onto Wealthy Man, punish the fact that he's using that trinket. Nuke almost getting one shot in the middle of the map though. Forced to trade out the ice block. And 3.5 men, I feel like they got to be a bit more careful. I think they have the tools with the RMP to win, but I think they might be playing a little bit reckless, especially with Deathborn active for Wealthy Man. Just play it a little bit slower, just commit the kidney shot, and then just immediately run away.
Yeah, it's exactly what we want to see. KAWHI gonna have his unending resolve back up in like 5 seconds, so he's gonna get grip back here. This is the combustion of Nuked, and they're not gonna commit too much here to just get the grip, and they immediately pull back. Wealthy Man actually proccing a Deathborn. Nuke needs to be careful, taking a big damage here. Frostbolts are rolling in. Nuked, he's on fire soon. You need to be very, very careful. Catches the Guardian right there, and just like that, from one proc there with the Unity, Wealthy Man almost solos Nuke. They're getting Kearney's cooldowns. I don't know if they actually proc that Guardian. They did proc that Guardian, so That was an insane amount of damage coming in from Wealthy Man. He's playing so aggressively in the match. KAWHI with good positioning, just staying back, making sure that they have to walk a decent amount. But KAWHI will use every man for himself and teleport out of that smoke bomb. And quick shout out to KAWHI's staff. You know, as a Arcane Mage player, you love to see the little Lunette cheap there that he is wearing. KAWHI gonna get blasted here in midfield. Chaos Ball coming in. 1, 2. Infernal Stun is gonna proc. And KAWHI once again has his Cloak of Shadows. Did also use his Vendetta there onto somebody, I think onto KAWHI in that smoke bomb, but not able to actually net themselves anything with it. This is looking great for Cloud9 so far.
Let's see if they can keep it up here. I think dampening is definitely going to be a double-edged sword with the recovery onto KAWHI, but Flop has so much mana. Kearney is almost doomed. KAWHI just portals away from KAWHI's step. Infernal's called in. Massive damage on KAWHI once again. He shadow steps back behind the pillar. Nuke now trying to line of sight. Wealthy Man moving to the left. KAWHI moving to the right. Bonza fell down. Wealthy Man is unafraid, blinking on top of the Rogue Mage over and over, almost taunting them like, here, hit me, I dare you. Try and get them off the KAWHI and get a bit more damage out, which I really like. I think taking those risks to open up KAWHI and get your damage out during your cooldowns is so important for closing out this game. They've got them pinned. They're getting withered down. They have to do something. What are they going to do? They're going after Flop. It's a Hail Mary. YOLO onto Flop. Can they manage to net enough damage to take him down? Doesn't look like it. And now KAWHI is getting ravaged by Wealthy Man. Insane pressure. They proc the pod. Kearney's in the fear on his trinket. Holy Fire is going to close it out, and an aggressive Cloud9 are making this comp look good.
Oh, it looks real good. that was a great game one. Yeah, they're back. I kind of wonder. So I do think like that. This game, first of all, looks really nice from Cloud9. Wealthy Man playing exceptionally aggressive, and the Night Fae Priest is an adaptation we really haven't seen too much of, having a really short cooldown on Icy Veins, even more so. It just really makes the match chaotic from the Rogue Mage side. That being said, I feel like there's more you can do to kind of weather the storm of the Frost Mage. Like when he's blinking in, throw a blind on him. Like that's what we're seeing the Rogue Mages that are successful against Mage Lock do. Like there's multiple things they could do. So like Nuked, for example, shifting power with counterspell is really effective against Wealthy Man. If he's using this trinket, you can go for like a counterspell into, a polymorph or a fear just to knock off the trinket and then counterspell him again with shifting power. That's a way to shut down Deathborn for a long time. Blinds coming in from KAWHI also. It just feels like 3.5 men. They tried to play the aggressive, really aggressive, which I think plays into the favor of Mage Lock in this one.
Yeah, and I think specifically, I'm guessing this is what you're talking about as well. Early on, when Wealthy Man has Deathborn, Veins, TI, it literally has everything. That's when you run, and they actually did trade into that, and that's what really put them behind early on in the match. And then here, of course, they're just going for a desperate play. They can't really stay at the pillar anymore and try to, just wait it out. And they felt like they needed to do something aggressive. They went out. They got instantly punished, and Cloud9 just took the win early on. So what I want to see from 3.5 men is go with that same aggression that we saw in the start, but as soon as they pull the trigger on Vane's Deathborn, just throw a blind, throw a slow Wealthy Man down, and then once Wealthy Man has nothing, you pull the trigger and you go for a big all-in. You see what you can get. Some kidneys are going to get gripped. Some kidneys are not going to have that much value. Just keep looking for them. Eventually, you can win that way. We've seen it happen a lot. But for Cloud9, man, what a statement. KAWHI is coming in on a Warlock, and so far is undefeated on the day, playing for top 4. This man is a legend. I mean, we already knew it from his Resto Druid, but right now he's just sitting there, sunshades on, blasting away with Chaos Bolts, and just looking like he has the most fun ever, just deleting these people.
It definitely made the matchup look a lot more favorable comparatively to the Mage Locks we saw in EU in the matchup. Wealthy Man blinking on top of them. Like, what? Not a single Mage Lock was even getting close to the RMP at the pillar. They're like, you guys stay behind the pillar. We like you contained over there. Wealthy Man's just like, nah, I'm jumping on this RMP like a trampoline right now. Like, I'm unafraid. That was crazy. And they go to hook points. So it makes me think that 3.5 men want to do maybe a Holy Priest strat. They obviously need a small map if they want to be able to close the distance. But maybe like a subtlety all in on the priest over and over might be a decent option for them. I actually think that maybe going sub in general could be good to punish Wealthy Man. the assassination seems like it was just struggling. Anytime he would step, Cubsy would just instantly port. He was literally just like, he saw Shadow Step, Cubsy would port away from it in the middle, and Calvish would get stuck. So I'm actually not sure if I like assassination, at least with the way that Cloud9 is playing.
Calvish had smoke bomb last game. Let me check. Was he playing? Oh no, he was playing maneuverability. I want to see Asa again, to be honest.
He's not.
Get it.
I think Asa's better, but
yeah, me too.
I feel like Calvish's team is probably more used to sub though. I feel like this is new tech. It's like Asa Nightface stuff is new tech, whereas they've got like hundreds of games on the ladder of subtlety. So for them, it's just like, this is comfort. And with the way that they were playing the game, like they like doing these like hit and runs, Calvish isn't getting the momentum, it feels like, as Asa. So it's good. I think this plays into their strengths in the short term, although Asa is likely better.
That's fair. Sometimes you got to go with comfort, even though it might be a little bit worse. And who knows? We haven't really seen, like, you know, because the meta is new, everything is new. There's constantly changes happening, you know, and people getting more and more used to just 4 sets and the double Legos and whatnot. I feel like there is, you know, we could use some more games in our sample size, because we used to think sub was better in week 1, and then in week 2 we're like, Asa seems better. And now we're still kind of leaning towards Asa, but sub could definitely still be good, especially if it's a comfort thing for 3.5 men. Like they're playing most of their games as sub, it would make a lot of sense to lock in the sub. But I'm just a big fan of the kidney shot. You know, with an assassination rogue, I just think consistent damage, the hemotoxins, you know, just everything about that spec, and make it really difficult for a warlock to survive. You can just kind of run them over with pressure eventually. Especially if you get into the dampening stages of the game, that's when Asa Rogue just basically solos people through multiple cooldowns.
I just feel like Calvish didn't get to do anything. Like the opener, they got every cooldown from Cubsy, and then Calvish never touched Cubsy for the rest of the game. He could never get to him. Like he did 300k damage or something. Ultimate Cubsy did 1 mil. So like, that's a 1.7 million difference in damage. It didn't look fun for him, other than the opener. So that's why I don't think I'm surprised to see him go on subtlety. Going to play into all the games that they've practiced with it, because like no one was playing. Well, maybe a couple of people were playing Asa RMP last patch, but subtlety was really the kind of predominant one. That's where all the practice is. I think it plays into the strengths of their team too. They don't really feel like a pressure team. They feel like a team that's like a hit and run, get a big cooldown, pull out, find a good target. And subtlety did just win in Europe as well against the jungle, so it's not like it's bad. Like the difference between Asa and sub is probably very minor, if anything, which is why if they're better at sub, it's probably going to be a better option for them.
Yeah, it's just funny because in Europe we see all of the mage locks just complaining about assassination rogue RMP. They all got hard farmed, so it's like
they didn't have wealthy man mages blinking on top of the
I honestly believe the reason, like I really do believe that the reason why that game looks so bad is because 3.5 men didn't do a good job managing wealthy men in the match. Like you can really punish that trinket. That trinket is super annoying. I'm talking about the echoing resolve, where you become immune to crowd control after receiving crowd control. But you can do things like the blind. Like I said, if he pushes in behind the pillar, blind him. If he decides to block it, then just kidney shot him and make him blink away. And that's what you want to do. Don't be afraid to kidney shot wealthy man as like a defensive tactic. If he decides to blink away out of line of sight, then great. He's got cripple poison on him. He's not really going to be able to get to you. He can't cast frost balls, but at least you can scare him away a little bit. And then when you want to make those pushes on Cubsy as well, it's really important to have cross on wealthy man. It's not that hard to do. I mean, Kearney can literally just throw a chastise on him. He doesn't have to play the stun. He could play the disorient and then just double mind control him. That's another option, to just keep wealthy man out of the game for 15 seconds or longer. So I feel like if you're going to play the assassination version of the comp, you have to manage wealthy man. Like basically you just commit your kidney shots on Cubsy, maybe wealthy man if he's playing that aggressive, but you need to control the mage a lot more effectively. And I feel like that's kind of where 3.5 men fell short.
Yeah,
I get it. Is there a half man?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, wealthy man BM blinking on top of your team and you're just kind of ignoring him doesn't seem like a good move. Maybe they just got too tunnel visioned on Cubsy, and maybe that was because they got every cooldown from him in the opener. They're like, I don't really want to kidney the mage. We just got everything from Cubsy, but then they're just leaving wealthy man open, just letting him do whatever he wants, and that's definitely not going to be the correct decision, as they just overran them there. But Hook Point, really small map, means that 3.5 men can get a ton of swaps. They can go after Flop, they can go after Wealthy Man. I don't think Cubsy, he might be the target as sub. I feel like it's maybe not going to be the best just because he can use cooldowns and stuns. I'd rather see this trinket punished on Wealthy Man, and you're going to be able to re-stun when he blinks maybe. But it really just depends on how they're going to play this. Is Cloud9 going to try that strat where they put Wealthy Man on top of them the whole game, or are they going to try and post back a little bit as we're waiting to set up the game here? But this is, to me, this is like 3.5 men at full power as sub rather than assassination. Like, this is like the main squad, main team, and where all of their practice has been put in. So Cloud9, Cubsy's been passing the test with flying colors so far, and now it's like, okay, it's going to be main team, 3.5 men. Can he beat that? If he can, they're going into the finals. I feel like their Mage Lock could also be a good pick overall into KAWHI if they can play like this into Assassination Rogues.
All right, well, let's see if the small map is going to help, if subtlety is going to help. Maybe it is more of a comfort pick for 3.5 men. I still personally think the assassination is better because it gives you such a late game advantage. But if you feel like it's going to be a struggle to actually make it into the late game, Wealthy Man's playing too aggressive. Potentially, this is the build to actually really punish those plays. But I'm not convinced. Cloud9 so far, it looks like they put a lot of preparation into their Mage Lock. It's looking really good. Flop coming in with the Night Fae, which is something we haven't seen too much of. Giving Wealthy Man really low cooldown on that Icy Veins. It's a lot of pressure, and we'll see how 3.5 men manage that pressure.
All right, game number 2 is live between these teams. Let's see what they decide to do. Flop trying to get in combat here. Won't get sapped in this opener. Double Dragon's Breath coming out, and they might be going after Flop. Actually, no, they are going to go after Cubsy here. Here comes big damage from Calvish with the Shadow Blades. They kidney shot Flop. Actually, they're swapping to Flop. Mind Games connect, and Flop, I think, used his human racial there because that stun just disappeared. So I'm pretty sure his trinket is on cooldown now for about 1.5 minutes. And now it's going to be Calvish here on the run, getting Infernal Stun, getting Mortal Coil here with Kearney, Decimating Bolt coming out, big damage with the Incinerates, but no follow-up fear there onto Kearney. I'd like to see that, but Calvish gets absolutely blasted here by Wealthy Man. Flop sitting through that blind right now, trying to get some big damage going here onto Cubsy, but it's just Kearney and it's just Calvish getting deleted. Calvish now trinketing out here, and this is them trying to open up the Flop, get his trinket, blind him, and get something over onto Cubsy, but they are able to get the unending resolve. But my goodness, this pressure from Cloud9.
That pressure might be subsiding here. Wealthy Man still trying to get the kill here while his Deathborn is up. Can he go for it and score the win in game 2? Massive damage. He's going to get it. He gets it. Insane damage from Wealthy Man. So aggressive on this Frost Mage. This is not something that we would expect from Mage Lock. Mage Lock is all about just blocking, pushing people away, CCing them, making them miserable. Wealthy Man is just flipping a switch here today in this series, going aggressive, going all out, blinking on top of the RMP, giving them no room to breathe, just totally suffocating them. And now they're on match point. And Cloud9 are looking good. Like, if they've got defense and offense in their arsenal as this comp, I'm a bit worried for KAWHI.
I mean, we'll definitely have to wait and see. KAWHI has been the one team, though, that has really made it difficult for Cloud9 to continuously play Mage Lock, but we can see a really aggressive open here by Calvish to get the kidney shot onto Flop. A big hard swap here on Flop right now, but he will ultimately survive. There's a gap in the stun. He's able to fade to safety, and this is where Cloud9 gets a little bit of control of the matchup, and when we start seeing some aggression. So this is the Icy Veins. Deathborn's going to be active here for Wealthy Man, and Calvish almost gets one shot. So incredibly big shatter combos coming in from Wealthy Man. Calvish is forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Wealthy Man's going to be blinking out of the sun as they continue their push here onto Cubsy, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can't, when you see Deathborn and Veins, you should just be out of the game. Like, immediately be running away. Has he committed blind yet? I don't actually know who he decided to blind in this game. Who did he actually blind?
He blinded, so they forced Flop's a human racial in that first stun. He humaned out about midway through and then used his fade. And then they blinded him and they wanted to go after Cubsy, but Wealthy Man had Deathborn up and he's just been doing this the whole game, basically what we saw here at the end. So they wanted to do a counter go when Deathborn was active. Wealthy Man just sheep nuked and just free casted and 1v3'd basically during that time.
I really I really believe that they're playing the matchup entirely wrong, and that's why this looks so one-sided. I mean, Cloud9's doing a really good job, but the game, in my opinion, when Deathborn and Veins is up, the game's unplayable. Like, unless you're going to go after the mage and, like, actually attack him and force him to run away, like, you should not be in the open whatsoever. And I honestly, like, these map picks, I feel like are bad, too. Like, Dalaran Sewer, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Like, you want to have a pillar that you can actually run to. Like, in the past, it might have been good against Mage Lock, but now you need to run for cover. Like, you need line of sight. And they're going sub again. But yeah, for 3.5 men, I really feel like we need to see how it was played in Europe, which is very defensive. You play a very defensive RMP instead of aggression, because I don't think you're going to be able to out-aggress and out-trade Deathborn Veins. You're not going to be able to out-trade Dark Soul with Infernals. Like, you really have to be careful in this match. And I think if you are careful, you can live a long time, but we're not seeing it here.
I definitely agree with you. And for that playstyle, Asa is way better. But it's just to dial it back for a second, it's so funny. Because when Team Liquid are playing and they're picking all the biggest maps, we're like, bro, what are you guys doing? You're picking all their favorite maps. And then now they lock in like Hook Point and Dalaran. We're like, bro, what are you doing? You're locking in the small maps. You can't run on these maps. No matter what these teams are doing, it
There's
just
other
seems like
options,
every map
like
is bad.
Blackrock Hold is a good option. You have like somewhere you can actually like bunker down in and hide. Like this, I don't know. I feel like it's so hard to actually get a resell.
Like Tiger's Peak is a decent option, I guess.
Tiger's Peak is okay, and it's completely different. Small map, I think, is actually good for the Windwalker Monk. I think the larger map's good for the Assassination Rogue. So there is a difference between the two comps, because I feel like this, you just need a big pillar. I don't even care how big the map is. Like, literally go to Tolveron if you want. I don't mind it. As long as you have a pillar to run around, I swear, that's the most important thing against a Frost Mage.
Yeah. Well, there isn't two big pillars here, you know. You can definitely reach behind that pillar and keep everybody cleaved down here on Dalaran Sewers. Now, this is 3.5 men on match point. Will they get flushed by the Cloud9 here? Looking absolutely insane with their Mage Warlock once again, terrorizing North America with this comp. And they're doing it with style. KAWHI rocking a beautiful staff right now, and Wealthy Man rocking some insane damage as well to back it up. They get Calvish out of stealth. It's not looking good in the opener. They get a sap on the flop though, and now they're going to swap over onto flop. Big damage coming in here, but they coil Calvish this time around. They're not going to let them get that same kind of pressure. Do they have a restun? They do not. And KAWHI calling in the Infernals, immediately sending the damage here. That Ray of Hope better be positive, because right now Calvish, it actually didn't even top him. Okay, there we go. KAWHI getting back to full HP, but now look at Wealthy Man. He's just standing on top of them, spamming Frostbolt after Frostbolt here behind the map. KAWHI on one side. There's nowhere to run on this tiny little map behind that little box there. And Wealthy Man is just having a field day right now. They blind him, so they do exactly what we were talking about there, just slowing down the Frost Mage a little bit with that 10-second blind. And now Wealthy Man will kind of go back to his team there.
All right, let's see if they can manage to turn this around. They've survived the initial round of cooldowns from Wealthy Man. KAWHI still has Dark Soul, so he's going to be a threat in the near future. KAWHI putting his port in the middle of the map so he can position aggressively here. Kearney is trying to drink. Really important they stop these drinks. The Fell Hunter of KAWHI going to move over and punch Kearney, keep him in combat, just whittling them down, running him out of mana, hitting him at the pillar, AoEing them down, and keeping them contained is their main objective right now. They've got them locked in a good position. Now KAWHI's getting aggressive, running in line of sight here. We see a pre-Ray of Hope here. It looks like activated, at least that's the animation. It looks like from Kearney, but now they're turning it around. Infernals popped in from KAWHI. Dark Soul coming in. Decimating Bolt getting lined up. Calvish is stunned. Big heals, but is it enough? Another big heal from Kearney. Kearney now into the full polymorph. Calvish and Nuke running for their lives here around the box. They could swap to Kearney if they can reset a stun here from Flop. Another polymorph onto Kearney. Calvish getting isolated on match point, facing elimination. Big damage potentially incoming. Flurry combo. Ice Lance. Calvish down at 30%. Has to go for a Shadow Meld re-stealth, getting that absorbed onto it. Now stunning up KAWHI, trying to get some pressure for his team. They need a big push right here. They get Unending Resolve. They need to get a kill with it, I think, at this point. No, it's not going to be enough. Calvish pulling away from the Unending Resolve for now. KAWHI going to get a Fleshcraft up, anticipating the attack in the future. Looks like Wealthy Man already got his Icy Veins back. He's actually loading big Frostbolts right now. That's it! What? Cloud9 close it out. Clean and fast and clinical. Cloud9 3-0. This team is scary.
I mean, they were in the past. They are once again going back with the mage lock. It looks very practiced. I know these guys have been putting a lot of preparation into this, but a 3-0, I really didn't expect it. I thought it would go a little bit different than this, but Cloud9 was able to play really aggressive in this matchup, not really punished for it whatsoever. And as a result, it seems like they just walked all over 3.5 men.
That was absolutely insane. Like, what even happened to Calvish there at the end? He just got blasted out of the arena. He just got absolutely destroyed. And yeah, Cloud9, I mean, we had questions. Where is Cubsy? Why aren't they playing Cubsy? Well, Cubsy was visiting the reroll factory, just making sure that everything is nice and in order here for his Warlock, because he looks like he's a Warlock main. His whole life here is basically no difference. And we could take a look here at the end. I mean, look at this clinical gameplay here. They get the Shatter. Cubsy goes for the Fear out of the Shadow Fury. They don't even get the Shadow Fury. Kavish here with a nice shutdown there. Goes for the Shadowman, goes for the Restuff. Counter attack for, for that RMP. They get the Resonators down and the Shadowy Duel. Cubsy doesn't want to get one shot. Trades out the Unending Resolve. And that's for the Shadow Blade. So it's a fair trade. Fleshcrafts while Flop is in CC. And then here, they just send it onto Calvish here. What actually happens? Wealthy Man with his veins up.
Double
and here
chaos
comes
bolt.
the double.
Boom.
Boom.
Triple.
Oh, it's a triple.
Boom.
Oh, headshot. And that'll do it.
That was.
Sorry, all three of you saying boom at the same time send me. Oh my gosh. What's that, Ben?
No, I mean, it's just insane damage. Like, this is why you need a big pillar. I think this is why you need to be assassination, and this is why you need a big pillar, because at least you can throw a dagger at them, snare them a little bit, like get control of the match. This is completely different than what we saw in Europe. In Europe, the RMPs played it way differently, and they ended up pulling out ahead. Here, though, I don't know what it is, but this just looked like an entirely different matchup.
Yeah, it would be super interesting if we could ever see those two different play styles play, against each other. Time will tell. However, Cloud9, one thing is for certain, is moving on to the grand finals. They're going to be facing off against KAWHI at a super clean game here against 3.5 men in the lower semis. And I can only hope that they're going to be riding that momentum into the grand finals, because KAWHI had a really good day today, Super Tees.
Yeah, their Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin looking really good against 3.5 men. They lost that one game, but it's kind of off the back of Drake trinketing aggressively. They could have easily 3-0'd 3.5 men. So two teams really powering up here in Cup 3. Cloud9 needed this performance. Like, this is the return to glory for Cloud9. Can they redeem their top position in North America since their roster swap up here? And KAWHI as well is trying to regain some of their honor from Cup number 2 coming in at 4th place. So who's going to come out on top? Do we see the Mage Lock? What do we see from KAWHI? Is there a curveball? There's a lot of questions to be answered, and I'm very excited to see this best of 7.
I'm excited as well, Super Tees. I know that every time I check in with Cloud9 in previous cups, it's kind of been like, yeah, we're not really sure what to play. We're still kind of finding our stride as a new team. And last I checked in with Chun-Li, said that they know what they're doing now. They know what they want to play, and they've been feeling really solid as a team. So let's see how they perform. Next up against KAWHI in this grand finals, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be those two teams facing off against each other. We'll be back soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are now into the North American Grand Finals for Cup number 3. We're seeing KAWHI face off against Cloud9. Cloud9 having come from the lower bracket. KAWHI has yet to drop a single game in Cup number 3 so far. And we know that Cloud9, they really need these points. And they're for sure ramping up here in terms of performance. Venruki, what do you think we could owe to that credit for Cloud9, you know, kind of shaping up really nicely in this Cup?
They're a team that's been experts at Mage Lock for a long time. I mean, it used to be with a little bit of a different roster, but KubZ and Wealthy Man, they have a lot of synergy with this composition. And I think the fact that they kind of focused on it, it really shows here in this Cup number 3. I'm really curious to see if they could beat KAWHI with it. If they can, then maybe they're just unstoppable with this composition, because in the past, it has been KAWHI that has been kind of a thorn in their side with these kind of long, slow, drawn-out assassination rogue games. And that's kind of what I wanted to see from 3.5 Men. I'm curious if KAWHI can do that. If they play their Shadow Priest Rogue, they can bring the game later into dampening and use their all-ins and play really, really aggressive. But I think for Cloud9, this is a huge victory for them already. Just making it to the finals, they needed a good showing. Even if they lose here, this is a great outcome for them.
Look at who they beat. They had to beat Power Men, second place last week. They had to beat Golden Guardians. They had to beat Team Liquid. Then they had to beat 3.5 Men. And now they're fighting KAWHI. Like, this is the biggest road to glory ever.
That is a long time in the lower bracket.
For a team. Like, this is an insane North American gauntlet for them. And I feel like we were all starting to question, like, is Cloud9 going to be able to step up? Are they going to be able to step up? And I think they did. Even if they don't take this series, I think that they did in a big way here. But this could just be their whole tournament, and this is the return.
Yeah, you're so right about that. Like, look, Powermen came second. Golden Guardians came third in the last Cup. Team Liquid came first. So they beat the entire top 3. And then 3.5 Men came second in the past. And KAWHI obviously has won as well in the past. So this is literally all the top teams right now. So definitely been powering up and leveling up. And I think this is the performance. We were talking about it because they almost got knocked out on Friday or on Saturday, sorry, in their first series. They could have gotten knocked out in 8th place. They were 1 game away from that against the Power Men. So for Cloud9, we had a lot of questions, and they've definitely brought in those answers. And we are going to see the picks for game number 1. KAWHI leading with the Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin. No big surprise. Cloud9 leading with the Mage Lock. Let's see how it plays out.
No surprise at all here in the first round of this best of 7. Is this the return of Cloud9? Are they going to establish dominance here? This is their final boss, KAWHI of North America, as the gates have opened. Drake and Stealth crossing the midfield, looking for an early sap. Eventually finding Wealthy Man here. Not going to be going for it just yet. Sneaking past. He saps. Oh, but gets Frost Nova immediately by Wealthy Man. He's going to get freedom. Shadow Step to KubZ. Kidney Shot connecting massive damage. KubZ trading on any resolve and Dark Pack for this initial vendetta. It was a wise move, as he would be crushed otherwise. Wealthy Man now turning the tables here with that Deathborn. Massive Frostbolt damage onto Drake. Trinket, Cloak of Shadows, and this is where they need to get away from Wealthy Man. What can they do to keep Wealthy Man at bay and survive this initial hit? Initial icy assault rains into a polymorph. Drake is still on the run. KubZ's going to meet him on the left. Wealthy Man will blink right on top of him. Drake Shadow Steps and Soul Shapes with a kidney to retreat away from the engagement. He has managed to get back to Krev, but now Brain got left behind. Krev is getting blasted a bit. How is Brain going to navigate this? He's feared. Krev is down to half. Wealthy Man still sniping frost bolts at every turn that he can to build up massive damage, but Brain seems to be dealing with it and stabilizing. He seemed to have weathered the first blizzard of Cloud9.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is exactly how you want to kind of react to the situation. The Night Fate Priest, though, Wealthy Man already has his veins up in about a minute from now. So another threatening situation, but not nearly as threatening as that Deathborn. And this is where you kind of expect KAWHI to go for an all-in, and I think they will. Actually, the Night Fate was committed over to KubZ, so a short cooldown on that Unending Resolve also going to be very, very important for KubZ to survive. So Cloud9 obviously coming in with some unique strategies here. KAWHI, though, I expect a big all-in push from them shortly. So they're just waiting, picking their moment. Wonder what exactly they're waiting for. I feel like I'd like to see them make a push before that Unending Resolve gets off cooldown, but it's already back. So it's basically a reset. The gates have opened at this point. We're just, gates have opened. We'll see what KAWHI decide to do. Looks like they really don't want to commit at this point, which is a bit surprising. They could just realize that their win condition is going to be later on in dampening, so just play for the long game.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening right now. They're just waiting for dampening, and also Drake doesn't have Trinket or Cloak of Shadows. So I think for KAWHI, they realized that we're probably not going to get a win early on. And by trading with Cloud9, maybe we are going to actually be costing ourselves the game. So Drake looks like he wants to open up. Oh, maybe he was just waiting for that Trinket. Cloak, they blast Brain though. Brain actually has to use this Trinket as Drake opens. They waited such a long time to get that Trinket Cloak back, and now it's like they just swap Trinkets. Drake gets pulled back to the pillar. Saved by the Light Procs. He had to use his Aegis Trinket right there as well. And still, Wealthy Man in the back line, just throwing out Frostbolt after Frostbolt, having the most fun ever. And now finally they will target Wealthy Man, but he's just going to gate back to his side of the map. Drake and the Mortal Coil gets dispelled out. Get a fear onto Prev, no dispel available. Triple Shadow Fury, Sheep onto Brain potentially. They get it. And now here comes the damage. Where they're going to go after. Counterspell Prev. They counterspell Prev again, but the Sheep breaks on Brain right there, unfortunately. Still good damage coming out of Prev. No, big hit of a flurry combo right there. And Prev will proc the Save by the Light as well. Wealthy Man just doing so much damage here on that Frost Mage. And it looks like they might actually take down Brain, because KAWHI's on the other side, proccing Chaos Bolts and Infernals. And this looks like a nightmare situation here for KAWHI.
Where are you gonna go? Like, what are you gonna do? They all have their defensives. You're gonna just stay like this for 10 minutes? Is it gonna take that much dampening to be able to kill a target? KAWHI gets gripped away from the kidney. There's no way Drake is getting back to that. He's trying to get back to the pillar in line of sight. That assault now shut down once again here by Cloud9 as they're repositioning aggressively. And I mean, Brain at any moment, if he's caught in a Chastise stun, I feel like it could be lights out for him. One of these flurry combos. Infernal's called in. Frostbolt spam from Wealthy Man. Decimating Bolt going to connect as well. Drake needs to do something. He's trying to open up on KAWHI. KAWHI pre-ports, but he's able to reconnect. You managed to get Dark Pack. Brain is getting aggressive. Hammer of Justice on KAWHI, trying to hold him in place just a little bit longer, but is it going to be enough to take him out? Rot damage onto Wealthy Man. Finally, a little bit of offense here from KAWHI. They haven't committed the Vendetta just yet. Prev is line of sighting. Drake is trying to disengage away from the engagement in midfield here, but now they've isolated Prev. He's all alone. They know he's all alone. They're starting to run on top of him. Is he going to be able to get to his team here? He greater fades, but he's stuck in a Frost Nova. He just can't go anywhere. He's stunned on the Freedom. He still can't move. Brain's trying to heal him from all the way across the map. Here comes Vendetta on a KAWHI. He's going to net the unending resolve from him. Can he stay on target? Doesn't look like it. No, Deathborn, Icy Veins. Drake needs to get out of here. Prev needs to get out of here. Are they going to be able to get out in time? Drake Soul Shapes gets Frost Nova'd. He's trying to get behind the pillar, but he's getting Nova'd after Nova after Nova. Ultimate's blinking aggressively. Prev, once again, is isolated from his team, and they're going after him. He's going to Quaking Palm Wealthy Man. He gets caught in a Mortal Coil. Chaos Bolt, big damage. He has to disperse. He's all by himself. Drake opens up to try and save him. But now Drake could be held liable as he's feared into Polly in the back line. Brain is sneaking in a drink amidst all of this. Prev saves Drake, gripping him back to the pillar to return the favor of Drake saving him earlier. They have now managed to survive the dampening. But this is going to be a long finals if every game is going to be like this from KAWHI.
Well, I feel like they almost have no choice. Like, their win condition really is pushing through multiple defensive cooldowns. And with that short unending resolve, it's going to be difficult. KAWHI right now going for a Chaos Bolt. They do a little bit of a hit and run here. Drake gets caught to a stun. A bit scary, but it looks like Brain does have the heals to power through. 5% dampening at this point of the game. I don't expect it to end until 30-40%. Wealthy Man has that Deathborn coming up in about 2 minutes. Icy Veins rolling up as well. Flop has 100% mana, but Brain actually, he snuck away and drank, so that's going to be massive for them. Right before dampening kicked in, he was able to get away. Prev traded out the dispersion, and they were able to actually recover completely full. Kitty shot now into KAWHI, as it looks like Drake does want to get aggressive. A blind on Flop. Can they get a trinket? Big push here on KAWHI. KAWHI portals away. This is the Guardian Spirit, but Drake is in hot pursuit. He's getting low. He gets interrupted. A scary moment here for KAWHI. Cloud9 trades in a big way. Wealthy Man trying to generate some pressure here onto Prev. Prev is going to trade out his trinket, grip Brain behind the pillar, and Drake vanishes out. So a good hit and run strategy from KAWHI.
Beautiful hit and run right there, and they do get Flop's trinket. Now they have an opportunity a little bit later to go after Flop potentially, but right now they're going after Wealthy Man with that Siphene actually doing a lot of work. Nobody's killing that off. Finally, he gets killed off by KAWHI, and now once again we have KAWHI just covering for their dear life behind that pillar. But man, he's going to proc a death one here. He has a flurry combo with it as well. Do big damage here. Onto Prev, actually going to be the target. Drake now as well getting Infernal Stun. Big hits coming out from Cubsy and from the rest of C9. But Brain, effective as always. He's always that brick wall that stands in their way. Drake now looking to make his way towards the other pillar here. They want to split up. They don't want to play on the same pillar as Brain. Brain's mana still looking good from that drink from earlier. Actually has a bit of a lead on flop right now, which is very, very kind of atypical in this situation. Here comes the Siphon. Need to kill that off immediately, and Wealthy Man will kill it off. Cubsy will drop to about 50%. So far, no cooldowns being committed, no Vendetta being committed. Big damage onto Drake. How is he going to respond? Infernal gets procced on him. He gets stunned again. He has a Trinket, Cloak of Shadows, Night's Fae to the pillar here. And Drake will survive. They still have a Sheep though onto Brain. Still a lot of opportunity here. If they can catch Drake out of that vanish, they could potentially set up onto him, but instead they are going to go after Brain. They do get Drake out, and they resheep Brain. Can they get a fear onto Brain here? That's the question. Cubsy's moving in to clothesline him, and they're going to Shadow Step over to Cubsy. He gets gripped by Flop, and that will be the end of that push. But Cloud9, they got what they came for. They got the Trinket, they got the Shadows, and that's going to mean that the all-in from Drake is going to be a lot less scary. We're at 19% dampening right now, and things are quickly spiraling out of control here for KAWHI.
Let's see if they can manage to find a light at the end of the tunnel here. Dark Soul available, Deathborn, Icy Veins available, Wealthy Man and Cubsy with dampening. These cooldowns are going to be very scary. They need to overpower Cubsy right now before they can pull the trigger. Can they take out Cubsy in time before they're able to activate those powerful offensive? Cubsy's tanking them out with the Fleshcraft. Now Mortal Coil, Wealthy Man. Here comes the damage from Wealthy Man. No Cloak of Shadows available. Cubsy portaling into midfield. Drake is left behind, getting blasted. Where is he going to go? He's just trying to get out of there. Cubsy gets pulled away. Cubsy's going for the kill. Can Drake get out of the line of sight? Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt. Drake on the run, gets stunned up. Prev gets feared. He can't help. But look at Prev's damage. Cubsy and Wealthy Man doesn't have... No, it will not matter. They're going to proc the pod. Can Brain save the pod here? He's bubbled. No, double kill. They proc Prev's pod. They killed Drake's pod. We got a double pod here. And that's a double kill for Cloud9. This is terrifying.
That was a really good push by KAWHI. I think like one of the defining moments of this match was just about a minute before the end, a minute and a half before the end, where Drake kind of got caught multiple times. He had to commit his Trinket. He got stunned in the open. He had to commit his Trinket as well as his Cloak of Shadows. And then he got caught again, and he needed to use his Vanish. Then he got knocked out of Vanish, and he had to use his Aegis. So he's 4 defensive cooldowns back to back to back. It was right before this moment. You can see Drake has nothing. He's got no Trinket, no Soul Shape, no Cloak of Shadows, no Vanish, and no Aegis. So that's not a position you really want to find yourself in at 20% dampening when you're going for these all-ins, because Cubsy was really low. If Drake had some of those cooldowns to continue this push, I think they might have actually been able to find a win at this point of the game. But although they had a really nice push on Cubsy, once Cubsy survived, the game became increasingly unstable as Drake didn't really have any of his immunities or damage reductions anymore.
And this was such a nice moment in the game, because here they're trying to force Flop to Trinket outside of the blind, but Cubsy just playing it cool here and counter pressuring. That Ray was actually negative right there, but he does survive barely, and there's a DR blind. Flop Trinketing out there, staying on script, and then here, a little bit unfortunate here from KAWHI as well. Drake gets stunned, he gets caught up, he has the sacrifice, he's surviving for now, and then he runs out and he gets gripped out of his own bomb into his own demise. They proc the pod, and what happened there at the end? Like, how did they get Prev's pod there as well? That was an insane amount of damage coming out. And
lateral damage from being too close. Accidentally kill him.
Yeah, the good old tab target coming in there for Wealthy Man at the end. Just looking like an absolute monster here on the scoreboard. And Cloud9, I mean, this is the final test for them. And in general, for North American teams, this is the team to beat. And Cloud9 doing a beautiful job here in game number 1.
What is KAWHI gonna do? Like, Black or Cold, this is the only map I think we've all agreed on that would be a good map for against Mage Lock, it seems like. But they're gonna go to Ashavane's Fall. They could wizard them. How do you feel about Mage Moonkin into Mage Lock? Would it be terrible?
Probably. I don't know. I kind of wonder why they don't play Ceruleum. Do you think just like Rogue Mage Paladin could work?
They just watched Rogue Mage Paladin look miserable. Or I guess it's Rogue Mage Priest. But,
yeah.
They
I don't know.
could do
Maybe it sucks. I'm not sure. I wonder if like Fire Mage Shadow Priest could be good. I don't think so.
What about Shadow Priest Mage?
Shadow Priest Mage, maybe. I don't think so.
Historically, it's not been great.
I think Destruction Warlocks are the king wizard right now. I think in wizard battles, Destruction Warlocks reign over everyone else. And I mean, Frost Mages are good too. They're very good. So
I think like, what is there another option? Because I feel like fighting. What about an Affliction Lock? Do they have that? I don't think they have that.
Historically, the only thing that out wizards Mage Lock is LA Shaman Lock.
Yeah,
like pretty much the only thing.
They're going for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna keep playing the same thing.
You guys don't think they had like a clear win condition there? I swear, if Drake didn't have to overlap his Shadow Meld, Vanish, Trinket, Cloak, and Aegis during their push, they could have won.
I agree.
Like it could have just been Brain Trinkets there. Instead, like Brain just sat like 30 seconds of CC, and Drake traded out his entire spellbook in order to survive, and they were almost at the point of no return for Cloud9. It's like that 20-30% dampening where things as a Warlock are just a nightmare against an Assassination Rogue. So Cloud9 looking really, really good. There's no doubt about it, but I still feel like KAWHI, it definitely has a shot to come back in this one with the strat that they're running.
I think so too. For KAWHI, use everything defensively on Wealthy Man, wait for dampening, make one big push and try to kill Cubsy through every single button. It's a strategy that I believe was pioneered by the Golden Guardians themselves, and has been passed down from team to team to use against Cloud9. Very few have been able to make it out alive at the end of the tunnel, although many have tried. I would say KAWHI, definitely one of the teams that more often than not will come out ahead against C9 with this type of strategy. So it makes sense as well, locking in big maps and just sitting back. So what I want to see now from KAWHI is just maximum defense. Only stop Wealthy Man. Like, don't stack on the same pillar. Like, try to keep Prev and Drake maybe on one pillar, Brain on the other, or at least try to make sure that you're really spread on that big pillar. And just don't be too aggressive. Like, if they pop a cooldown, you run. If they pop Deathborn, you run. If there's Veins, you run. And we'll see if they can do that and push C9 over the threshold here, over the limit. And immediately they're running, but Prev gets caught up in midfield. Nice stun there by Flop, but Prev will soul shape back to his pillar. And I think that was the Deathborn of a Wealthy Man there as well. Brain still caught up in midfield, gets gripped back to the pillar. And here comes Wealthy Man. This is where you need to just CC him, make sure that you get a full blind onto him. The kidney shot Wealthy Man. And I believe he actually used his human racial right there. He must have used it to get out of that. And now, once again, Wealthy Man looking to just blast. Is Prev a pod? I swear it looks like it's you never know these days, man. Prev is alive, as a matter of fact. And you never know with Wealthy Man. This guy's been blasting a lot lately. But so far, he's not going to be able to find it.
Oh my goodness, Drake now getting Infernal stunned out in midfield, trying to kidney shot Cubsy, trying to get aggressive here, but it's Dark Soul. He's got to pull away. Prev, his Megalomania has ended. He takes a huge hit. Brain doesn't care. Healing that right back up. Prev is actually playing a really high damage build. Can be risky if that Megalomania falls at the wrong time, but does access you a lot more Void Form uptime. He still wasn't even able to out damage. I think it was Wealthy Man at the end of that last game with this Shadow Priest build, so it's gonna be a tough ride. I feel like the Psy Fiend is a key part of this. If they can stop Wealthy Man from killing the Psy Fiends while they're going after Cubsy, I'd almost rather see Prev Psy Fiend and then just mind control spam Wealthy Man during the Psy Fiend and let Drake kill the target with that massive MS effect. Here comes another round of Vendetta. They drop the smoke bomb. They pre-Guardian it. Will he die through Guardian? No, he gets out of the bomb with the port, and with those defenses up, he should recover, but Flop is blinded. Maybe not if they want to stay on top of him and overrun him. Trying to push Cubsy over. Can they get a sap here off the blind? They get the full sap. Cubsy in a bit of trouble here. They don't want to throw. Flop trinkets, but he trinkets into a silence. Still an opportunity. Prev blinking in, trying to get crowd control. They grip Cubsy around the corner. Does he have gate? They need to escape. Prev is right on top of them. Gets a fear. They might take Cubsy out in game 2 here. They are so close to a full hammer of justice, and they get it. Why? Excellent execution. They knew the momentum they needed to ride. Took it. 2.5 minutes in. We're tied up 1-1.
All right, good push there by KAWHI. Really, really aggressive there on Cubsy. They picked their moment, and they're just so good as a team, finding these extended crowd control chains and really just all-inning. I think that's one thing that's been their strength for a really long time is they just know their win condition. They wait for that perfect moment to execute, and almost always they're able to find it. So KAWHI claims victory in game number 2, tying up the series, and I feel like this could be one of those series that goes very back and forth. Ashmane's fall was nice for KAWHI. I guess they just like the big pillar, and it just seems like those big pillars are so important against the Frost Mage. Otherwise, it seems like it's much too easy for Wealthy Man to kind of just run on top of them, get out, all of those big Frostbolt casts and kind of cleave them down. But with these big pillars, they actually have an opportunity to kind of line of sight.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it comes down to, it's not about the size of the map, it's about the size of the pillar. If you pick a map with small pillars, it's just not going to be a good time. You definitely want as big pillars as possible. So I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like Tolvir locked in as well for KAWHI, but we're going to see here the last couple of moments in the match. Now, I think Flop made a mistake here. If he insta-trinketed out of that blind, I think that would have been a lot better. So Cubsy here, he gets Smoke Bomb, nice Ray, nice Guardian coming out there onto Cubsy. He tops him, and then he feels safe to sit through the blind. But here, there's 2 people on top of him. So no longer he can trinket. Drake's trying to sap him. He trinkets out of the sap, and he activates, I believe he's Greater Fade there as well. No, he just Soul Shapes. He gets silenced, sadly, on his trinket. And then here, Prev is just doing hard carry mode. Prev going in for the silence on the trinket, and then the Soul Shape Blink Fear, setting up Brain, the Slam Dunk, that Hammer of Justice, and take Cubsy out. And that was a mistake from Flop. I think if Flop insta-trinkets that blind, doesn't want to hesitate there, it's going to be a completely different scenario. He just trinkets out. He's not going to get sapped. He's not going to sit through an entire blind worth of CC, and there's not going to be that same incentive for Prev to push in and try to go for the win like that. But honestly, beautifully played there by Prev, blinking in, getting that fear, and obviously by Brain as well, always ready with those hammers to go in there. And just a nicely played game from KAWHI in general, respecting the Deathborn and going all out when it's down.
They picked the map, so it's small pillars we
Cloud9
think are bad.
Yeah,
Well,
Cloud9
actually,
picked it.
so Cloud9 picked this because small pillars. Do not pick the small pillar maps into Cloud9.
Yeah, small pillars are best as the Frost Mage.
Size and area doesn't matter anymore for Mage Lock. It's just the size of the pillar that counts.
Exactly.
So this way you can't line of sight. At least one player will be able to get in range and hit you. So on that last map, the Ashamanes, we saw them playing on the wider pillar with the tiger statue rather than the 2 small ones. Although they ended up on the 2 small ones when they won. When they're playing defensive, they played the big one. Now there's not going to be a big pillar to sit at, and KAWHI is not going to get those opportunities to completely reset. And if they can't reset from Deathborn, I feel like they're going to just die. So this one's going to be tough.
Everyone feels. Yeah, everyone feels about the Deathborn right now. So I wonder what other maps are good. Like Robodrome, I bet is good. Robodrome, you have those huge squares you can walk around. That might be good. In the future, we can make space.
Blackrock is definitely the best map because the room is so good. There's just so many points of line in the room. With that, like you think of the gate as like a pillar. Empyrean is the worst one, and then Maldraxxus is probably the second worst one, and Hook Point is Hook Point is definitely the worst one.
There's a lot of worst ones. We're trying to figure out what the best ones are. But yeah, we'll see how they navigate this one. So I guess we thought that maybe Flop got a little bit confidence sitting the blind in the last game. It's rough though, because if he had immediately triggered that blind, he would have found CC as well. So here we go. It's going to be a sap on Flop into a vanish resap on Flop. Drake, is he going to throw the blind? It's a Hammer of Justice. A big push here on Cubsy. They get Unending Resolve. Can they just take him down in the opener? Where is the blind? Flop trinkets. They get Unending Resolve. They get Dark Pack, they get Blind, they get Guardian. Everything from Cloud9 is committed. It's going to be Wealthy Man. No, here it is. Here's the Deathborn. Here's the Icy Veins. Here's the Infernals. This is the big damage and pressure you want to see. Let's see how they decide to navigate this and if they can hold on.
Honestly, at this point, you still have Blind on Drake. You have no cooldowns on Cubsy. Just try to trade, try to survive. Yeah, beautiful bubble. And try to get Drake's Vendetta back. That's all they need to do. Just defensive Smoke Bomb. I don't mind it. Just try to survive here without getting too far behind, without having to commit too much. I mean, they've already committed quite a lot. Drake has no Cloak of Shadows. They have no bubble. They have no trinket on Brain. They're in a checkmate unless Brain pre-sacks the next go. But here we go. Kidney shot onto Cubsy. What can they force? Doesn't have that Dark Pact. Maybe they were hoping to pull that Dark Pact and honestly, there is a short window here where there will be a vendetta for Drake, but no unending resolve or trinket for flop. So they could blind flop if Drake can get away, or if he can maybe blind flop from step. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to set it up with flop playing so far away, but if they can get a blind on the flop and pull that vendetta onto Cubsy, that could be a recipe to potentially win the match here. Flop is moving closer. Drake needs to be careful though. They have a sheep onto Brain. They have nothing. Brain just needs a blind wealthy man. So that early game win condition is not going to be a thing. This is KAWHI is saying that they are going to be playing a defensive game here and just playing to survive. Very, very nicely pushed there by Cloud9 as well, keeping them at bay. Flop is going to get his trinket back. Doesn't have to worry about that blind, about that strong opener that came through. And Cubsy already has his unending resolve. So there was a kill window for KAWHI, but it is lost. There is still a very slim kill window for Cloud9 as well, but it's fading right now. 5 seconds left on Brain's trinket, 9 seconds left on that Cloak of Shadows. They should be able to get those back, no problems, now that there's no Deathborn. Wealthyman does have his Icy Veins though. Dark Soul as well available for Cubsy, so this is going to be a stall for Brain's bubble. That's the best thing that you can do on the side of KAWHI right now. Just try to play defensive and just do little hit and runs, but don't commit anything. Don't stay out in the open field too long, and just pressure Cloud9 to the point where Brain can just safely stay back and heal a little bit and then get his bubble back. That's what we're playing for right now.
Drake gets pulled back with that life grip. Decimating Bolt going to be casted by Cubsy as he's setting up his Incinerates. KAWHI going to line of sight at the pillar once again. Wealthy Man moving in on the left with a Frozen Orb. Cubsy moving in on the right with those Incinerates loaded and ready to send. Is he going to be able to connect them? Blizzard pinning them here. Cubsy a bit reluctant to get too close as Drake shadow steps back into the fight. Wealthy Man's trying to pressure him off with Frostbolts. Cubsy portals away. And I don't think that Drake's going to be able to stay on target here. He's trying to line of sight at the nearest pillar, but he's separated from his team. Wealthyman sees that opportunity. He's going to jump right on top of Prev and Brain. Cubsy dogpiling on top of them as well. Infernals have been called in. Massive swap to Brain. No bubble for 52 seconds. He's going to pop that Aegis and absorb some of those magical hits, but he needs to get away, and Wealthyman knows that. He's chasing him down, but here comes the Psyfiend. They need to deal with the Psyfiend. That Psyfiend could be an ice block from Wealthyman if Drake is able to stay on target. Looks like they might be able to get it. He's down to half. He blinks with the Garrote Silence. Drake getting caught in a fear in midfield, trying to get back to the pillar, but Prev is now left alone on that pillar over there with Cubsy and Wealthy Man. They don't get the block from Wealthy Man like they really needed. And now Prev, if they want to get on top, and Flop needs to drink actually. Flop's trying to sit in the back, but now Drake moves out, so he stops his drink. They're after Wealthy Man here, trying to get him away from Brain's pillar as his bubble comes up in 13 seconds. That was the main thing they were trying to win the game with. Infernal's called in onto Prev. Massive hit of damage, but Brain is there to respond as they're pincering in around KAWHI once again.
All right, all three members behind the pillar. We're about 30 seconds away from dampening at this point of the game. The last vendetta by Drake didn't really get too much. Unfortunately, Prev and Brain weren't able to connect. Also, I think it's going to take all three members to actually close out this game. So at some point when they're feeling confident, they need to just go for it. Prev right now has all his defensive cooldown, so you know, as dampening starts, it might be the time to try to do something, but they could also just try to weather the storm. Wealthy Man right now with that Deathborn, it's going to be a huge threat when they decide to go for it, so they have to kind of manage that threat also. But this is where the Blizzard, you know, the positioning, the map, the small pillars are just so difficult. You basically cannot line the Mage and the Warlock at the same time, and they're all just getting cleaved down. Master Spell coming in from Prev, just trying to free his team. I'm actually even wondering what he Master Spelled there. Doesn't seem like it really got that much value, unless I missed something there. But yeah, throws the Master Spell, and they're just kind of holding on, waiting for dampening, and then with that dampening, they're just going to go for an all-in push, try to take down Cubsy, even if flop trinkets, like we saw in that last game in Ashamans.
Yeah, and it's going to be their turn to pick the moment here. When are they going to go for it on the side of KAWHI? Right now, they're going after Wealthy Man a little bit. He's going to alter time. There's a Vendetta cooldown committed here onto Wealthy Man, but that alter time will get dispelled there actually as well for Wealthy Man. They get a full fear on the flop. They have anything out. They have a silence as well, but doesn't look like they are going to get much done with that. And now it's Drake getting blasted in midfield. He gets pulled back to the pillar, which is a very, very small pillar here. And Wealthy Man on one side. Here comes the Deathborn. Here comes Cubsy on the other side. Brain, what are you going to do? All right now, dampening on only 7%, but it's still adding in a lot of pressure here. And that's going to be the dispersion. That's going to be the Save by the Life program for Brain. That's going to be the Eternal Aegis Trinket. And now it's going to be Drake getting blasted at the pillar. Brain is also still getting farmed right now by Wealthy Man. as Cubsy is sitting through a little bit of CC there, and now looking to reposition here, trying to keep Drake. Drake actually gets a re-stealth there, beautifully timed, and using that maneuverability, deleting that Frost Nova, and able to get a Garrote Silence, trying to slow Wealthy Man down as much as possible. Defensive smoke onto Brain, beautifully done by Drake, keeping his teammate alive right now, keeping him from using that Divine Shield, which is that big cooldown that they need to hold on to. But now, once again, they made a push with Vendetta, and they got counter-aggressed by that Deathborn. Wealthy Man has his Veins coming back up. He won't have his Deathborn, but he's still going to be a very scary target with that Veins by itself. And guess what? There's still no Cloak of Shadows on Drake. There's still no Dispersion. So anytime they make these pushes on the side of Kawaii, it just feels like Cloud9 are so quick to counter-aggress. And look at Drake leaving that pillar, forced to get that sacrifice from Brain. So more cooldowns being pulled here, and it feels like the longer they wait, the worse it's getting on the side of Kawaii. But at the same time, if they pull the trigger and they try to retreat, then that's when Cloud9 can pounce. So very, very difficult choices that Kawaii needs to make here. I think they just need to wait for that Vendetta and go for an all-out push. It's all or nothing, but it's definitely becoming increasingly difficult as Cloud9 just keeps pulling ahead with these cooldown trades.
Here comes another Icy Veins from Wealthy Man, getting right on top of Prev, Drake, and Brain. Cubsy on the far side as well, getting in line of sight for Decimating Bolt. They're trying to push out on Cubsy. Here comes the Psyfiend. He's hidden it behind the pillar. Wealthy Man, oh, that silence was too late. He snipes the Psyfiend with an Ice Lance. That Psyfiend might have actually pulled out way more cooldowns here. Fortunately, Kawaii are at least tied on mana, but 2 seconds away from Cloak. Is Drake going to croak as he gets back behind the pillar? Wealthy Man's right on top of him, though, with an AoE Blizzard as well as Frozen Orb, I think. Chaos Bolt's called in. Massive Assault, and Brain immediately Divine Shields. He's not risking it here on the Dark Soul. Covering his team with massive heals. Drake Shadow steps in, goes for the Kidney, trying to pressure Cubsy, trying to go for the win here in Dampening, now at 20%. Flop Trinkets out of Blind, which means later on they can all in Dogpile, and with Stun and Silence, will they be able to get to that opportunity? Drake is just out in the middle of the map trying to figure out where Brain is, linking back to Brain's pillar. Brain going for a big heal, but Prev got left behind. Prev has Soul Shape and Prev has Dispersion, so he should be all right to live on his own, but it'd be really sad for him if he has to use that just to Wealthy Man at the moment. He's marching slowly to Brain's pillar. I think Flop needs to drink here. Would be the most opportune thing that he could do to make sure that they're secure in the late game, but he's not really sitting down for a drink right now. Prev tries to Shadow Meld, I think, there to avoid some Chaos Bolts, but Wealthy Man is still just launching Icicle after Icicle at him. He's eventually going to kill him if he's not careful. Dispersion forced from Prev, a solo force. Deathborn is available. Icy Veins up in 40. Infernals are available. Prev is definitely a good target now. He's going to get stunned behind the pillar. Cubsy's ready to intercept Brain or Drake if he can see them on their way in. Drake is sneaking up on Flop for crowd control. What are they going to start the crowd control chain with on Flop? Is he going to wait for him to try and drink? Maybe sap him? He's right on top of Flop. They're swapping to Flop. Can they drop him here deep into Dampening? They're going all in on him. Can they take him down through Guardian? Can they pull it off? They did. They take him out. I can't believe it. Why now up in the series 2-1?
Wow, I'm actually just double checking to make sure he's not playing the Res Legendary. Doesn't look like he will. I was like, wait, maybe is he gonna Res here? Like, maybe it's a good insurance policy for Cloud9 to have that Res. But yeah, this game was looking one-sided. There was good pushes by Kawaii, but honestly, they were almost. It's such a fine line they have to walk, right? Because Brain is almost completely tapped on mana. But they kind of realize that win condition. They go for a big push on Cubsy, and they get Flop's Trinket. So they blind Flop, they get his Trinket. Pretty standard trade. Can't really blame Flop, but when you can get, Kitty Shot, Vendetta into a Hammer of Justice, they actually just killed them through Guardian Spirit. Wealthy Man realized what was going on, immediately ice blocking out of crowd control. I think Kawaii they picked that perfect moment to go for it. They found that opening, and that's what makes this team so special.
Yeah, they just have a lot of patience in this match, a lot of opportunities to get aggressive, but they take their time to find the right one. And at this point, Flop, no trinket. And look at Prev here. They're just waiting. They're just literally waiting for Drake's Vendetta here. That's all they're doing. Prev just has to be the damage sponge. He's forced to use Dispersion. He's like, okay. And Wealthy Man, look at him. He looks a little confused here right now. I mean, we're all kind of a little bit confused. He's just trying to buy time for that Vendetta. Wealthy Man blinks in. They stun Prev. He's just going to trinket.
Did we lose Zico?
Yeah, I thought my headset died. Wait, was that me or him?
I think we I think we lost Zico, so I'm not sure if he's here or not, but we can take over here. This is where Flop does get kidney shot, and he Guardians, and they're able to just all in. So yeah, we did lose Zico there. Both the Super T's and I thought our headsets died in
I
that
heard
moment.
like a cutout sound. I was like, oh, did my cable get like
Yeah.
one of my headsets all of a sudden out of nowhere? All right, well, he's getting killed. His connection getting killed, much to the same as we just saw Flop, just instant eradication, catching him out in the open there. Pretty surprising because it was looking grim for them for most of the game, but maybe just a bait. Prev just baiting them, like, here I am, hit me. I'm just stalling. Vendetta's coming up. Your priest has no trinket. We're gonna kill him. Keep hitting me. And they managed to outdo him here. And maybe Cloud9, I mean, this is like one of their best maps. I think Maldraxxus maybe could be competitive with it as well. So having lost their best map could be devastating for them overall in the series here. And it shows that KAWHI have potential. The fact that they could overwhelm Flop through his Guardian Spirit was pretty crazy. I was imagining like that'll buy him time, right? And then he'll Ray or something, get a fade or something, and survive out of it. But they killed him outright so fast through that. Almost makes me wonder if he's going to equip a Res Legendary just so that that isn't an option to all in him later on in the game.
Is there any way to actually tell if someone's wearing a Res Legendary? I guess there
get
is a
buff.
way.
There's like a stack and a buff they get. Like I don't remember what it
No,
looks
I mean
like.
before you take them down. Like before you actually take them down, is there a way to know if they're playing it?
Flop is wearing Circle of Healing, reduces the cooldown of Holy Word Sanctifier. Prayer Mending reduces the cooldown of Holy Word Serenity. I feel like it's impossible. It's like it's so invisible. Like there's already cooldown reduction baked into the spec, and it just gives you more cooldown reduction.
Yeah,
like
so it's really it's hard to know exactly. I mean,
unless you had like some add-on to scan, I don't know if that even exists to know what he was wearing. I don't think you could tell.
I mean, there is a way to tell. I mean, the AWC add-on does update, and there are 4 players on the roster, so there is a way to know.
They're getting off the mage lock. They've been owning everyone, farming everyone. There's been nothing but like, oh my god, what's gonna beat mage lock? They switched. They're not playing it anymore.
They're going to mix it up. KAWHI actually takes the... that was the swing match, right? So they did take the swing match on Cloud9's best map. So Cloud9, they picked their best map, and unfortunately, it didn't work out. It's just difficult to actually finish KAWHI with the way they're playing it. Their hit-and-run strategies are really good. Then I think if you can find that situation, too, like if you're Cloud9 and you're thinking, okay, so... There's multiple scary moments that just happened. Like Flop on Ashamane's fall, he decided to sit the blind and try to play greedy, and then he just got sapped out of the blind, and then out of trinketing the sap when Cubsy's low, he got silenced into a Psychic Core, into a Fear, and Cubsy went down. And in this game, he actually decided, okay, we're in dampening. I'm just going to trinket the blind. I'm going to respect it. But it seems like if he does that, then he's very susceptible to being all in. And I don't know if there's really too much that they can do about it. They got the Siphene, they got the Shiv, reducing Guardian Spirit healing. It's just an overwhelming amount of damage, a kidney shot into a Hammer of Justice. So if you're Flop, I mean, you're just thinking, all right, well, if I trinket, I'm going to lose. And if I don't trinket, I'm going to lose if KAWHI can make it to that moment. So I think for Cloud9, it's quite clear that they have an early game advantage. Like the pressure is immense during the early stages of the game, but in the late game, it just becomes so unstable. And this is exactly what we've been seeing from this team, even going back to Battle for Azeroth. When these two teams meet, that's the story. The game looks good for Cloud9 until dampening, and then KAWHI all ins them and wins. And that's just how they've won against this team consistently over and over and over. So Cloud9, they're going to make a heads up play. They're switching off of the Mage Warlock, and they're going to be tagging in Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk for that Fire Mage Windwalker. Chun-Li has looked phenomenal, and honestly, in general, Windwalker monks have been extremely effective at dealing damage. Like their overall damage, Sid, has been super high, but the one thing that is a bit scary is, the all-in from the Assassination Rogue, which is what he's walking into.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make, so I'm curious to see if now this change to Windwalker works out for them. They were looking strong with this Windwalker Mage. What else would they be afraid of? Are they afraid of Shadow Priest Rogue as Windwalker Mage? I feel like you're not. I feel like the Windwalker is a good pick into the Shadow Priest. Like I feel like every time we see WHAAZZ and there's a Windwalker on the team, WHAAZZ's not coming out of that room in a good mood. So I don't mind this Windwalker into Shadow Priest, and then maybe flex to Mage Lock if KAWHI change and play Mage Rogue instead.
to try and deal with it. Unfortunately, I think for Cloud9 is that they lost that last game, which was a swing match. So they won't be able to kind of just bounce back and forth and end on game 7 with that advantage. They'll have to play at a disadvantage either way, whether that be KAWHI changing to Rogue Mage for this Windwalker comp, or if they even need to. Very curious to see what ends up happening for them here with this matchup, because Cloud9 was able to beat Golden Guardians with the Windwalker Mage as well. So let's see as these teams begin to get loaded up into the game. KAWHI are going to have to switch gears also. They just went from like this all-out turtling strategy to now you're going to have to play some mid-game. Now you're going to have to play some aggression. Can they switch gears and get ready for this? Is it going to be the test?
I mean, I would hope so. I mean, KAWHI is a top caliber team, but I know exactly what you mean. I think it's similar for Cloud9 too, though. I mean, WealthyMan, he's been playing a lot of Frost Mage. Now he's going to have to switch over, playing a completely different Covenant also. So I mean, both these teams took a little bit of time, making sure all their characters are good. This is the finals. I mean, there's a lot of points on the line as well. Bragging rights right now. KAWHI up 2-1. Cloud9 forced off of their Mage lock for the first time today. They'll be bringing in Chun-Li on that Windwalker Monk. Let's see if he can survive. It's going to be key in this match. If Chun-Li can survive, I think the overall pressure will probably overwhelm KAWHI, but it's not an easy thing to do. KAWHI looking to get aggressive early on. They get a sap on Chun-Li. WealthyMan blinks in, unable to find really an opener or any initial crowd control. There it is. Big damage. They're actually going after WealthyMan, a full blind on Flop. He just trinkets. Overlap on Trinket. This is awful, Sid. Flop and WealthyMan trinket the opener. That's a huge win for KAWHI.
Yeah, big opportunities moving forward now in this match as we see Chun-Li trying to roll across the field here and get on top of Drake, trying to stop him from resetting. And he does manage to pull him out of stealth for now. No, it looks like maybe he did get a re-stealth. He's going to open on WealthyMan. They're setting up damage onto Prev. Massive pressure from Chun-Li here. Prev trying to trade out that Gladiator's Aegis and stabilize the kidney shot WealthyMan to hold him at bay. Prev now turning it around, but Drake gets stunned. They're going to have to grip him away from the engagement. Chun-Li rolls in, stacking up on Prev and Drake, looking for some cleave, trying to get back onto the Shadow Priest. Drake once again back onto WealthyMan. They're waiting for that stun silence, and they do have stun silence available right now. Drake just needs to work that Vendetta cooldown down by spending energy. He's polyed at the moment to dispel that. He needs to spend more. Another kidney shot. Are they going to commit the silence? They did. Silence over on a Flop. Brain is charging in to get crowd control to win. Flop pre-fades the crowd control, and Brain is now in a polymorph. They're turning it around onto Prev here. Fists of Fury are flying. Prev going to trinket and fade to try and stabilize. Is that going to be enough? Brain finally out of crowd control. Chun-Li quaking palmed away for a moment. Flop finally stunned up by Prev. Prev going to get there in time for a fear. It looks like he's going for it. WealthyMan is isolated. Vendetta's coming up in 2 seconds. Drake's on polymorph DR. He can connect a huge amount of damage onto WealthyMan here in this next kidney shot. No trinket for it either, but he's mind controlled away. The mind control triple CC by Cloud9. Brain trinkets. He's going to use Blessing of Protection, but they strip off that quite quickly, and Prev is getting just destroyed right now. Has to disperse on top of Brain's trinket, and despite the opening pressure, unless they get a kill here on Flop right here and now, it's devastating, but they might just be able to pull it off. Hammers down out of the full kidney shot. They're going for it. They get it. Another point on the board. KAWHI moving to match point.
That was beautiful. I mean, we're going to see it in the replay too. Chun-Li vivified, I think, like 7 times in a row. That is the only reason why Flop almost survived that devastating swap. Just spam heals coming in from the Windwalker Monk. We will see it in the replay, but that was a really back and forth match. Cloud9, they had a really excellent push there at the end on Prev. They managed to get the Blessing of Protection. They almost actually took him down after WealthyMan spell stole it. They got the dispersion, but then KAWHI found that opening, but went for the all-in on Flop. And despite Chun-Li trying to shut it down, they had enough damage to really overwhelm and take him down. So right now, KAWHI, they're up 3-1 in these finals. I wonder how Cloud9 is going to adapt. But before we get to that, we will have a chance to look at the replay in the final moments, the big push. So this is what I was talking about. This is where Prev, so this is a little bit earlier on. Prev trades out his trinket, and this is the really good push here from Cloud9 that I was mentioning. So Prev, he trades out his trinket. Chun-Li still all over him at this point, has a lot of incoming damage. This double fear from Prev comes in. Prev tries to reposition over at the platform, but Chun-Li manages to find an interrupt on him. So he fleshcrafts, he interrupts the end of this vampiric touch, and this is where he's in a bit of trouble. So Brain just decides to trade out the trinket and the Blessing of Protection. WealthyMan spell steals it instantly, and Chun-Li's able to continue the push with the Ring of Fire, big Whirling Dragon Punch, and Rising Sun Kick, and there's the dispersion. But Although it looks so scary for Prev, here is the all-in. Chun-Li, look at him. He just spams out Vivify, going for it. 1 Vivify, 2 Vivify. Can he get a 3rd Vivify? It doesn't actually land. Less than I thought, but still a big push there on flop, and very similar to what we saw in the last game. The kidney shot Hammer of Justice is just, it's such a huge kill window.
Yeah, impressive that they managed to pull that off, considering how far behind they were off the back of those trades. Prev Trinket out of the way, Brain Trinket out of the way, Fade out of the way, Bop Trinket out of the way. Like, Chun-Li and Ultimate were in a spot to just close the series out, and now it's like, okay, Flop, are you going to put Res Legendary on? This is now 2 games. If you had it, your team might have been able to win. So I'm curious to see if they make that adjustment, if they go back to Mage Lock for the rest of the series or not. I feel like they shouldn't. I like the Windwalker Mage. It feels a lot safer offensively if they can just change up their build a little bit. I think running the Res Legendary would give them a lot better of a chance. But how are you? I feel like you're never really anticipating Rogue Shadow Priest to all in you as a Holy Priest, right? Like
you are now.
I guess you have to
now.
now. You have to now. But it seems a bit strange. We've not seen any other Shadow Priest teams do this to a healer. It's usually always a DPS that they're going after. So moving into the potential final game, they lock in a great Mage Lock map, the best Mage Lock map, one of them, maybe the best, because there's room on the backside of the pillar. Empyrean Domain is a close one. I feel like they're probably equally the best maps for Mage Lock.
They're close, yeah.
So KAWHI is probably, there's no changes here. Like, they're winning every matchup with the Shadow Priest Rogue. There's no reason to change. And then Cloud9 are the ones like, you Mage Lock now or Windwalker Mage? Because this is it. This is the last game.
You know what's really crazy to me about KAWHI is for such a long time. Hi. For such a long time, Prev kind of sat on the bench. I mean, he was tagged in every once in a while with the Shadow Priest. It happened more towards, I think it actually happened more towards maybe the end of Battle for Azeroth and the start of Shadowlands, but for the most part, it was just Ceralium, Brain, Drake, playing the Rogue Mage, playing the Windwalker Mage, and Prev kind of took a back seat, but I think this is really showcasing how good of a player Prev is, especially on that Shadow Priest. I think he actually started off as a Moonkin main. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sid. I believe he was the Moonkin main to begin with, but him on the Shadow Priest, he's been a really good flex player on the Ret. KAWHI has really shown a lot of flexibility in their compositions, and even though maybe the Rogue Mage Paladin or the Windwalker Mage Paladin, which they popularized and were just dominating with, isn't as good, they're still showing that they have a lot of flexibility within their roster.
I feel like it's very brave of them in general. Oh, I think we have Zico back. Hello?
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was doing a really good job of replacing you. You can just stay.
Thank
no,
you.
I'm just kidding.
I believe it. We're lucky to have you, Aya. I appreciate that.
Oh, thanks.
I'm on my phone internet right now, so I don't know if it's a little saucy, but my net went down, but we're back, so we're all tethered up to the mobile hotspot right now, and look at that technology, dude.
Do you need an update?
Yeah, give me. Well, I heard the kill. I was on Unity when the kill came through, so I think KAWHI is on match point.
Yeah, KAWHI's on match point. So Cloud9, they went Tiger's Peak, and they actually locked in the Windwalker Mage Priest, and ended up losing an all-in onto the healer on flop. So here we are, large map. Did we see the compositions that they picked?
Yeah, this is Windwalker Mage.
Okay, Windwalker Mage. What? So same matchup, Windwalker Mage from Cloud9. KAWHI forcing Cloud9 off of the Mage Lock and onto the Windwalker. I'm curious if we do see Flop actually run the Res Legendary. I think that would be a potential adjustment that would be worth making. And then at least when you're in this position where Prev has no cooldowns, you're so far ahead, you have a bit of an escape if they decide to all in Flop.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I didn't see that previous game, but I feel like Cloud9 so far, it's been all about their Mage Lock. So I'm a little surprised and a little sad to see them actually swap off of it, because I think that, the old Cloud9, they would rarely swap off that Mage Lock, but still, they've come a far way, and they're on match point. KAWHI looking to do it again, showing that last cup performance was just a fluke, only finishing in 4th, and now looking to once again win the grand finals here, bring it cheap on that Divine Favor, and actually breaks out there. And so far, it looks good. Drake gets disarmed by Chun-Li. Here comes the leg sweep. Who's going to be the target? Looks like Drake is about to get dusted. He gets gripped, actually, on that dust. Beautifully done, but he still trades out his trinket, poke, and evasion. More than a fair exchange here for Chun-Li's the offensive arsenal. Now, what are KAWHI going to do here? Silence onto Flop, kidney shot onto Chun-Li. Big damage potential. Brain is there, backing them up with the Hammer of Justice. The Siphon is there as well in the back line. Prev looking to make his move forward. They get a disorient onto Flop. They have a fear as well. Flop is there, gets a DR fear as well, but Chun will survive there, using basically all his cooldowns except the diffuse magic. And Prev is getting absolutely crushed right now, forced to use out his trinket. Very back and forth game so far.
Let's see if they can maintain here. Trinket down for Drake, trinket down for Prev. No opportunities offensively for KAWHI right now. Cloud9 in the best position, I think, and they were in this position last game as well. Just slipped through their fingers. Now we see another kidney shot onto Chun-Li. Can't get any pressure. Flop's going to deny it with the Guardian Spirit. Chun-Li is looking like he wants to go after Drake with the spinning crane kick at the moment. Drake is on the run, line of sighting at the pillar. Multi-man moving up, double leg sweep. Nice punish by Chun-Li. Massive damage incoming. Brain pre-bops the stun here on the polymorph as he looks to try and line of sight. Prev gets the mass dispel. They fear Drake, but it's not going to really do too much here. Chun-Li now into the stun. Vendetta popped massive damage on a Chun-Li on match point. They cut him down through everything. The Ray of Hope at the last second. It's a negative Ray. It's still negative. I think they're taking him out here. He's going to flash grab. That's it. Why crush him 4-1.
And massive push there by KAWHI. That was through the trinket and touch of karma of Chun-Li. So a huge push there by KAWHI. They will be the victors. They strike back. I mean, last week they had their worst performance in quite some time, making top 4. I mean, it's still not bad, but that was their worst performance in literally years. So they're going to reclaim their throne here in Cup number 3, earn a bunch of points. But for Cloud9, this is a really good showing. I feel like Cloud9 during this Cup has made a lot of the teams in North America kind of horrified of their mage lock. And, there's no doubt about that.
And the thing about their mage lock is it's only going to get better. This is just the start. This is the first time we saw KAWHI actually tagged in. And what a joy it was to actually watch him. But quickly taking a look at the last couple of minutes here in the game, you can see a push on the Prev. He respects it. He trinkets out. And they know they have a big win condition here on the Chun. So they get a kidney shot. They get a disarm. And they get, what else? Sheep here onto Drake. So it's actually the next kidney shot. That's going to be the scary one. Spinning cranky coming out. Big damage onto Drake. He's just running, trying to survive, waiting for that next DR. Double leg sweep coming out from Chun. Here's the dust. Beautiful bop there by Brain before he gets put up in that sheep. And they trade out the Eternal Ages as well. And now it's Drake's turn to get aggressive here. Kidney shot comes out. Silence onto Flop. Vendetta gets popped. Stun on the trinket. Chop through the karma, through the Ray, and Chun. They try to smoke bomb the heal right there. So if he would have stayed, he would have smoke bombed that heal. That Ray would have still been negative. Chun teleports out of the smoke bomb, tries to go for the Fleshcraft, still gets taken down. It's the right call, but it's just too much damage from KAWHI, and KAWHI do it again. Another cup under their belt. But like you said, Van, this has been a massive performance from Cloud9. Like, it's not to be understated. They've been struggling getting into the top 8. They've been struggling finding their comp, playing Resto Druid, playing Windwalker Mage. They're not really sure what they want to run, but this weekend rather, they looked absolutely phenomenal, and I can't wait to see what else they got for us.
Yeah, 100% with you on that one, Zico. They've always been a really consistent team. It was definitely surprising to see them play so low last time around. However, they showed up. They proved that they don't belong here. This is where they want to be for the rest of their tournament lives. And KAWHI, back again on top. They did start out the weekend with standings in first place for points. Team Liquid following closely behind. So they were already in a good spot in that regard. However, I feel like this is just once again proving the KAWHI supremacy. Cloud9, I feel like, though, a team that has a lot of potential with their new roster. Getting second is going to be very good for them in regards to points, like you guys were already saying. So we've got one more cup before we, get our final top 8 for both regions for that circuit. So I do wonder if they continue to ramp up Venruki, or, this is the best that we're going to be seeing them. What do you think?
For Cloud9, I feel like they're only going to get better. I feel like they're only going to get better. Their team really well-rounded. Like I said, the Mage Lock looked really solid from them. KAWHI has always, traditionally, KAWHI has been the only team that's been able to handle it with these all-ins. They just always pick their moment. But for everybody else, I think this is one of those things you really have to look at and prepare for Cup 4. Like, if you want to make a deep run in the next tournament, you're going to have an answer for the Mage Lock of Cloud9. Otherwise, you're going to see what happens. I mean, we got a bit of a taste of it today. Yeah, but Cloud9, to answer your question, I think Cloud9 will continue to level up. If they keep practicing this Mage Lock, it could get even scarier. And honestly, the Mage Lock into KAWHI, even though they were losing, the games looked a lot scarier for KAWHI. So I think this is a learning lesson that maybe the Windwalker Mage is not the answer into the Shadow Priest Rogue, and maybe they just continue to make those pushes with the Mage Lock.
Or is it that Fire Mage Windwalker isn't the answer into the team that coined the composition? I feel like that's just so brave.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there is one thing that's for sure. I mean, Drake, expert Windwalker monk, he definitely knows how to kind of handle and dispatch of other Windwalker monks. You know, what's going to be the most frustrating. He can really get into their head. So I think there is, a little bit of an advantage that does come from that.
Yep. For sure. So, we'll see what they do bring out on the table. It was really exciting to see KAWHI playing DPS. He looked super solid. I am really curious about how much work has been going on behind the scenes in the wargaming and on the tournament server of, just getting him up to speed with the team and playing that new role for him. It looked really solid. And I mean, it's got to be, a lot of work that went into that. But KAWHI is going to be our victor for Cup number 3. So huge congratulations to them. Stick around. We hopefully are going to be able to get a interview in with one of them later on, but in the meantime we're going to tally up those points after all of the games have concluded. But we only have one more cup left here, and it was really unclear. I think in the beginning we talked about it quite a lot extensively for both Europe and North America, that there wasn't really a clear top dog in the scene. But I think in both Europe and North America, it's becoming just a little bit more clear. We can see here it's not quite as top heavy as Europe, but North America, we've got KAWHI here at number 1 after all those games, currently at 300 points, 3.5 men, following closely behind, tied with Team Liquid now at 220 points. So not, like I said, not as top heavy, but still a lot of really strong teams in here, Zico. And I wonder if it's going to be, shaken up just a little bit at the end of Cup number 4. What do you think?
Absolutely. I think.
Actually, I think I just got Zico's message that he's lagging a lot. I'm not going to ask Zico that question. I think he's still having internet connection. But what does anybody want to chime in for that?
I'll chime in.
All right, Ben, chime in.
Yeah,
pretend you're Zico.
I could never live up to that expectation,
No,
but I do think in both regions right now, it was a little unsure which team was going to kind of rise to the top, but I think there's two kind of teams that are in the front running in both regions. I mean, KAWHI in North America, they're looking really solid. They've won 2 at this point. They have the most points, and then of course in Europe it's going to be WHAAZZ. So WHAAZZ and KUNGARNA, their team also doing extremely well. I feel like those are the two front runners going into Cup number 4, and I feel like teams really need to look at what they have available and try to come up with answers. But it is interesting. There are some teams right now, if you look, like Unitas, for example, is a team that's currently in 9th, but they could have a good showing next week and actually make it into that top 8. 3 Cappies and Rue, they had a great performance this week. If they could come back with their TSG and their Ret Warrior, they might be able to make it into the top 8. It's still not certain. I just by looking at this, I think the top 6 I think is really, really safe. I think they'll have a good enough showing next week where I don't want to say they're guaranteed, but I wouldn't count them out whatsoever. It's that 7th, 8th position that are a bit, up in the air still.
Yeah, we've definitely seen it done before here in the AWC. A team's just right on that cusp and they need some kind of miracle run to make it into the top 8, and they managed to pull it off. So super excited to see what these teams can do on both sides of the coin, on both regions, as we head into Cup number 4. I wonder if we can take a look over as well, just a little bit of recap of what's going on in Europe and see the top 8. But it is the same story over there. We've got KUNGARNA, kind of the top dog, especially after this weekend, absolutely dominating with their RMP performance. MYWAY, they're that solo jungle team with 3 men on their roster. And, big question with those guys, it's like, are they going to pick up a 4th? Are they going to switch things up a little bit with jungle? Obviously, it is working for them, but we know that their weakness is KUNGARNA's RMP, having lost to them just today. So we'll see what they do for Cup number 4, because like I've said before, the team that you sign up next for the next weekend's cup is the team that you are going to be participating with and playing with as we head into the circuit. So, lots of decisions to be made here on both, with both regions, but competition looking really, really solid. So I'm for sure looking forward to Petit's to next weekend's tournament. What's your favorite team right now? Who do you like to watch the most?
My favorite team, I feel like KAWHI versus Golden Guardians is always the most exciting, like back-to-back weekends of them, like the cross kill we saw yesterday, I think it was, between Peekaboo onto Drake. Like that was a crazy game. If you missed that one, those are like my two favorites to watch go head-to-head for sure.
Yeah, a lot of good memories for sure. So make sure you guys are tuning in next weekend. That is going to wrap up Cup number 3 for us. Also, signups are open for just a little longer, so make sure you're checking that out. Also, make sure you're subscribing here on YouTube, hitting that notification bell so you know exactly when we are going to go live. We're going to be here returning on Friday for the very last Cup, the last chance these teams have to qualify for the AWC Circuit stage. So make sure you're tuning in next Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Also follow us on Twitter at WOW Esports. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you next weekend.